ерөнхийдөө чадхаараа сайн хичээгээд орноо.
Böyle automit koşuyor da böyle.
It shatters the silence in the morning. Call your name, I see the doubt. We're falling too fast without a warning. But if you stay, you'll battle by my side. You'll never ever win the day. No matter what they say.
Что там? Что там? Плей, анонсарма. Короче, не, мен табы панда.
Again, the scars are still fresh, but we will overcome the pain. The lights will never fade. This mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the end.
Ya like basın ya. Böyle bir like oldu. Okay. Алло. Discord сүйіктастан көр Discord.
Миний дэлхийн авраг болоод хүрээдэг үү заа.
Тэнэрэ Discord.
Ау App Store neden açıyor?
Анаа.
Юу вэ?
Bir zat açıyor. Şuradan koyamazsın be. Sen son koyamazsın da düşünmem be. Yakta top kadınmen süresi vardır var mı? Kadınmen süresi vardır. Böyle şuradan koyamazsın da durar streamlermen şarşamay. Жақсы şükür қалай өзің амансың ба? Мастер да шаршамай астен со стрим қылатпыз. Бірақ ең қызығы топ қатынмен сөйлесіп жатыр да. Не қылса оз. Топ қатын.
Дараагийн тэмцээний хизээ яриа.
А?
Финал нь 12-наас 14-ний хооронд.
Мамасы ондай болмайды. Қатыны нь ол топтың. Еркелеп жүреді.
Дэлхийн авраг болоод хүрээдэг үү заа.
Қатыны нь ол топтың ешбай.
Амжилт.
За.
Böyle basılı anası ne oldu? ID'yi хате беріп алдым ба? Капчатқа кіре алмай жатырмын игрокlar. да басында. Бюджеті. Давай самолет ұшыру керек. Бля, анау мамасымен сөйлесіп жатыр. Yaxşı. Сюжет etmeyeyim.
Alo. Anneciğim ne yapıyorsun?
Rahmanski.
İyiyim bebeğim. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
Birinci
Ben de çok iyiyim valla.
sevmedim.
Maçları izledin mi?
Yapam dep
İzledim,
koydum.
olur mu? Ben
Görüntüsü
böyle
var.
geçirdim ben burada. Bak ikiye çıktınız, ikinci oldunuz, geri üçe düştünüz, geri ikiye çıktınız. Ben önünüzü geçiriyordum yani.
Karanın iyi olma dedin mi? Kara.
O da diyorum ya.
Aдаспасам bir игрок естужит келе,
Vallahi.
игрок естужит кыз караныкы.
To you live from Siam Paragon in Bangkok, Thailand. Welcome to the 2025 PUBG
Anas.
Mobile Global Championship. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the incredible Naksha.
Şahsat geldi
And we
endi.
proudly welcome you to the long-awaited Grand
Жақсылатлар
Final.
көрсете береді да, Бангкокта неге қыла береді дейді.
การแข่งขัน PUBG
Sure,
Mobile Global
Thailand.
Championship
Sure,
2025 ค่ะ
yeah.
ถ่ายทอดสดจากสยามพารากอนนะคะ ดิฉันเนยณชาญและพิธีกรคู่สุดหล่อคุณบานี่ค่ะ ยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านนะคะ เข้าสู่รอบ Grand Final ที่ทุกคนรอคอยค่ะ
16 of the best PUBG Mobile teams will go head-to-head across the next 3 days of competition, but only one will walk away as the 2025 Pmgc champions. But before the tournament officially begins, let's
Ya,
look ahead
hile
at what's
basanlar
coming
yok.
in
Can sıkıntı sana da.
2026. In the 8 years since PUBG Mobile's global launch, the game has faced countless challenges and
Yok etkende
received
mынау мынакта
tremendous
бирөө
support
чол
from
кісімен
players
сөйлесіп жатыр,
worldwide.
бирөө анаяқта
So what
біреулерге
new
уәде беріп
opportunities
жатыр.
lie ahead?
Аяқта Бангкоктың жақсысына келіп қойды мынаяқта. Анаяқта біреу аузымен қосық айтады.
แต่ว่าจะมีหนึ่งเดียวเท่านั้นนะคะที่คว้าแชมป์ PMGC 2025 ไปครองนะคะก่อนที่การแข่งขันจะเริ่มขึ้นในวันนี้ค่ะ เดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปดูกันว่าในปี 2026 จะมีอะไรใหม่สำหรับ PUBG Mobile กันบ้างตลอด 8 ปีที่ผ่านมานะคะ เกมเนี่ยได้ผ่านทั้งความท้าทาย แล้วก็ได้รับแรงสนับสนุนจากผู้เล่นทั่วโลกค่ะ ปีหน้าเราจะเดินหน้าไปในทิศทางไหน เดี๋ยวเราไปรับชมพร้อมๆกันได้เลยค่ะ So let's take a look together and see what the
Английский
future
чалап ала
has
білемін,
in
Джонни
store.
Син істегеніміздің братыма рахмет айтып қоймын. Ох,
Hi everyone.
ойбой,
I'm
ана
Rick.
сынау кім
As
енді?
2025 wraps up, thank you for being with us this year. Together, we explored the golden dynasty,
Мен
fought in
Бангкоктың
Rongjo, joined the Transformers,
мэріман
and
дейді,
started new
әкіміман дейді.
adventures.
Сізге рахмет, мынандай жарыс Бангкокта бірінші рет өткеріп жатыр.
We explored one
Андушы
oil
дейді,
slot,
одан
PUBG
көтемпаздықпен
Mobile World
шұғылданады.
of Wonder
Бес
created
Бангкок дейді.
became a new identity for many with
Организацияңыз
5.4
базар
million
жүрген.
maps, reaches a single day
көрсеңіз.
player peak of over
Транс көп
8.5
дейді.
million,
8
growing our
бір миллион
community
транс бар
stronger
дейді
than
біздерде.
ever. Active
Сол
creators
транстардан құтыла
reaches
алмайды
a
біз дейді.
single day peak of over
Сөйтіп
30,000.
пауықтан
We
жарыс
are also
өткеріп адамдардың
committed to your
несін
experience,
яғын бөліп тұрсаңыз
taking
жақсы
firm
болады.
action against over 13 million cheating and harmful behavior. Thank you for being a vital part
Алейкум
of our
ассалам,
journey.
қалай?
PUBG Mobile is evolving.
Тартсаң
We
тар.
are no longer just the world's
Тарт.
biggest battle royale mobile game. We are now beyond
This is-
battle royale. What does beyond
Біздің
mean?
аккаунтқа
You,
кіресің.
our players, define
Біздің
the
аккаунтқа
world's
hem кіре алмайсың.
boundaries. Every map and idea you contribute helps
Қайсы ана
build the
ауқат
game.
пауқаттарын шортсын
In
көріп қойдың ғой
2026,
сен, ядыр.
We are upgrade World of Wonders acting tour and
Түдем
AI
мынандай зытлап
assisted
қосылып жатыр,
features
неге мынандай істеп жатыр адамдар, мынандай дизайнер, айтишниклер көбейіп
Your
жатыр. Thank
vision
you.
drives us
Рахмет.
beyond.
Диққатларыңыз
our
пиздесті.
gratitude.
Vision деген диққат деген емес па? 2026-ға дейін өзгерсе кіртіп қабыл Бангкокқа кіргеніңіз жақсы болды. Түдем. Құдалым әмме көтеншілікпен шұғыланатын деп жатыр. Транс көп өтті жерде дейді. Транс деген оя ет дейді, короче. Души брат дейді. Дер халықтың қиялын бөліп пауыққа қызықтырып атқаныңызға рахмет деп жатыр ана сізге. Душина дейді ана сізге. Жасылар хотя драйв етсін дейді ана сізге, транслар түспесін деп жатыр. Қабылет драйв етіп жүре берсін дейді. Соған мен разымен дейді, мен осы қаланың мері
in 2026 and we'll have an integration
хуйня
of this
қосты дейді,
postcard
паги.
in our world.
Biz Donatello allat dedi onu. Bize sıkıp koyup reklama kılamız deydi. Koyup tanımıyorum bırak.
has a special
Formula
message
dünyayı
for
da
you.
biletken.
Stay tuned for
Sıkıp koyup
updates.
reklama kılamız deydi
And
bırak.
we
Neş
hear your
yıllarga,
request
neş
for more.
yılların kol jeyip
From
bitdi dedi
animation
onu.
to
Bizi
sports.
Donatello
And
bolsan
they are
al deydi.
on our list. As our world grows, every player count. Our new vision for every number one. In the game, we are introducing a more diverse visual style and deeper avatar performance, giving you more ways to express yourself in scenes. In
Yo, tattın
2026,
mı?
two
Discord.
global open tournaments will welcome all players
Telegram'da
to the global stage. We are partner for more campus, expos, and festival
Ешпайт.
events.
Мен ham сөйтіп, мен одан ham алдын отырып, мен hardbay stream қылды. Қарасам Pmgc болып жатыр, ана
Our eighth
Қарасам
anniversary
Pmgc
will
болып
be
жатыр,
our
бля
big
деймін, қарап отырып, баста 2 минутқа
with
бет.
rewards
Анасы
in
енді
game
бастайды ау,
and real
көремін
life.
ау десем.
Thank you
Нихуя
for being the
анасы
heart of our
Отырдым,
game.
жаңағылар
We are
командалардың
continuing to build
видеоларын
world
көрсетті,
maps.
біреу терлеп
Winner,
тепшіп
winner,
жатыр,
chicken
анасы
dinner.
тиліп
See
болып
you
жатыр.
next year.
Жақсы хуйня дедім сөйтіп көтінде.
Thank you so much to all of the developers. This is truly
Шыдап
exciting.
аузымен
We'd also
қозға
like to
айтып
thank all
бергендердің
of the
бәрін
players for
шыдап
their
отырмын.
long-term support of
Көтінде
PUBG
топ
Mobile.
қатынмен сөйлесіп
2026,
отқанда
player
оны көтере
creativity
алмай
will
қалдым.
continue to
Мен
bring
нормально
fresh
шешесі
energy to the
ұсаққа
game.
дейін жазды.
Thank you so much for all of your passion and dedication to PUBG Mobile.
Жақпай
Next
тұр
up, we
камера
will be
болсын.
presenting the Creative Vision Awards
камера
2025. It commemorates all of our beloved creators out there for the love of PUBG Mobile. And the first award will be the World of Wonder Creator Annual Ceremony. Let's see this year's WoW Annual Gold Award winner.
และต่อไปนะคะก็คือการประกาศรางวัล
Betim
Creative Vision
de ne var
Award
mı?
2025 ค่ะ
Stream
เพื่อ
var
เป็น
mı
เกียรติให้
orada?
กับเหล่าครีเอเตอร์ทั่วโลกที่สร้างสรรค์ผลงานให้กับ PUBG Mobile นะคะ
อยาก
โดยรางวัลแรกก็คือ World of Wonder Creator Annual Ceremony ค่ะ เดี๋ยวเราจะมาดูกันนะคะว่า
Sozganda sigib жіберді ана
Go
сізге
Award
науын
ปี
бетін
นี้
болып
คือใคร
қисық
ค่ะ
пластический
So now
операция
let's
істетіп
watch the
сігіп
video.
жатыр ана сізге деп не бля енді хуйня ой бля мына оуларды жаратқан адам хуй керек соны біздерге именно біздерге аз Pmgc керек десеңіз баса ойна ана сізген созға дұрыс па ана сізген дегіш битбокс айт
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our
пиздец қылып айтып
presenter to
жіберді
the
ана
stage,
битбокстан
Senior
қоя алмай
Director of Global
Кел-
Esports Center,
келіспей
Never
жатырыпты да
Infinite
битбоксыны
Tencent Games. It
ұтыс
is, of course,
бұл қойып
James.
сігіп жатыр битбокс па шешесіге адамдар деп қояды да болсаң бол ана сізген бұл жетер дегенде
Now we
еді
would like to
онда
invite
да
our
қоймай
winning
3 рет айтты ана
representatives
сізген
of
3 рет
WoW.
айтты
Sheeta Black,
оған дейін тамаққа дейін келеді енді
Masha,
оған дейін естіп
Mohamed
отырғандай
Ali,
жақсы
and
істеді не
Ahmed
шыдап
Alouk to the
Pmgc үшін да
stage
болмаса
to
хуй
receive
көрмеймін
their
ғой
awards.
оған дейін шыдап отырсам топ қатынмен сөйлесіп отыр да не ол шешесі ютубтың дауысы сәл азайып тұрады
ขอเสียง
ютубтың
ปรบมือ
дауысын
ด้วย
азайтайын ба
ค่ะ
немен неше 82 децибелда тұр еді қатты шығып тұр па не біздің даусым қатты келмей тұр ма не бля мынандай бір алмаз берді көрі шайтан бір зат басып алдым ау парлер кіресен ба не парлерді комқа тартып қойыппын прикинь мен сен парлер бар менде шешесі не ссылку берейін ба ссылкасын берейін ба парлердің аз тастаймын ссылкасын ал бір қошаметлеп отырың лайк басың тарқатыңса анасын сізген қақта параның чатына тарқатың ана жуернемектің чатына тарқатың Pmgc көріп атырып сізде шешесі сізген секс қойып берейін ана сізген бизнес репост дейсіз қабыққа тағылғанда ешкім істемейді ана қаттағым біле
Thank you to all of our creators. Because of you, PUBG Mobile continues to thrive. This year, PDP continues to encourage players' creativity and innovation.
Kaz caption'ın nesini taslayayım ben.
ต้องขอบคุณครีเอเตอร์ทุกท่านนะคะเพราะว่าทุกคนเนี่ยคือกำลังสำคัญของ PUBG ค่ะและต่อไปนะคะเป็นพิธีมอบรางวัล PDP Creator Annual Ceremony ที่สนับสนุนความคิดสร้างสรรค์ของ
What is this?
เดี๋ยวเรามาดูผลงานที่โดดเด่นของ
Dım tömen болып қалды. Енеңнің бола ма? Ұсыған дейін. Болар-ау, ұсы болар-ау, жеге ұсы болып қалар-ау. Құдай үшін менен бір от душина.
Alo.
Ау.
Тұрарды.
Шүкір жақсы қалай өзің.
Соған кеткен қамтылды.
Кім шақыр? Ана сізген. Pmgc көріп отма мен, стримде отырып. Стрим... ертеңге қалдырады-ау деді. Ой-ой, мынау кім ау? Ой-ой, қойып тұр. О-о-о, біреу... Қия. Қойып тұр, мынау кім? Түрін көріп, ай. Ебальникті қараң енді. Мына ебальникті қараң енді. Бұған нахуя медал беріп жатыр. Хлебальнигін қараң, мынау ебальнигім емес, хлебальникті шешесіген. Бұған неге беріп жатыр бұны? Қотақ басасаң, басса шешесіген. Айтыр, итпен битті реклама қылып шешесіген медал береді, кубоган береді анасыген, золотой пиздада береді. Бля, бірақ хуй ететтім мен.
Еле басамбады ма?
Ауа, анасыген тұр етіп қойып, бір зытларды беріп жатыр, ана сыққы етіп қойып, сопақ басын соп сөйтіп ана әңгісіген.
Alo.
Да, кірдің ба? Көріп отырсам ба? Сен өзің естіп көр басқа телден дейді. Аз естемен.
Қалай? Тұрғар. Қалай чек?
Шүр жас қалай өзің?
Қауққа кірізем ба?
Pmgc көріп отқан стримдаман мен. Сәлем айт стримдағыларға. Дауыс нормальный шығып тұрды да енді нормальный. Хаммеге сәлем де. Кітті не алады кемен да?
Біздің дауыс
กับผู้
ба?
ชนะทั้ง 10 ท่านด้วยนะคะต้องบอกว่าทุกผลงานคือการโชว์พลังความคิดสร้างสรรค์อย่างแท้จริงและช่วยผลักดันให้ชุมชนครีเอเตอร์ของเราเติบโตอย่างก้าวกระโดดนั่นเองค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือ
Әме активің көтеріп кетті. Біздің стрим көр. Азиз? Не, барсан ба? Сенің дауысын шығарып қояйын, Жора? Сөйле?
Бір.
Нормальный. Полный шығарып қоямын стримға естілсін. Жақам аз кептің дауысын шығарайын. Отырасам ба жақа, жоқ боласам ба шығып?
Отырман ғой стрим ғой. Дауысын бар тұрма?
Кім отты? Бидатта кім отты? Неге ап дейді? Тыныш. Неге ап өзіңді жөрнемеге? Талап жоқ па? Ешті дияқ жоқ екен талап берген. Дидарбек. Кубокты дейді.
Ban.
Бля, шешесі сіген біздің чатта не қылып жіберді ау, біреу Bangıldı jibirdi. Qayta olib tasam bo'ladi. Birovning ko'ti qishib o'tiribdi-da. Пользователь журналов заблокирован, модерирован. Бля.
We would like to sincerely thank all the creators and investigators. Your boundless creativity
Ben o kaçan basana.
PUBG Mobile with a variety of designs and a spirited having you all.
Kommentator degan sen men go ana sin kommentator bormi? Men ana sin kommentator. Men ana sin.
You may now leave the stage. Thank you. Winning representatives, you may now leave the stage. Thank you. Okay. Up next.
Lan 17'sinde ketemiz buyursa. Aramzada bo'lib ketemiz qo'y bizlar. Aramzada bo'lib ketib qo'y bizlar. Lanға chiqamiz deb. Aktiv bitongo dedi. Majora dedi. Aktiv bilmayman, bugun biton bo'libdir. Negadir aktiv birden biznes bo'lib ketdi. Sigilma turar dedi. Kamera qo'sa olmayman anasiga. Ko'tashi qotgan jigit tursikmen. Uy isib ketadi. 17'sinde ketemiz buyursa. Ao. Üstüri. Ben ağrına koydur şarj bakka söyleyip atırıp mı?
O hayvan bozuyor bu. Yarım oldu mu sana?
Şarj bakka söyleyip atır ne yaptı? Turumda көрсетпейме анасы. Не қыласыз біздің турымда?
İyi var en batırır.
Pizza şarjın үйге. Үй қоймам мен кез.
Sen көрмейсің ба?
Драйш қуатыр соған дейді. Ана Pmgc көріп жаңа тайландскийна қисық қыздар көріп драйш жетіп отты. Анасын сігейін басасаң баса да зайбалы. Ya top қатынмен сөйлесті, ана бір физикларға шеше деген математиклер қотан. Қойып кетті стримда. Қойып атыр па стримда?
Var.
We will rework the tournament circuit for 2026.
Yok Karaç үйіңе
Кім
барайық та.
экран ашып қойыпты? Қайсы қотақ экран ашып қойыпты? Қайсы қотақтың келесі экран ашып қойыпты?
Ekran?
Бір экран ашып қойыпты, YouTube'да ашып қойыпты неде. Қотағым ашып қойсын паралелде. О, мен стрим қылып отырмын ғой, мен стрим қылып сені тауып. Ашпақ қойшы анасы. Айтур қойып кетеді анасы. Амиіп қойып жатыр анасыға. Неге о, не қойып, менде не айып болып жатыр?
With the one click, you can join to PUBG Mobile esports
Треш қылып ох, барып көрмеген ғой. Ондаланды деп. Ноткин билет алу керек киген ба деп. Қасқасын қой зайбал. Қайдам сол. Несет қойып берейін сәрге? Не қойып берейін? Қаран, танисыз ба нау? Нау Альтер Эгоның игроғы, нау Вампирің игроғы, нау Янгон Галактико. Білмей қап, лайки ап кете қойды. Нан танымайман. Нан танымайман. Танам танымайман. Бірақ нау брат сігіп атыр бар ма? Аузына кейін айтып атыр анасы сіген. Қандай тойда тос айтады, ішіп ап не біреулер. Анасы араққа тойып ап тұр, тос айтады. Сігіп қояды ана тойларда не? Тойдың. Со брат как будто тойды тауысып қайтатындай бар ма? Тосын айтып болма не? Сөйтіп сікті бар ма? Қотағымды жеді. Медал берді, кубок берді. Ана сізген топ қатынмен сөйлесті. Анақта бір аузымен музыка айтып берді. О, анасын сізген қойып бере қойын, шыдап отырпыз қой қотағым. Дұрыс па?
Obalım yok da obalım yok.
Менде не болду? Сізге жаққан тұрыңды дейді. Дидар, амыңды шығараман, амыңды. Көтіңді қысып көріп отыр. Гандон.
Yüzünde okutsam o gömeklerdi. Kesileceğiz bak.
Эс. Сен қашан саған кім рұқсат берді біздің параллельге кіруге?
Абылай параллельге кіріп тұрған екен.
Ай, енең ам.
Ойланып осы параллельде бара о. Кіріп қалсаң капсион деп жүгіме жетеді ғой.
Аққой адам бар. Алтын памперс дейді, мақұл. Ана сізге азыр 200 мың ивент сатып алып бір 3 картасын ойнап болғатқан болатын ем, бұға бар ма резо. Здай ба. Қотам жеді ана сізге. Ана Infinix телефонларын заряд өліп қалатын жеріне келді, ана бар ма? Трен қылып отыра бер.
Ау кейінгі жылдың Пакистанда болады екен ал.
Тоққы екен ғой, ана сізген қаяқта болса да. Айдам ана сізген. Сене бер, мен деп ойлап отыртпан, кейінгі жылға реклама қылып, кейінгі жыл өткере қойма дедім, 2025-тен 2026-та. Сікті ана бар.
$3 миллион кейінгі. Еще не деп болады екен олда. Абу-Дабида. Abu-Dhabi mana oraya çıkıyor.
PUBG Mobile will also be updating the
Pmgc.
esports experience through 2026. We'll be upgrading in the in-game participation
Bala
to make it
kotaram.
possible for players across the
Sigib
world
jiberdi.
to join an esports
$3
tournament
milyon
with just a few clicks. Those who come into PUBG Mobile
Анерде бар ма? Неше миллион адам күтіп отырған стрим актив, апасының амандай бұл актив, ана стрим таққой актив. Иш, эконос қайда дейді, қалтамда. Қойы адам отыр, күтіп отыр да бар, шешесіген алар, қашан ауыздары қайнап болады, сол кезде дегендей. Білі.
Ана қызларды ара.
Қане? With this, hosting your own official PUBG Mobile esports tournament will be easier than ever before.
Бір зат қып фотоға түсіріп отыр, апасының фотоға түсіріп отыр ғой, нау. Именно мынау апасының фотоға түсіріп отыр ғой. Тыррип, сопақ бас, сопсы. Онда осы сөздің бәрін ядылаған ба, нау деп, білмеймен ана сізген. Өмір баянын айтып берсе де бұл ана сізген. Расын айтайын ба, мұна ағаның орнында мен болып тұр, микрофондап сөйлейін да, сөйтіп өмір баянды айтып берейін, туылғаннан басап, қазіргі жасыма дейін өмір баянды айтып бергенде бар ма, ағадан аз сөйлейтіне мужикше не сөйледі, хуею бар ма, ана сізген. Жер планетасының историясын айтып берді, ол полный. Аюдың енне казациясы бар, апаң сізген.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, it's really great to see you. You are so cute.
Плавкада қалта болады. Болмайды ғой тұрар деп. Плавкада қалта болады, неге болмайды? Менде болады, біздің плавкада қалта болады.
Can you teach me how to greet in Thai?
Өзіңе сақ бол, неді, қоңысыңды ұры тұтпа деген тактиканы менде жақсы істейді. Көрерменлер шаршамайды екен дейді. Анасын мақұлайман одан. Лайк басып отырың, жеген не лайк аз. 18 лайк деген не?
Қайттан сөйлеп отыр.
Аю деге келді, сұраларда лерді аю деге келді. Атасы орысша да вообще басқаларда сөйлеп отыр.
ยังไม่ได้จับจองเป็นเจ้าของพลาดไม่ได้นะคะอย่าลืมแวะไปชมโซนพิเศษ PUBG Mobile X Borderband บริเวณโซนแฟนโซนณสยามพารากอนแห่งนี้ด้วยนะคะ
Before we officially begin the competition, we are pleased to see a brand new element debuting at this year's PMGC.
Like basın 19 like boldu. Hatta gözüm quvансın. Qiziq bolsun, prikol aytib o'tirayin, ishingiz pishmasin deb. Agar dim tartibli anda imonli bo'lsangiz, ko'rmay qo'yingda, mujikshi bizning streammen anas og'zima kelgan so'lab so'ginib o'tiraveraman mujikshi. Qo'y. Shang'aroq arasida ko'rib topshay etdim. Qaqda? O'zi deganda boshqa bir so'raydi. Angliyskiy откровение da, то есть angliyskiy nanday olib borib beradi-da, shu yerda bo'layotgan zatning barini. O'zbekskiyda uni переводlaydi, tudem. Ana kommentatorlar yodlagan zatlarni aytib beradi. Ana qolgan so'zin yodlawga ketdi. Ma'qullayman. Ko'p so'ginaman desam, 2 odam qoldi, 5 odam o'tiradi, 3 odam chiqib ketdi. O'ynaydigan so'ginmayman degan.
O basalavatır mı?
Qayda mana sizga?
Infinix.
Hani kanallar pırtlasat ana.
Saybal, basay qo'shanang.
Ya ana MVP'ga ne var dema yok? Porsche.
Qayda mana sikib qo'ydi ona.
Gördün mü? Yeba. Porsche turma MVP'ga.
Qanday Porsche? Deyipmi? Doga nas kodni satadi. Dog kodni satadi. Real aytayın.
Ma'qul kasbda.
Ana sizga haramzodaga chiqib ketsa aydi. Kodga chiqib ketsa sol Porsche olib ketadi dog bor. Mana sizga Mongoliyaga minib qaytadi.
Porsche Cayenne de Cayenne mi?
Notking ilişkisi silka taş paralel. Notking nega Rusya paralelni silkisini tasla. Landa шығатын кезде qanday stoykada turasan edi. Короче, bizning stoyka mынандай bo'ladi kerak.
Tapishki barasan bu.
Tapishki men. Bila. Tapishki bo'laman ayama. Обязательно.
Ruslar жасын seçme. Qaqtan av Ruslar?
Ya Turar sen işligin tuzda жүрсең yok?
20. Bir qo'mda xaltama solamanda kim isamni bizning stoykim. Mayegimni ustab turaman сөйтіп. Bir qo'm yuragimga qo'yib. Ketdim men.
Ruslar söylüyormuyor Ruslar kirgenden keyin.
6 odam ko'rib o'tir. Like basing, like. 20 like bo'lmaydi. Axir biz Qaraqalpaqpizgo deb like'larni sap istamang ta.
Voy bu. Hamma repost qilaman ya voy ishlab
Sanqil. Men ham o'tiribman-da. Ish adam o'tirib paralelda.
Bilsem ortadan var.
Aktiv bo'lgan.
Hammadan bittaman
qo'ydi ona var.
Oo, tam basmanda.
Qalay Ruslar sen bu Turarning nesinde yo'qsan ya? Paralelinde.
qizi. Men paralel
Baslanacak. Ana. Baslanacak.
Yok hayır.
Böyle.
Хорош. Yine minut sana değil oyun basanı buna.
Poxu ekan. Söylep bolsa bo'ldi ana sen.
Ağzı tutma diyeceksin.
Ova. Bila minutda usulsa bo'ldimi, barma. Match basanib ko'rsam bo'ldi, shishesiga.
Siz yine kaç izlenmesiydin? Turar.
Ha?
Yine kaç izlenmesiydin?
Yig'lat dedi.
Ебать, altıdan oturan ya.
Yeni. O'zing paralelda ish adam o'tirib.
Altıdan otur.
Yo'q, kanalga tashlashim, ko'tem bo'lib ketadi. Altıdan o'tirmadi. Satla, jahda. Rusa, İslam bratan. Voy bile. Uyaling deyish.
Yok hayır.
Ya ko'tlan shirt bermang jiga.
Oy boy lan. Yemamda dostum böyle. Oy geldi.
Voy ana sizga.
Oy geldi.
Shunday yo'q qiling.
Alo.
Şum emasmi artingizdan, iltimos. Da, eshityapmiz.
Mende keladi.
Mende keladi. Qo'ydim men kanalga taslayman Discord'ga, men parallelda.
Tamam. Taslama deyaptım sana.
Kreatinler.
Ya sikeme tağı kodingni ayıraman taslamay ishga. Gandon.
Tamam.
Biraz
Aslında
zemin.
Bopa uzak korup
Задержка написайыншы. Задержка написам стримнен.
Aslında Türklerden var 5 kişi hemen Arasıda oturamız.
Давай. Бля,
Qaraqalpaqsha dedi-ya, o'tganda.
rep osmaysiz bu.
Türkçe basmadım arayalım. Bela
Ana.
Endi boshqa so'zlab bassaydi o endi. Voy.
Ubes Qaraqalpaq community jinaap turib, neda PUBG Mobile'ning stream chatına kirib sugiyikpa. Ana basasang bassa shishing.
O adam sen chatagizda mallar bassan.
Men basa olmayman o anasiga. Men tek streamda o'chirib jaqib, söylep a deb bilaman bo'lgan. Deb. Bir adam o.
O kartalarni ko'rib bastadi. Rondo ekan birinchi karta.
Rondo itak basынан аяғын бағана бір 2 сағат неше 1-де ма 12-ден бастап Рондо болып тұр ғой. Рондо, Мирамар, Эрангел Мирамар бар.
Gördün mü? Yetmenge oldu bu.
Atan kalkta mı lan? Çeklemen cazmaya.
Официальный не объявление капитаны участия сообщаем, что на этап. А?
Екі пемге откен. Группаны қара.
На похуй екен, қойып тұр, шешесі қотағым қойын пемге. Бізден ланда айтып жатыр, неқта сообщаем, что лан этап турнира состоит 19 декабря в парк. Ит парк қай ғой?
IT парк па?
IT парк. Нормальный жер ма? Просим все команды. Готовы внимательно. 17-інде емес, Себастьян ғой? 17-інде Себастьян. Сан Себастьян.
Тұрар, топ фигурасың қотын. Тамам.
Амың... Ей, Шүметтек! Неріп қотеме өйтіп. Ne samimiyetin var mı men mağa?
Ya bakra verme.
Qotam je anasiga.
Yo, o'zingizsin deb aytsa o'ynaymiz.
Ya anasiga, yani Tetris berib qo'yadi, Tetris o'ynaymiz.
Asıl bize söyleyeceksen.
Şu ayaktan var mı oynaymiz? Mamazon da atır 5 minut, Mamazon. Din nahku qo'yib Baba. Oh, someone. Aman, qaysi bar bu? Ama aytaver. Qaqa kelaman. Uyga kelma. Qaytdim. Erten qaytaman. Erten qaytaman. Qaydan men negiz chemadan olum kerak. Chemadan alım kerak, keyin söylesemiz qo'yma. Aytaman. Azallardan abitlerdi. Bo'ldi, qaytaman bu yerda. Hop, yaxshimi? Translarning mayegimi anar dedi. Quyugo kim mayeg ekan.
Videolarını bildi mi? Fiyatlarını bir yakın.
Aha. Biledi. Aytasan o ketemen tüdem ket baratman.
Kırpınkıstı no? Ha, kotaktan
Kim gerçeğini?
Böyle kotem boldu ana paralelim bizim var mı?
Ya bir şeyden oturuyor. Bir adam kazaydı.
Нормально.
На CO деген бар ма? Пиздец ойнап қояды ал бірақ. Тур бермей жүріп.
Кім CO?
CO деген. Сөйтіп кеше көрдіңіз ба ана супер бір зат деген команда бар ғой, содағы Камикадзе деген желі ойнап жіберді ана спаргатка. Паблик ойнап жіберді ана бар ма? 10 килмен ба, 9 килмен ба шықты ана спаргаттада.
Камикадзе деген андай бар ғой, фордап тұрсың.
Ой, мал. Айтып отқан затың қарабай.
Қасиетсіз дейш.
Қамсыз.
Апаға топ дейді. Монголдар ғой. Монголдар
енді көрсетіп отыр ма несерде?
Тұрар стримдамын ғой. Соған сәт.
Мен Мен стримда задерш жоқ, аптысам задершім.
Білмеймін, маған енді көрсетіп отыр ғой.
Да, самолет
Ана
тоже.
21, ана аркрет маркеттер ойнамай ма?
Бияқ бар, ұшып кетті. Жақсы птес болды бар, топ 1 мен топ 2 командасына.
Топ 1-де кім? АПГ-лар ма? Монголдар ма?
Яқ, елі анық емес топ 1. Енді басанады.
Қақта ол.
Енді финал. Бүгін басанады.
Бірақ, Гот, молодец, Гот шықты не болса да ема.
Гот бе, мет пиздес ойлады.
Virtus Pro шықты ма?
Ұшып кетті бар.
Вот, шумай екен.
Бір рет неде PMC-да чемпион болдың. Pmgc сезен деген емес қой. Білесіздер ме сол кезде ана АПГ похуй ойнады сол PMC-да. Лутлау үшін ойнады просто. Ақшаға ойнады.
Hey, thank you so much, Hot Jukes, Max 7. We are set, we are primed and ready for Rondo and the rest of the grand finals are here. And it is going to be messy.
Бля, Infinix-тан реклама. Ссылка бер дейді. Бля, параллель нахуй керек, стримнан көріп отыра беріңш, iltimos, жармаса бермей.
Маған жазым сатамам, маған жазым.
Көтіңіз қысып көріп отырың ана. Берам бермеймен ссылканы. Тиін нахуй. Қызлар болса бере аламан дейш.
Ой, мал.
Ронда 3 рангел 2 мерамар болады екен да. 18 карта ойнайды еще. Пиздец. 18 карта.
2 күн бола ма?
18 карта 6 картадан бір күнде. Есапла 3 күн болады.
Бүгін 1 күн ба сонда?
3
күн көресің ба, бля.
3 күн амиясын. Лоббиға кірді о адам балаларың.
Анақта шешесің мажордың турнирін 1,5 ай көріп атып қой.
Қайсы мажор?
CSGO-да. Үлкен турнир болады да, қазір мажор деген да. 1,5 айдан бері көріп атып қой, бля.
Не бәле, таусылмай ма?
Андай ғой, короче, этаптан басталады да. Басында ана слабый командаларын еттіңер.
Омынау анасы сүйген ноябрьден бері отырған жер нау. Кім көріп отыр? Бастан аяқ. Групповой этап. Енді келдік финалға шешесі. Ол топ шашын бұлып қойды ғой. Ал чо там? 5 секунд санап тұрып па? Не олды? Лоббиде отыр ғой балалар. Қараң, бастанды уже.
Экраларды сыпырып
О, матқа тулика ма? Неге форма киемеген нақасындағы серияда?
Похуй ғой ананас.
Like the boys are saying, it's 45% of the lobby.
Dok, top, yani üçüncüsü koyuyor tanımıyorum. Ne ekiyor sadece
I think that
slightly struggles in a higher skill.
Go at home and spawn
or bully. Honestly, I think they are a bully team.
Go at.
But there was such potential there.
Go at Özbekistan komandası mı?
There is the chance for them to just strike out.
Орыс. Байрағы жоқ қой орын.
Which of the two
Kechagida anam Dubayga barganda edi. Сол жаққа барған кезде Арклет екен, O'zbekiston komandasi deb atadi u.
Qotam jibiradi, sigen Putin ham o'zbek. O 30 sekund.
Bringing Vampire into the mix, that is sure to
Sana
draw
da şey
blood
dedi.
if you try and step to the fight on it. Rondo is getting locked and loaded blank on our map feed right now. I am seeing the map, the lay of the land.
Напальчиктер жылтыраватыр ғой, брат. Сен қашан алсаң?
Crowd is getting ready to.
Ана sigen man, Naski'дің напальчигі да болады. Naski'дің несіне.
10 seconds away
Арық
till we
ойнай
start
ма
this.
бүгін дейді. Арық ойна алмайды, Арық үшіп кетті жеге, Арық. Арық проход қыла алмай қалды финалға. Финалға өте алмай қалды, ойнады, өте алмай қалды. Ал старт кетті, анаң тісігін. Ал анаң тісігін.
Süper var mı? Ana RKB miydi? Sonunda süper var mı?
Süper?
Bilmiyorum bir turnirde top eka algan edi o. Bir PTS'e жетпей қалған еді.
Regnum Karya ғой, сайылысылар. Сол?
Sayılır. Oynatır mı?
O da бар ғой финалда. Ойнап отыр ғой. Олар қамайды ғой. Ауа дейді, Низат ауа. Низат ауа.
Неге 2 слот тыққан болмаса финалға?
Финалға неге 2 слот? Қашан?
Кешегіде Арклетті томай ғой, топ 3-ті алды олар. Топ 3-ті алды.
Басыңды істет, қара, бірінші күні ойналды, 2. Топ 2 болды. Топ 7 болды ода, топ 7. Өте алмайған командаларға қайттан шанс берді. Сөйт, одан топ 4 болды. Топ 4-тен Арклет өте алмады. Сөйт, өте алмайғанын топ 2 проходтылық сетка түсті. Одан hem өте алмады. Көрдің бе? Шанс бере береді Pmgc'ді. Оны береді. О, апыға тасаса да қара. Топ кетті. Тоққа сенемен ғой мен шешесізген сікіп тастаса да. Апыға айырады бар ма? Сеніп тұрпа мен. Азиз, не деп ойлайсың? Юшпайды уже. Ой, бөля, вампирла кетті ау караме. Ерде 3 команда бар.
Бak короче, Regnum Karya мен Vampire. Сол екеуі отады деп тұқпақ.
Vampire тішіп қояды ау, қара. Сият деп тұрпан, бірақ спотты жақсы сайлаған, көрдің бе олар? Адам жоқ жерлерден басын істетіп.
Бұрынғы спотлар ғой ол?
Қайттан өзгерткен деп ойлап тұрпан.
Бұрынғы спотлар.
Смелі шанс бар олардың, короче, Рондодан басқасында.
Ебать, қанша не қыпыры? 4 команда.
Қайсы стат дейсің?
Вампир өлді.
Бля, бейтіне кіріп атып тастаса да есіп. Ой, хорош. Вампир.
Жаңа қайған ағаң ғой.
Аспан что бомба.
Бля, қара ұйжы қосылып атыр, көрдіңіз ба? Еба, ана сіге.
Қайны қуатна.
Ұйжы қосылып қызы, періп тастап атыр ғой. Апығылар елі файт қоятыр. Апыға Regnum Karya бар. 3 командадан. Пиздец андай фармға түсетті барың бар ма? Бля, репус. Көт қылдың репус. Жағылы өл. Бұлардың Зиолы бар ғой, Зиолы мен топы бар. Неде? Доққа поқы фарм тете береді, жетті тұрып. Бля, доқ көтіне тықпаш. Хил. 2 минус бере аласың, доқ. Бля, бере алады бар ма? Сенем бе? Ау, қот тақпас. Енді жасайды бар ма? Көтін тігіп жасайды анасы.
Рефус кетті.
Рефус қашың өліп кетті? Қашың өліп кетті Рефус. Аудлау өткеріп көрінсе, қана пабықтың өзінің стримін көрің, аудлау өткеріп. Біздің стримді көрмей. Көре бер яш.
Көрмеймен мен тұрар стрим.
With basically no, I don't
Alter ego.
emotions.
Met.
They were not nervous at all. Not a single shake in those hands. Not a single quiver on
Yeri
those lips.
işliyor
It
ama
was
yeri alıp sürüyor.
incredible.
Managan poxuy anasını bir öz jere veremeden.
The Flash, it's such a standout
Ha, o'lgan deb
performance.
Еще
Bravo.
kep buna, еще kep buna. Lemon ketip atır. Skip berip atır.
Çıkıp aldı iyi bak.
İyi. Hey hey hey.
Ay oradan
Hey.
oradan at.
Hey yak yak yak. Ay ahval ağır ahval. Yak. To'xtab qoldan, stop qol, stop qol, stop qol.
Orada. Lemon öldü.
Yak yak yak. Yurpayt. Danun nах, roş.
Really good crack there, but will be taken down. Rosemary able to win the challenge on that one. Alter Ego happy to purloin the point. Team Flash though, look at a try and challenge and keep.
Ya soncha vaqt berdi, doklar bilan nega uytib atsiz bilan, refus bilan deyish. Soncha aniyada beatbox aytib turgan kez.
David etti.
Nice. De bilan outlaw o'tkirmabman.
Mat Qirg'izistonniki mi? Shu Amjerga qo'ygan flagini.
Uy sürüp aldı.
Met bu Rossiyanka или Ukrainanka. Yeba. Doka ketdi.
Hayır çiğdi ona hayır.
Ya timit. Uy.
Aslında stop ya.
Ay tişi vardı Jora. Bala. İş bak. Dıkının taktikası nanday bolacakta, как будто hazır farm etip нормальный topqa dem jasab, нормальный atrif qaldırıp qo'yacakta birinchi kundan barma PTS jinab ne?
The action just does not stop here over on Rondo. Certainly not. I mean, this is what we were expecting more in Neox Factory, to be honest, Blank, but it seems like everyone has come to their senses on that fight, not going to be engaging with it. Instead, they're taking the fight to stage 2, as they're all moving in and trying to get in around Neox Factory, around the area south of it.
Alfa 7'den tur vermeydi.
Alpha 7.
Al. Poligon'a getever. Poligon.
On the north side and inside the next circle on that recall tower.
Duruyor David ya.
Control of the middle. Team Flash
Bir adam
really wanting to stay alive on this one win.
Şatırttan. Uy dağdı.
Of an Elin and we'll be able to
Nice.
put that one down. Carrillo clocks him out. Now there's one player left for Team Flash. Hopefully they can find themselves a recall. Tops moving.
Drix atın bilmeyi yatırdı yansam ekende. Atmasam ekende.
They played from Neox Factory winning.
Zverler o makaklar jinagan o glen barma. Endi pizes neytral bo'ladi anasiga.
Over at Pmgc.
Tam neytral bo'ladi. Glen zverler. Regnum Karya, Vampir, APG, Alter Ego, Alpha 7, Drix, Kara, D plus Kia var, anasını Tata degenler koyuyor.
Toptu zorlamadı mı? Ay ya.
Yukarıya.
Toptu zorlattı da top.
Hey! Oh!
Top is down though. In the second fight for APG, they also take a dip early. Regnum Kaya picking that point up.
Nega ekran birdenki bo'layotir? Или bu zona mı?
Ne o? O sonday zona vardı. APG jasaydı, endi 1 kilo vardık. APG jasaydı. Qaqdan kres qo'yadi. Bot нормальный split var APG'ning bot, четкий. Spotda ambalni var. Bля, zona beradi еще var. Nice. Pize split ustaydi deb turibman, gaz akkuratno APG akkuratno turadi. Splitda moshniy bo'lib. Artdan qara, Alter Ego kiradi. Met kiradi, so'rda нормальный farm bo'lsa, APG'ga. Sazoni. Ya? Aziz?
Oh.
Split'i нормальный ya, еще spotna berdi zonani. Split'i yaxshi emas-ku APG'ning. Qarang, ikki komanda kiradi-da baribir. Qaytsa-da alter ego mi met kiradi sezoni. Данный момент.
Oradan aldı.
Hammasi kuchli APG. APG hammasi kuchli deymi, ularga hisob olmaysan.
Da.
Way less eliminations across the board because these fights take a long time to conclude.
Killer ne oğlum bilmeye atır bu.
And they are not going to give you
Yok kardeş, men kardeş uyuya baren turar.
3 team fights.
Kelever.
We're at 21 elims right now in the game. Let's see if we can rack up a couple more. Because Krypton knocks out the spray downs from
Zaraman yarım saatler kaldı.
rolling successfully. Eren has to duck down behind as he can't connect the spray downs. Krypton not really in too much danger from the nades. The high ground from Goat as well makes Eren's life so tough, and that is going to be a back off.
Black Go attın hem split piton. Oh David hey.
Teams are going to start to have no real accessibility to the This is a bad for their game.
Kötüne tıktı Go attın kill. God, böyle mandraj.
Racking up 4 elims, they don't take a casualty.
Yol çekti. O çota.
There is one final option left, and that is to swing far down towards the south side. John, there is still.
Ziyol jakılagan ba ne? Ziyol ölmedi aytbakşı. Oynataveradi
Yol
Ziyol.
aldı. Ye, bayt 3 maç. 4 maç.
It's tough. It's real tough.
Lan orada koy ya. Fight katırmalar.
Ona stream kattı hemen de. Prikин.
Mat Tulika nok.
Yok, beni de katı kaldı.
Norm.
Mat Flivam nok. Bayt.
Bela Tulika.
That is going to be a little bit from Amori. He steps on a landmine, blasted sky high. Amori now with a challenge over
Bayt oradan
about Tulika, not bothered about getting that flush.
Bela flip.
Xavier to chime in on this central location. They have got the angles and the need to steal the flush into the pocket of R8, and they still want to maintain that top spot. Pusher.
Bela Ziyol yebat farm qo'yatır Ziyol. Pizdes farm qo'yatır Ziyol.
You've got Mad Bull starting to fall with Vampire moving in on the south with DX.
Ziyol kaçacak falan ne? Ey yebat.
Turduğunun biri vada uslar var ama bir zat qılıp bolsa da bo'ladi Ziyol'a. Bela tisi olmasa Alpha 7'ga atar artına. Bizis buter qavadaz bor.
Pusher biraz unuttu. Ben pusher. Yeş bayt artdan keldi. Ye bayt.
It's likely he's going to be leaving this one.
Artdan keldi.
Alpha 7 ham geldi artdan. Bela Alpha 7.
Dok gitti.
Ya rotatsiya. Ya Alpha 7.
Hayırlısı ye bayt. Hay dok gitti maden.
Skip beru gerek dok.
Diyor doktor zorlaydı. Şöyle bayt koydu. Pusher'ga ye bayt hayes. Ben adı
Not staying there. Of this circle, it wasn't likely there was going to be many teams playing here, to be honest with you, with the terrain that was in play. So I think for R8, their problem there was taking a fight in such an open area, right? That was their
Dok ketpeu gerek. Dokta нормальный позицияма dedin.
Dok grind'e batır şota, aylanı batır dok.
Ya Alpha 7 главный жауып алу керек қазір доклар алдын Alpha 7-ға бірден өтіп кетсе хуйняда қалады, полный хуйняда қалады.
Ебать көтеріп қойын, рестет қойын алады.
Oh, bela. Reset keldi o. Lemon deyin ketdi. Keldi o.
No ish.
Tulika qaytdan o, David көтті. Ой, кетті нахай.
Ешбайт. Пиздец фарм ұқтысат на R8.
Еще кетті на.
6 kill. Уже. Uy, ешбайт.
This is a little special trick shot, it seems, for
Ay.
splintering it out, but doesn't quite connect on the second. Just needs to hit one of these. I mean, they're so low. It's easy enough to do. A Murray with the double. For some reason, Mad Bulls decided they're going to offer even more points through to R8. R8 is only happy to oblige.
Ay oy.
Ya alter ego var Johan'da, alter ego var. Drazni atsa değil, Drazni atsa nar.
We don't want this threat on the off angle. Pusher is still very much
Met solnik kaldı.
four Mad Bulls, but could have an impact on this fight.
Metro
So
gerek
could Alpha
bu
7
cevap
and
tarzı.
the
Şüphet
Outpost
çevirdi.
on the south side. Lazarus for Vampire. Doc
Vay
trying to
dalbayı.
move the sidelines. We'll see if those third parties come into effect. The next circle's just about to pop.
Ya Alpha 7 alter ego qaraydi, alter ego Alpha 7 qaraydi.
Oh, Reapers.
Jolunu bir olur.
Oh, nice.
Siege does go down, top able to find that shutdown. Now just the one player for the two teams. Look at a hole. Amori on the corner.
Dok
The
basago.
best player on the roster. We'll see if he can live up to that tally. Pusher landing nades to the back line. Doc not stepping in just yet. Top now healed up, looking to move on through. The res is coming on in. Amori backs off, plays towards the shelves, plays towards the back of the warehouse here. A nade to thread on through, maybe land at the feet. Steps to the open door, wants the challenge. Calls him out, but backs back off immediately. He's given them the runaround. Has he been able to find it? Has he been able to hold the hold? No.
Ne jol
Alpha
ketdi.
7 kevadır.
First team to go out completely here,
Alpha
Black.
7 çekti tadır.
All right, Lee, but he get quite a few points for the back of that as well. Now Pusher does live.
Lan ben yeri ölmeyeyim.
First team to
Vay
fall
be.
here over on Rondo, down to 15 teams remaining at the moment. Alpha 7.
Oo, canı gitti.
Oy yibay. Oy yibay. Oy böyle.
But I've been saying that for quite a while. And he gets the first.
Oh!
And he gets the
Tamam
second.
kocaydı. Yo yo yibay.
Pusher on the
Apı
goal
gı.
frame, but a sliver of HP now, and it is going to be APG bearing down upon him.
Oo böyle
Pusher.
Oh,
Pusher.
Pusher with three against
Pusher.
APG. They cannot get in. The door is clutched.
Hey.
The clutch here for Pusher onto Skull.
Pusher.
The nade's cooking
Yıktı
already.
sadeydim.
The heel off two blank. The nade through, but it's
Yine
off target.
full jet gaz
Looking
yok,
for
orta
the
gol.
Skull.
Bürüş gitti,
No
bürüş.
idea what has happened.
Pusher almost.
Böyle Pusher yıktı da aleyküm selam.
Zol's cooking the nade
Olay,
from the
default.
distance. Pusher
Evet,
drops the
oluyor.
flashbang in hand, drop that stun grenade out, blind his target, and then he's swinging around the side here, John.
Çalışırsa tişip koyamam mı?
Ziol knows he's already sprayed. The nade on the inside doesn't connect. Pusher has to hop back in now. Ziol wants the challenge on the inside.
Hey,
On the corpses of his
Ziol.
teammates. Look at a challenge. 8 rounds now.
Хорош,
Still in the
Ziol.
chamber for Pusher. On the corner of the door frame.
Böyle şuymuş.
Vay, хорош, bля.
A fumble.
3100 verip gitti biraz zaten.
Which team have we got today? Answer me. We're not stopping now.
Almost a historic humiliation there.
Reski bastı ona o
versus the Mad Bulls.
Resti tüyü prema
Yeah, I
ardından
mean,
zorlap
grab that
tasaydı
ball
da
by the
Alpha
horns
7.
if you want to take it down, and APG was so hesitant with the way they played it, may as well have
Hı,
whipped that
Böyle
ball
sonra
right there.
Jibadro. Ay
They invited that ball to
gittin o.
charge.
Apagı
Right
jol
now, with
gitti.
Pedro up on high.
Hmm, 5 kill var.
I think I'm more looking over towards Rectum Kaya. They did get the circle shifting away from
Black
that
Clutch
APG
olsa
now
da
as
iyi
well,
bayat
because
avroyu
they were
töglediler
from that
ona.
position. But yeah, the circle shifted
3000
back
verip
over
gitti sonda da.
towards Kaya. They had a very nice central position.
Yeah, boy. Pazar Jessica berdi bırak. Pusher'in prime bot duras.
Another chance into this match.
Pusher prime.
God killer yeridir toya bayana.
Team they haven't come into conflict with for a little bit, Blank.
Zahar
They've been a little
kill farmit edecek mi pidaraz? Zahar da var.
Bala alter ego, Regnum Karya, Karalarda bir nogu var.
teams sit above them as well, that high ground.
Oh no killer yangılday.
Over this sort of area. Does he get a choke?
PJ oturan o tabii ki bile.
He's looking for Ultra
Biröğüne
Rico.
nok bir almaya otur
No
bağlanır.
one's taken shots at him just yet. Does have the backup on this
Bile
side.
bakana bir nostalji tabi kaldı o.
This is why he can be so bold with these people.
Aslında iyi fight
Normally,
fight
you
vardı
just
buna.
can't do this.
I mean, such a funny position to see all these players in.
Bam.
Drop in the old emergency flares on the head as well. Love to
Oh,
see it.
flare.
Sakura.
Yeah,
Back in
David
the-
tadı yendi.
Usually we like to see
Yendi
Sakura
David
up
bir
on these
başlamadı.
pillars, but this time around he's taking the fight over towards Kara. Rosemary hits the deck.
no,
Killers
bu
happy.
faya degendir. PJ
Pick up
kaya
that
oturuyor.
first elim for himself. And a real troublesome target at the top of this hilltop.
Krem bas
If you
para
can
da
call it
okuyayım.
Öyle.
Bir şey girdi.
Yeah, bunlar a'lar oturuyor. Hayır, yok çünkü.
No jarıldı. Ağır jağına gidip kaldı. Ye bay.
Ay tişi vardın poligon. Poligon.
Hep ses gaz no. Tamam, kutap.
Krypton and Alva for Alter Ego, 2 players remaining. Victor
Barat qaytib keladi, Barat qaytib keladi. Ебать, чар. Чауз берди.
Bula tıkpsada vampirlerin normalni.
O hayatta odan köp bolmasa bile.
Regnum'un bazarcısı.
Critical moment for the squad. Silas getting smoked out here. We'll try and pick him up, but it is sighting from Thunder Talk.
Toğuz.
You better sit down.
Normalni çete sağından beri jolup kete turan Arek degen koptek. Top burada. Normal ekan.
Looking to hold on the south, well, more than hold, they want to push forwards on the southeast edge, but
Qaraqalpaqsha bir squad.
plenty of teams trying to stop that right now. Killer. A little bit in the way. Less so with the knock seen to their south player here, CEO. Alpha 7 though, on the western side. Really difficult to get past on this ridge.
Wait down.
They do need an opener. And the CEO.
Bula karalar ne oyuncu olup tüsavadır.
A lot of the teams who got stuck in early blank are down.
Oynamayadır karaların aldığında ed. Davis oynayıp tüsavadır edi o vaxtında.
Böyle Cenevre ülkedir, Cenevre fuka ебать tava. Killer.
You've played the long game here. You are wanting a top 5 off the back of this game, and I think it's very likely DXAV is able to make that happen.
Killerine mandraj mı atırıp ya? Tavda turgu daxoya farm qılatın jere de ja.
Olacak bir şey o.
Razmen bolu gerek ko, nizat çok bu da var. Falcon tişi vardı. Ya Falcon'da mı Slavilas koyan be? Ci.
O CSGO'da da soğut dalbayıplar. Kötü ağırlar. Keşe apros bolganda 1200 be 1300 adam Falcon qanday qilma bilan chiqqan chuqur. Savxada tushadi.
Ебать, на düştü hayır.
Kara.
Ебать.
Oy bu. Jasayı veretken ha, anası sigen Sonic degen.
Sonana dıkığa verdi be. Ortasında o dıkı.
Normali pozisyamасы dıkın bu ter qalada. Qaytsa da fulka bolsa da. RCB'nin ucu 8 kill.
Probably has a vehicle up top that he can just send down, but yeah, for Tony K, this is an aggressive push.
Killer.
Punish soon. He's only got 9 ammo though. He's waiting. He can't take this is the big issue. He's waiting. Players start to take damage. Yeah, doesn't have any nades, doesn't really have anything. Okay, that is hopeful, mate.
Bilgenin qıldı onu, bilgenin qılıbadır killer.
Okay, down you come. Time for you to get back.
Yebay! Ne hayallerge otqa. Yani Regnum'un pizes kelip atıra bırak. Regnum pizes. Oy. Ay bile Silas ketdi.
Atpayman o, killer degen.
Oğuzu ekan prikin.
O qota sayga men jurib bile. Oy qota 3x sayga. Pizes qilib. Legenda. Adamlar TikTok'a ketadi o premierlar. Bile.
Yebat vampir alıp ketdi prikin. Regnum kare birovi qaldı. Daka jaup ket aytdim o, daka jauladi. Daka bu terda qaladi azir dedim. Jaup ketdi, aytaman degen iş. Aytdim, center zona ele bagan men qiyinda bir krayt ustamasang barma, bu ter degen jan jagынан qisib saytda har komanda kep. Anaqdan keladi. Sonic bolsa da baribir minus berib ketadi sizlarga. Qisib sayda qotag'am qilolmaysan hissat.
is struggling.
No, birinchi
To be
kartdan
quite
o
frank with you, like,
Alfa 7 degenler
their
alатын шығар.
escape from this location is not
Çok
easy.
normal
It's
yok
very
bro.
open. They can't really peek anything too much at the moment either.
The
The
Rex
spot
ile
right
Alpha
now from
7
Thunder Talk is looking lovely. I mean, they've covered off really the
Karakter
only
var.
difficult angle
Kazan
for
oldu
themselves
bro.
on this left-hand side of your screen.
Katıldığın
Obviously, they want
komanda
to get
oyunu
further
var.
in. DX Xavier is the
Kazı
prime
sıkıntı komanda var.
suspect for a chicken dinner here.
Absolutely. Money's on them. And let's see if someone can change the
Herhangi Miramar'da yaratmadı.
the rookies. The new bloods.
O anası gen padark emas hech kim bu yerda.
Already. I mean, they were saying on the desk.
Ashibkisini ustavotib. Da bo'ldi.
I think that's what Max was saying, that they are the rookie team of the year right now for him.
Maybe rookie team of all time if they're able to get the Pmgc title.
Yeah, if they're able to do that. I think
Bilen
that'd be-
onlardan 0 kill. Napılı degende.
How can you do
Onlarda
better?
1 kill
Yeah,
dek.
that's going to help the arena though. That shift.
Direkt
That will help.
tıxama.
It's the removal.
Alterga bari jolib ketdi. Direkt qoldik.
Luckily,
Normal komandalardan.
does keep them safe for a little bit longer. So now teams will have to venture
Alfa
into
7'de var o.
the arena jungle.
Quad birgen yeli fulka ekan.
Ooh. Go team trying to take
Oh,
shots at
billahi.
Rex, getting it back.
Esengen abroyun düşürmemiz değil o.
Around, trying to force them on the peak. QXC putting pressure uphill. Killer Joe gets the heal off. Look at the tick up of those
Which
meds.
commander?
He's down and out
Hey.
now. Needs to back off of his team. Needs to cover there. Maybe invest a smoke or two, but he's knocked, flushed. And Goat Team, do you really want to re-engage this now?
Oh,
I
bled,
don't
ona
think
bir
so.
yerde.
They are going to fall back.
Nağara.
Give
Üç
ground
komanda
to
veriyor.
TRX now have the
Güzel
numbers
işte.
advantage, but neither team is in, and now the zone starts to close. Where do you go? Because DX Xavier holds such a great position. Oh, Thunder Talk, they go for the rollout. A 1-forward on the trade. Hold
Bilen
down
killer'in
behind.
oturan
The
var.
dugout's here, and
İyi
Team
de
Flash
ha.
trying to hold their nerve.
Böyle.
Just cannot do it. In the face of
Bitne
the
girip ketdi
PDL,
nor.
they are swept aside.
That is such a classic
bırak,
Thunder
kötü
Talk
ağır
thing to
vuruyor
do.
item var.
They play
Rez
the
gerek
game
pa
so
bitne
methodically,
bas
and all of a
degende
sudden
zona
they're
gerek
ready
pa
to
pozitsiya
rush you.
gerek pa
They
bitne basasan
absolutely
tek.
will go for it.
Ilashsizdan. Qalanib o'lganda ona bitne basib o'ladi bor.
Kraken still alive.
Riskdan.
Goat tails were turned and they ran.
Jolib ketdi ana.
DX
Buraylarda.
Xavier maybe a little bit of a threat sent towards their way. Kraken has a little bit of time still up at the high ground, but no, he's seen. He's going
Nice.
for the blue. Tried to
Goatlar
deny.
öyle
Not
etmişler
to
ki.
be arena want that
Zona
point,
kızıklar.
mate. That's going on their tallies. Goodness me. We're divvying
Böyle
up a lot of
nefret
points here.
edegenleri
Like, going on.
atladı.
Polnuy suita o'tir
This
nepti.
Rondo
Gol
game,
İyi.
but
gelmişti be.
still, those 10 points to kick off Pmgc would be
Nefret
tasty.
edegenler.
Alpha 7. They
Bazı
want to
var.
make it happen.
There's going to be some big competition.
O Alpha 7
either way
ketib
off
atir.
this game. Start off with 8 elims right now for
Türkler
Alpha
de
7.
jolib. Türkler mi?
Looking
Alpha
to
7 havada
take on
topurdu.
From that fearsome team that demands respect from the rest of the lobby.
Goat'ta jol.
I think
Bir adam
Koremiz
kaldı
is
Goat'ta.
a wonderful addition to the
Jol
squad.
ketdi Goat.
Goat.
Really has had his big moments. Undoubtedly, you know, even if they win, he's
Onlar da
probably going to
oldu.
be leaving the team after this, which will
Kötü
make me
degenler.
sad, but it will not make me surprised.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm
Only
doing
time
reverse
will tell.
psychology right now.
Yeah, okay, absolutely.
Ha,
yeah.
görmeyin.
They're never going to stick
Şey
together.
koşuyorum.
No, can't happen. But right now, they definitely need to stick together as best they can. For Alpha 7, this next push is do or die at top 3 on this fight. They've already had a good game, though. Every single team now has had a good game, except for DX Xavier on the points tallies.
Would you call it do or die?
In terms of getting this game, I mean, not for their tournament. Not for their tournament, mate. Just this game.
I mean,
Come on.
look, man, if they do it, they do it. If they die, they die.
Ne topika detsang xlebalnigiga ketетін жерде
You
оны.
don't, you don't.
You're not
Historic,
wrong.
ne?
You're not wrong, John.
I will
Let's
say
see how DX Xavier handle this, though, because it's a fight on two fronts. And I think that's hard. At any fight that DX Xavier takes, the other team is going to try and take advantage. This is always the difficulty when you are the
Ay,
second
Alpha
team
7
and
aladi
you
o.
keep it open, is that you are always going to incur the wrath of the
Kraydan
third
jol
party.
keladi gaz King Proc'tan talasatda zona 3 komanda.
Both directions, they need to hit the 180 on both these squads.
Alpha 7 though very lacking on utility there, Blank.
King
They have
Proc,
some smoke,
no, Last
maybe a
Proc,
little
Last
more
Proc
smoke
bunu.
in the back pocket, but DX Xavier have got quite a lot of utility themselves. It's going to be difficult to roll up onto them. Sure, they need to land this 1-2 punch, but E-Arena are going to be funneled towards them. There's not too many approach routes that they can take, but Alpha 7
Bırak
just
Alfa
immediately
7'ler
shred
final
through
kalma mümkün ama tümende komanda var o. Qaysi AI degen mi?
to play
Tamam.
a fully linear fight. Sure,
Var
they'll be in
top
the middle of the
koymak
line,
yok tövbe
but as soon as E-Arena have to
Alpha
shift
7'ler.
over to that north side, I think that's going to line them up nicely in nade range.
Alpha 7 havada.
To 29 minutes we're coming up on right now. Very long game here for Rondo as well.
Tıqap ketse de bo'ladi, biroq 50-50.
Again, to be honest with you, we always say this is a bit of a springboard, a bit of a trampoline.
Birinchi tömendegiler javob etdi oluşu mümkün. Hatta tömendegiler şart keyin.
Aytdim o last broke no.
Getting that done early is lovely. 10 nades right now for E-Arena. When are we going to start throwing them?
Tömendegiler şart birinchi bo'lib. Ana chiqib o'tirasiz. Qara fight qilyapti. Alpha 7 3 qo'satni orqa.
But immediately, I mean, that's what I was so worried about. They tried to get the smoke cover there, but it's just not going to happen.
Voy, bir xleballik.
By Alpha 7. Alpha 7 may choose this to be go time because they know they've done damage. They know they've slowed E-Arena's roll. They won't have the sightlines. Revel looks for the pickup. That could have been
Oyunun da olsun.
That would have definitely sent them down the hill. But Alpha 7 going to have to play a little bit slower.
Hello.
Xavier needs up top. Oh, so close. Not quite going the distance though. And Alpha 7 stay as 4. Honestly, at the moment, E-Arena needs to start taking knocks and flushes. At the moment, they aren't able to get their players back up again. For DXavier, that's bad news. Mafioso going down. He's lovely.
Yeah, but farm oluyor no.
No less.
Uy, nice.
Points, they'll try and take them. 2 players now remaining for E-Arena in the need uphill from DXavier. Carrillo and Revo now.
Ay, dıqı.
Standing up top, but Alpha 7 go down to a volley of fire. And DXavier stand tall. They will survive in the middle. Mario the last to go, and the bullets are whizzing over his head. Levi's now spreads on out.
Ay,
are not done just yet.
Ay, dıqap ketken.
Could cause problems, but with 4 players alive
Pazar
on the
Jessica.
DXavier roster.
Ay, dıqı.
DXavier. They kick it off with our first chicken dinner. Spider Bite at the beginning of the game here, the beginning of the tournament. Incredible stuff from DXavier. Again, a team that's very controlling when it comes through to those late games. A really outstanding performance. Again, I do think that E-Arena makes a slight mistake there. Is that what they should have done is started throwing nades over towards DXavier. You got to hope for that initial knock, but then Alpha 7 to try and get some presence in there. I think for them to try and wrap on Alpha 7 was really over-aggressive. I'm not really sure, honestly. I don't think that was the right play though.
Bilen ne şekil qilgan ekan bular?
I'll tell you what was the right play. DXavier having a really strong spot in the middle. You know, when all else fails, just get good positions. You know? What can you do? Either way, brilliant kickoff. DXavier with the first check of dinner. Let's head back to the desk.
Keskilim.
Dinner right off the rip here, man. They got that center position and they put it to really good road plateau position. They go there a little bit earlier compared to the rest of the lobby, and you know what? That plateau is great. To the east, it's low ground. To the west, it's high ground. All the teams kind of fighting over the ridge, so they stay alive until the very bitter end of that game. And those smokes, Seven. Those smokes to clear their back, make sure E-Arena can't backstab you while you're pushing onto Alpha 7. Now that is perfect usage of smokes in that scenario. It really is. I'm just impressed with DX timing right here. They waited for the right moment. They saw that they were actually Alpha 7 was taking a fight with E-Arena. Noticed that right away and just moved out. What it looked like to be, honestly, an easy win for DX, they made that win happen at the end. I mean, Levi's in particular, he's like, oh, I just eliminated all of Alpha 7 with my teammates, but I'm going to use Alpha 7's position as a launching point to eliminate all of E-Arena and secure the game. Every step of that finishing moment here from DXavier was so well executed. The IGLing, amazingly executed. And something to keep in mind too, look at the eliminations from this squad. What were we talking about at the beginning of the show? We're talking about some of those squads being able to get high eliminations. For this squad, they were in the position, honestly, that didn't allow them to get those eliminations, Max. They do end up there with just 8. Unfortunately, the road plateau mid-game, I think you are not able to get involved in those fights because of how the terrain works out. So I'm okay with them getting a low elimination game. They're like, it's all we fight now and maybe go out early, or we get in a position that we know we easily make it top 5, maybe even top 3, and we can even compete for that chicken dinner, which in this case it works out. And because they get the win, it kind of offsets the low elimination match here on Rondo. Yeah, speaking of fight timing, right? Alpha 7. Those guys, I kid you not, they had so many opportunities to take an easy third party, but they just sat so stealthy.
Ne köprüçülük kıldım bile hemen. Yendi geldim digi.
First and main one has to be obscure. Not playing in this round though. He's actually Mafioso for the
Orunda gördünüz mü? Ami yuvadır.
This first game, Mafioso steps in, even though he doesn't end up with a lot. He was doing everything right that we've seen out of Mafioso.
Şaştıkın ami gitmez.
Set up those plays for the team and going back. I want to mention the fight that was happening between
Seni
and then APG
Pmgc
third
diyor.
party in that fight.
Evet.
Alpha 7 could have maybe overlooked Max and see if they could maybe get a cheeky elimination. No, they were fully focused on their game, and this is a completely different team for Alpha 7. We're used to seeing that team be a little bit more aggressive, even if it's from far away, trying to get those eliminations.
A Brazilian team not playing aggressive? Excuse me? What's going
Ya
on? Like,
Ali
really, they saw that
bir
fight
saatlik
talking
eleme,
about
ilk saatlik eleme.
you had APG. But it's not really worth it. Let's prioritize
You play
position
them, though.
instead. And you know what? That position gets them in the podium position of this match. I love how passive they were.
Right.
It's weird to see on the Rondo game. I
Ne?
do have to admit that. But I think that
Biraz biraz
was
bu vakit.
continuously moving away from them. They played it beautifully, and this is the Alpha 7.
Uyg'onda komplik böyle
Some more passive finishes to make sure they have that podium going their way.
apaga tishi var de bile.
Thinking about maybe going for a fight with E Arena towards the southeast just to clear that sound.
Mening sha'nimda mening sha'nima daq tushirdi Alfas. Apaga. Qo'chishna monitor bormi? Men o'ylaganday monitor olib turgan yo'q ne. Еще вебка Gandonskiy webka olib tur. Deb oyoqni qo'yib o'tiraverib. Pok'y emasmi?
Bilan turli kanatdan
Ne qat deydi?
Qaddarishlar 15 bomba.
Yo'q. Pok'y emasmi?
If there's a solo, it's possibly a recall strat. Let's try and get him before he pulls off the recall.
Mening jatgan yerim ko'rinsizmi? Amiyib atirgan asiga. Mal bo'lib jotaman u shekda.
Topic here. Goat team.
Ko'rpa chaqlab jatazamadan ne?
Good strat.
Oh.
But underlooted as hell.
Anda.
He had barely any
Ko'rpadan sikib qo'yma, qo'taq bassalar masal bilan.
emergency cover flare players below it. Not work out too often, so if you want to send a play up there, Seven, just move the hell out of the
Bilan ana appak ne?
Ana qaysi appak? Men ne kibirchilik qildim bilay, men ne kibirga sharpsiz. Gandonlar deyish hazil.
Great positioning, great awareness for GOAT team. They did that 3-1 split wonderfully. Something that you ended up mentioning during that match is that they did have GOAT, that killer, pretty much on the top.
Pok'y emasmi? Qaytib tursa da saqalak, qo'taq. Sato. Erkak odamning gordosti bo'lsa. O saqal dinde aytilganda saqal deb ne kim? Ne deb ne? Sünnet deb ne? Sen sonda mening qo'ygandan sünnetimdi sen o'zingning jag'i tashag'ingning junimen ne qilyapsan qo'y? Sen gunohkor bandaysan, sen gunohkor bandaysan. Ahmaq. Ne deyapsan sonda?
Taxavereyim bu ata.
Ber.
Bilana qilgan qilig'ini qara.
Kaptensin nasıl yakırsa?
But overall,
Yes,
surprising
Pachka.
RA. And one thing that actually surprised me was we continue to see the aggressiveness. That firepower that we saw
Yes,
out of
Pach.
RA in the gauntlet is still there. They were trying to place their voice, but they end up with
Trar
the
yalamana
elimination.
yok.
Mori in that fight was
Ekonos be o.
grenades. He's able to really claim so much space in that particular compound versus the team of
Apasini sigin na ko'rinmaganlar garosh na komandlar sikib o'tirdi. 5 pitespen chiqqan APga bo'lgan.
taking an L this game, but not only just
Ne o 5 pites sigin.
Bırakıdan derede.
that is revenge.
100 kelem.
Oh man, I was so
Nasıl
sad.
oynadın da?
Ha kelem mi?
Get it, right? I mean, zone 4, that circle shifts
Yek
up to
paçka
the north.
kelek,
Magnum
paçka
Carrier
kelek.
Давай,
was
давай.
in the circle, but with that hard shift,
Ekonos
they
beymi?
go and take that northern position, but they
Bak,
end
Korik,
up with
ondan
that
sonra
fight where
çekiyor.
D-Boys end up taking him out. Actually,
Aming chiqadi, real aytaman, aming chiqadi.
But we want to. And it's actually a really good idea when you think about it, because the circle is not always going to go your way. At least it's very rare to see that happen. Like, we'll take the fight versus D plus Kia early, and if you win it, guess what? The chances of us getting third party are infinitely low. In that case, they did not get third party until the circle shifted away.
And for Reg, not just that, finishing that fight and then pushing up to ult, I think the awareness out of Magnum Carrier right there was, okay, more than likely, if we delay this fight, it's going to end up happening at some point. And you were talking about earlier, Max,
Qo'ng'iratda.
Securing that MVP. DX Levi's right there. 3 eliminations, 454. It might not seem like match because
Tanıyman men hozir men nöküsmen.
the longest time on that
Oh.
Qo'ng'iratda ne bor bir ko'tamirib telesib qo'yibman. Yerdan borib
Maybe, I'm just saying.
borib dizim bor.
Men onda izlatqa yo'qman ya. Astagfirullah.
98 30 meselesi qo'yib.
Astagfirullah.
Kola var mı?
Qo'ng'iratda kola bormi? Dalboyibsizlarmi?
Kola Pepsi.
Qo'ng'iratda kola sotmaydi. Qo'ng'iratda kola sotmagan. Короче, men tishib kelayin.
You would give that role to someone else, not someone who's been MVP a few times during the league stage. Very surprising to me.
You were talking about the rotation in that bracket north, is that correct?
Yeah, it was actually very
Dolphin
nice.
var.
I know what was happening there from Mapples, but they could have played Edge, but Mapples struck me as a very Edge. Send it onto RA,
Sigvatse.
that was what happened.
Azgı yoplar.
Alo.
Dalboyib.
But then they got a recall and then they went back for that spot because they still had some of the players there. I wish they would have been
Yigin çıkartan yarım saatten yediğim o yigin çıkartan.
ultimately ended up winning that.
Kızdı.
Yarım saat yemek var. Böyle yarım saat bana.
They had a really good option here to do in that game, and I think they had a really good top 3 finish.
Yarım saat bana tabir oynamışlar o böyle.
Just how Rondo played out here definitely didn't like go as expected, but
Nasıl atamıyoruz
making some good points there towards the end, right? Now, as we go and look a little bit further down the line, right? We got that southern shift towards the end of the game. Alpha 7 taking out DRX was a really good finish from them.
Nos atamıyoruz o.
Right? When they had the opportunity to push right? They didn't do it. And I think that really
What?
paid off for Big Seven.
For on Alpha 7 all the way
First
back.
oyuna satılmayacağım bu.
Kim men ba?
Earlier in regards to that team.
Ataman prosno Ekonosbay bir anday bir basingda o'tib yurmaydi-da, kayfiyat o'rtasida.
Was the next later part of the game, and this is why you were so surprised too, Max, because you were saying a Brazilian team not wanting to be aggressive. What's going on here now? If we actually switch focus here from the Rondo, I want to go into Erangel because I'm getting some surprises. We've been talking about.
Bala kaybetçi verin o.
Maybe Vampire. What's going to be happening with Ringnam Karya when we end up going to Miramar? But do we think we might see any hot drops? I can't think of any at the top of my head, Max.
From what I've seen, Erangel should be pretty chill.
Yep.
Right? Shouldn't have a like the only.
Xotağım Telegram abonent etdi atırma.
Erangel itself. If a hot drop happens, this is completely unheard of.
Hey, look at this on the screen. No Mafioso currently there sitting down. They're going to be switching it out. I wonder if that's something that's going to be working for Alpha 7. In the past, we have seen some of those squads, you know what, utilizing that 5th player to one match. It hasn't worked out wonders in the past. So far, it worked out on that one for Alpha 7. Ends up with 9 eliminations, and now they go to Erangel, and they go back to their core squad from the Pmgc League.
I actually like it if you have a 4-man that's a map-specific 4-man, right?
Yeah.
You're the Rondo specialist, Mafioso, you want to play a different playstyle. Maybe he's the one trying to go for the recall play if that is their strat. So you know what? If it worked out on Rondo, maybe they just keep doing that on Rondo until
Qo'ng'iratda var deyman, bor ekan Madman.
Just getting subbed out because they remove Sandhawk. Maybe that was his map, and now they're like, all right, Mafioso, we're gonna need you to lock in when it comes down to Rondo. If that's the case now.
Qo'ng'iratda ko'tem bor deysanmi? Men ya astagfirullah, men onda shug'ullanmayman.
Oğlum söylesip koydum o yani ben.
Ne qilay barib sikib beraymi bu o'rniga endi? Dalboyib.
Sen jahil. Jahil bo'lgansan.
Men savob qilajak. Savob bir boydaqni ne qilib savob qilajaksan sen?
It was a bit unfortunate on the western side of that rock, that stone pillar position.
All
these teams are just getting forced away by the Brazilians to make a decision. Do you go north? Do you go south?
Oh, nökste көп bu radyo
I believe they even get the full squad wiped onto Ultra Ego, which was great to see. But then the entirety of GOAT want to get involved. DRX are holding the southern eastern edge of the
Turardan sonra Qo'ng'iratda desen bo'ldi.
Men Qo'ng'iratda onda ne bar ekan bilmayman, onda siz aytgan jaman qizlar.
Give some props to Vampire. Was earlier in that match they did have a lot of great control towards the southwest of the if it would have gone their way, maybe we would have seen a little bit more of an aggressive or maybe a little bit more of a
Kvartira
soft fire.
menene
That's what I
kızlar
want to see
var
throughout
değil
this team,
o.
especially for the next two matches.
You know what, Vampire in the past, they've been a really strong Erangel team, and Hodges, that's what's coming up right now.
Well, you know they're excited. The crowd is hyped. Let's
Otağım ne? Adam görmüyordur. İşe adam otur.
now hitting match number 2. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to our
Karam
cast.
Instagram'a. Karaldaşlarım. Turar.
Tamam.
O Erengil basandı.
Let's get
Gitti.
into Erengel blank. A little bit
Soğan
colder of a
kırıklayayım.
drop than we were
Sözde bir
expecting
tağır
on
kanaldaşlarım.
Rondo,
Arbastı
but,
degen.
well,
Komtiga aytib bermang, просто webga qos deb ko'p odam so'ragan. Qosim amma chiqib atsa-da, menga po'xuy webga qosib o'tirib qo'ysin dedi.
head over to the grassy pastures with the plane in the skies once more. We are getting ready to rumble. A little bit west on the plane.
Tavba yapsan sen bag'ana chiqaman deding, chiqsang sigillarga dana sigin. Like basing deydi. Like basu kerak, вот именно like basu kerak. 25 like ne o?
Telegram'dan seks deyip tastayım ben.
Admining yo'q-ku, seks tastaydiday.
Ne otur? Tasavvur.
They'd only stop doing it when you make it.
Yani anların sürekli tastayım
Onlar gerek tavba yap. Tavba yapsam da az. Qara streamda 4 adam ko'rib o'tir, 4 adam ko'rib o'tsa, demak bu tartibli bo'lib o'tiruv degan. Tartibli bo'lib o'tiruv degan bola. Vallahi su apaga o'zini spotna tushsa, cho'tam degan spotna. Qara, zona ber. Ko'tim beraman, zonani apaga beradi. Ne naxuy, ko'rdingizmi? Men bilaman-ku shishisiga, skipsasada men bilaman-ku apaga beradi zonani naxuy. Apaga beradi.
Kasaya gömülüyor. Kasaya gömülüyor. Afogunu.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that one correct on.
Oh, bile. Kasaya oturamam var öyle.
He did, yeah. He really did. That's terrible news, though.
Tutumu ayı tadı apaga gitti.
No, I just talked about it.
Tuttuğunu sormak istedi o ayrı.
Definitely, potentially they head down towards Sosnovka now. But citing going down is terrible news for Concord.
Ya comeback qilib ketadi, apaga bir zat qilib tur. Ko'tni satib bo'lsa da aytur. Deyish.
Ayı degenler gittiler nega. Ne var hep nega gittiler ama.
İyi baytla mikrofon kumana satıldı sen bana.
Mengo. Dağla eslik durma.
Davbayotlar. Ey, am tural aytpang bizning streamda. Ko'ten tural aytpang. Men tartibli bolaman. Meni buzuga urinmang. Endi men eskertib qo'yapman-da, qara, aytib o'tirdi. Eskertib qo'yapman. Bolalar, tartibli, iymonli bola bo'laylik.
Turan men sana bir sürprizlayım ba.
Sonra damlar geldi.
Ne yapıyorsun? Sürpriz. Böyle.
Tom Haydi koyaman da kafın senin gözün böyle bir kriz yeme.
Dalmayım. Dalmayım katır. Ya Aziz. Geldin be. Geldin be Aziz.
Yeah, I think the issue is for
Aziz geldi az kelime.
O Aziz bence soruna kuruyor.
It's very rough.
Ay sıza da sıran o yukarısına giyin. Ayı degen.
The potential of having those two players go down immediately.
Oy ona dakika degen paçinki soru var.
Thunder Talk's still getting chased down right now as
Oy
Rigo
gitti.
look to
Tutamaya sağdır ayı.
find a shot there, but it is Rosemary. And Rosemary is very split from the rest of the team. I think Rosemary does get overexcited sometimes, but they can't let the tail wag the dog there, which is a lot of times what happens with Rosemary. I don't really like it too much. And the annoying thing is, he finds a lot of success out of those angles. He does find a lot of success. But there is definitely times where we've seen it, and it has been categorically the wrong decision.
Absolutely. I mean, rosemary is a seasoning, right? It's supposed to go with.
Oh no.
That's correct. That is
Kasıyorlar
very
ne?
It's not its own main course, you know? And maybe he needs to learn.
And it never will
Kuş
be.
görmüyordur ha.
But
Telefonda ağır
Salt, the pepper, and the
it's an elevator.
Oğlum jile seni döktüm onlar. İçerik var oğlum. Rosemary. Yıkma dedik içerik.
My concern with what Max was talking
Yıkma
about
dedik o içerik.
is Max, man,
Aziz bizning dostum geldi.
Oh yeah. What was that?
Aziz ben gay porno.
good Erangel team
Fransız.
in the past.
video alıyorum kral. Hazır ol.
Ne video aldı verin. Aziz mırt koyup jörgen bala.
But hopefully they're rocking the
Ayo.
whole party winning 14.
Отыршы şey ko'rib tur. Aziz ben validate o'tiramiz. Mening bir naushnikim бар да. Naushning barmi проводной? Shishis.
Qani, turg'ani. Webga açtı.
Webga ochib qo'yibman.
We ain't messing around. You know, you get your goodies on
Shishis sizga problem emas-ku naushnik degan.
Not Christmas Day for you. Happy holidays either way.
Nadan chiqmaydi-da o.
Loot here from PUBG Mobile.
Yevayt kazası. Burada dokuzlu kamera döşürüyor
Shu
var.
Qo'yib turing bo'ldi men azmi Aziz sog'inib qolma Aziz bilan so'rashib olsangiz ayb.
Rondo makes a lot of sense to me because he is very good when it comes to firepower. And I think on Rondo you take way more team fights than you do on any other map. And I think that, you know, elevating the chances for Mafioso to pop off there on Rondo whilst having that fallback option of like, well, we messed that fight up, but we can recall, we can go again. And there has been multiple moments in the past for Alpha 7 where Mafioso has gone for like 1v3s, 1v4s, and he's looked fantastic. But I do think Obscure is the correct choice to bring back for Erangel. He has a little bit more of a tactical mind to him, as we've seen, and has been a great addition to the squad.
Singing his praises mighty highly.
I think the guy's great. I think he's fantastic.
Well, fair enough. We'll see if he's got the chops for this match because they're right up on the north side for Alpha 7. Qaraqalpaqsha a little bit further south, but only just. They're out from Pmgc here. Mad Bull's taking shots, but not really connecting. It looks like they are. Yeah, they're just going to go and grab that buggy on the way.
You know,
Slow down, get that speed up.
Men büyütüygen asigen bo'lmasa Qirqada o'zimsin turlarimiz ko'rolmay qolamiz deb.
In the meantime, over on that bridge blank,
Petrar.
Aa, O'zbekiston Umar'ga ne yo'q?
Umar'ın dostu çıktı mı?
Ha?
Umar'ın dostu.
Angliyskida ko'ryapti.
Fight bo'ladi.
I don't think the value outweighs the risk on this one. You know, I mean, I love high value plays. I know I love go for them, but this one just feels so really do hate it. 10k getting knocked here out in the blue is unideal. That's from Alpha 7 getting a little revenge from that last match. Two potential finishes coming through for Alpha 7. 2 elims at the start of this game.
Alpha 7. Passada kill bu.
Mosta apıgız atıp da yeba tür. Ya apıgız baskısına vasar olmadı.
Ne o şekilde senin
Fight başlandı apıgız.
Leads on out there, and we'll leave Obscure with the goodies. But they still have to move south flank. They're still very far up to the north.
NC2
down
towards the south side, live on as a solo. We'll see how they go about it. For VPE, dropping over towards the coastal side. They would get one knock here, it'd be fantastic. Reveal the location. That is a nasty circle, man. God damn. Absolutely criminal.
Oh, Vampire have got a hovercraft there. Just look at that rotation starting. They've already actually managed to get Lazarus across to the south island, so they will be able to regroup onto his position if they can hold it. But this is going to be Alpha coming across. They're going to start to move into the west side. Thunder Talk, APG, Alter Ego, all of these teams are going to be there, and they need to move fast under pressure from Qaraqalpaqsha. Hovercraft, are they going to be able to connect enough? I don't think so.
Definitely some long shots, but what we do know is that hovercraft is slams straight into a vehicle, gives more opportunities for those shots to go through. This is where Ulf can start to find that value. The DP on the sidelines looks for the shots, won't quite line it up though.
Aldaylar stadium.
Levi's getting through, but will the rest of his team be so lucky? Because they're already sending on in. A lot of damage done. And DXavier, they're allowed entry.
Hello?
They're allowed to go through. Scarface, where are you?
Ay boy.
Those shots to land.
Oh my god, Ulf, pick up the phone, the walkie-talkie. It is
Wish
blurring
fight.
off in the distance. Finally they get one off the
APG аккуратно ойнап жатыр. APG вишнене. Спотында жүреді ал, спотының тауында. Вишн спотының тауында или мосттың аузына APG-ның деп кеп ұстап тұрғанын көрмедім ау. Атаго матчты жақсы оқиды да.
Nimble. Vicious, hopefully. Team Flash, this is on the east bridge.
Lovely
We hop very
shot.
quickly to the other side of the island. A lovely little shutdown and the roll down from Poser to follow it up.
Oy,
Team
oy,
having a little bit
şurada.
of trouble here. Kara giving them a run for their money. Coming in through last chance. Team Flash still have a lot to prove, but to be honest, there's really no stakes for them at the moment.
Böyle bir salып keteceğim bırak Aziz.
Is already a phenomenal
Biziz.
result for them. Seeing how far they can go. Back over to the
Uykunı peri be.
bridge. As DX
Uykunı peri. Anasını.
Very clean shot, some insanely clean shot. That is squeaky. Flip up topside now, but will not be able to get his teammates back up again. London looking mighty fine with that Abacam.
Very nice, very nice. They are still north of that river. Still north of that river. So tough moving into the next circle. here. Towards the center, you've got
Azmen
APG, who are
pavukasım
the host, the
anasını
West
Pmgc'ye
North.
dayanlandım.
And looking at
Ya
Vampire as
acıda
well, further out on
Koremiz
that,
çok kötü.
getting all 4 of their players across.
Yeah, I
Bir de bizim futbol mücadele
Regnum Gaia, there's like this weird moment for them right now where VPE leaves that glider behind, and it's a tantalizing prospect for Regnum Gaia. But also, why did VPE leave that for us? Why would vampires let us fly if not to take us down? This is a circle you do not see very often, and to see it here at Pmgc 2025 Grand Finals is a real treat. We could be ending up over towards the bridge. Nobody enjoys that circle.
I'm so sorry for talking about military circles at the start of the match. I am really just, I am so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
I feel like
Oh,
Bravo,
Aziz
Snake
Go.
bitti.
DRX right now on the north side, sorry to Ring of Kaya, sorry to
Oh
Team
shit.
Flash. It's just ruined their day.
Oturuyorum
Really.
kara sadece.
Kicking things off, it has been a
Değiş.
trudge through the mud to move on down towards this down
Bir
side.
juju öğretin
Not
futbol
going to
koyup durma.
get all for getting squeezed. DRX, are DRX going to be able to get across this bridge? I think they are, because Scarface really wasn't holding it.
DRX already had the anchor, right? They already set up. Scarface being
Ya Magi askinde gol veriyor da.
for them from DRX. He was the
Ya
only
oğlan.
one.
Bizi squad'ın.
Ne oldu sen?
Really good approach to them finding
Şakon kötülemişler adı biz. Legend aytpaymiz. Kapten zor stream ketip atır bırak bir narsa addushi betine qotagan işte. Именно bizning betga жақсы bet. Qotak qo'yiladi.
Okay, from up top, Aaron able to find one of DRX and Tops laid out the bait.
Aziz aytdım öyle olan.
Do well off
Huh?
get that point back under control.
Aziz aytdım öyle olan. Al.
To achieve getting towards Scarface, but Ketch
Aziz
don't.
mortыңдап келді. Ya Aziz stili qo'ygan birga.
But does Ketch know?
Андай стиль qo'ygan brazilskiy stil. Brazilskiy stil. Chaqal qo'yib o'tsanmi? Namoz o'qib o'tsanmi?
Might even get the res onto Scarface.
Yo'q, men yeli o'qimay yuribman.
Ketch is back up the stairs. He's back up the
Brongodan.
stairs.
Sen jürüyorsun.
Men gunohkor bende o'qigan.
Thunder Talk. They were trying to take
Sen bana ne diyorsun?
Uy spoy. O'tir.
Aaron slides straight on into the courtyard and Thunder Talk.
O jille.
Bular bularni bilmayman. Ultimate o'ynab yurgan komanda o'xshatdim.
Yeah, they got crunch between Ulf as
Ya
well as
Aziz
APG.
bizi Simon olsaydı.
Trying to take that
Hmm,
position. It was
follow.
very aggressive from Thunder Talk.
Hmm.
I like. I do like.
Good one, Aldo.
Well,
Vampire. Biladahın. Alfa 7.
there, right? Execution just a little bit poor on that side.
Apiga bu bir zat comeback qiladi deb turibman, barman o'sha safar.
They got all their players across. They got the
Ya
initial
Anderson
knock,
ne
and then
oldu?
Kai'Sa
Var
just
mı?
revealed himself
Eh.
for too long. They knew the
Aziz'e
angle was
bırakılan
well,
kıskış
but I
yapmayın
mean,
mı?
that was a little bit of a mistake there from Kai'Sa.
Böyle
potential misstep.
Aziz'in dауысы естілсін деп
Азиздин дауысы естілмей жатыр ма? Мен Азиздин дауысы естілу үшін азыр мен Logitech'in программасына кіріп болып тұрып шума подавление өшіруім керек. Посторонний звук естілмейді да. Ондай код әдеті бар. Бля, еще зона ойнады АПГ-ға. Бейшара Артур Морганға саулық әрекет етіп жатыр сақалы көзі. Гуат қоп. Навар топ бұрады дейсен бе? Я, мына ақтақа ма? Бағана не де ма?
Ебать на флиптің отырған қара, ё?
Умный деді.
Паук ойнамаған.
Қалай ойнаған?
Өзгеріп кетті паук.
Ойбай.
Сайгын ұрын
Ой, өліп қалды.
Амышып кетті сайгын. Сайгын ұрын көтіне тығып жіберді. Негіз бар ма мен микрофон алуым керек ке шешесі. Сайгын ұрын түсіріп тастады.
Бүгін маттың ойнайтын ниеті жоқ екен.
5 адам көріп отыр кәз, данный моменттан. 2 адам болып комментатор болып отырып бізбер. Андай неді оверлей істеп алуым керек кен, ана комментаторларға ұқсап не. 2 адамның түрлерін деп айырып көрседі. Ассалаумағалейкум, бүгін біздер шөлкемлестіріп жатырмыз түрлерді деп. Қарақалпақ тілінде шөлкемлестіріп. Комшинаттым ғой жорады.
Ена Улуфа деген кім бәк қатыр ғой, Улуфа?
Ма сатылдармен кімлер отыр, гәпләшіп отыр бер.
Соғай, сөйлеп отырың?
Дауыс естіп тұр. Деп ұстап отыр.
Сөйкетсі ма?
Going for the run. Yeah, just going completely down there. Not great. Wild now with a challenge and steps out for it. Good peek there. A 2-player peek onto the angle and Chips gets dunked. Unfortunately, though, there is an immediate response. And T-Plus here, while still on 2 players, will be able to flex out for it. Lit up from the sidelines, though, as DRX turn their attention back out to the bridge. The arena have been eliminated. We are all the way to the south. We're all the way to the northeast. We're going everywhere, Blank. We're checking out all the angles. Zare, they made their way in on a late rotation east.
Right behind Kara right now. Kara a little bit.
Sen kez going out right now.
Moment R8 sort of has that number a little bit. For Ulf, I am amazed at everything. Right, it is very impressive that they're able to slowly work their way back into a position that is holdable, that is playable. Very, very impressive stuff from Ulf here. Feels much more like the Ulf that we saw in the PMSL, who was dominant.
Алды Даркта ойнадық, білсеңіз Даркта ойнағанда Айр ойнадық. Мен құдайлығын айтайын, қайдан біреулер танымайды, біреулер танымайды. Айр ойнадық, сігіп қой ойнадық, Даркта ойнадық. Даркта ойнаған кез Питон ет, неше Қарақалпақ тур бар, соның бәрін сікіп шыққан кез. Сол кезде Азиз болды, Азиз деген игрок болды. Дарк Азиз, АПГ Крайзон ойнап отыр. ВСН Азиз, ВСН да ойнады, Вейжн Азиз. Dark Aziz болды. Кейін Deadly Aziz да болып ойнады. Кеп еді басса, біздердің кепіміз болды. Капитанымыз еді Aziz. Дог аптасқасы, музикше екінші дог, порн актер болды. Екінші догада музикше бар ма анасы. Нормальный питон капитан еді. Ағаш болса да айтыр атып кететін еді, алдында қисық атса да бір 3 адам теріп қоятын адам осы еді, музикше бар ма? Деп атып қойса да оғы тиеді да сол адам мана атып қоятын еді. Неге десең 2 сағат 3 сағат трен қоятын еді. Рас. Мақтағанда емес енді реально сондай қасымдағы Азиз деген игрок еді. Қойып кетті просто Pmg'дан кейін. Pmg ойнап резға алмай қалдық, енді бәріміз стилд болдық сол кезде. Біздер шығуымыз керек еді негізі Pmg'ға. Просто бір қотақ бастың кесіріне шыға алмай қалдық та. Менің кесірімнен дейміз. Азыл ғой, болды прикол. Короче, сондай болды. Сөйтіп Редек, сөйтіп Азиз Тилд болды. Aziz birovlar tilt qildi. Aziz bitti. Hazrat. Qarаш, prikol. Yanadagi Aziz emas bayaq, yanadagi Aziz emas, вообще u boshqa. Boshqa Aziz. Nigida Aziz.
Yanadagi Aziz.
Bad boy ma?
Mаған bir жазды ғой.
Kim bad boy?
Aziz.
Bad boy nes? Makaka ne makaka degan? Yana makaka.
Ol emas, boshqa.
That's relying on the
Aziz. Gapning qisqasi sonday yigitlar. Eydin naq.
Kötü yok mu?
A lot of fights at the moment.
Oni bizlarda
is a real big one. Solus is DC.
Oh no. That is bad news on the northern side. He is having
What? Normal skill olacak. Çıktık İtaklanda. Bir yerden 10 cisinde gidelim.
Scarface and Catch. Going to be playing now.
Verdin balası mı?
Solus, yeah, he gets knocked down by DRX.
That is so unfortunate.
Really unfortunate, especially in their position. They needed everyone at full force, but they still have two. They still have Scarface and Catch, and hopefully Scarface can pick it back up. A little bit lax on the bridge hold, but as you said before, they've got 8 elims already on this match. More could be said for most of our other teams. It was fairly flat on the points distribution over on Rondo, so that has helped them mightily in their points standings. Teams are going to try and pressure them out now, though, as DRX want a tad of revenge on this northern side.
Da, buyursa.
Would be fantastic.
Aytu, yepliyim sıkı auditoriyam. Problem emas. Trying
to get back into the mix of it, but Ulf is holding. Onside, Scarface looks to find more, but VPE will get the job done. 2 players down. DRX don't make the distance either. And Olorigo, we're all to play for at the moment on that northeast side, but can't count out APG on the high ground. Can't count out R8 in the wings.
Waiting for their moment to pounce, waiting for their moment to strike. Ulf, as you said before, they are down on this match. APG looking to try push up the hill, push a little bit closer. Kara still corralled into the corner compound there. No off angles really as R8 start to look to cross as well. It's going to be difficult for Win to do anything about and will go down. Eliminated. Only the 1 point in Team Flash. Not off to the best of starts. Our hopes, but still plenty more games to play. APG lighting up R8 on the crossing. Marth going down, going low. Immediately up there, but the flash has already gone through. And R8 a little bit too late to try and save Marth on that fight. Kara probably not so lucky here. The Xavier cooking some nades. They are only playing as 3 though, and that may be just about enough.
I mean, the hovercraft is the defense you need here, but they've left it so long to make this cross. And again, like I said before, this cross is disgustingly hard to make. Love this flex out coming through Malva though. This is really nice, actually. Looking towards buildings that he knows he can guard.
Потом, Альфа-7 тарихы рейд дегенде АПГ 17 жыланы жоқ па дедің бе?
Further out on the east, it's just not going to be possible, and the reses were going through there already.
O yele birinci günden sen nişe gün buladın öyle. Üç gün bulan ha? Yele koy bu.
They are trying to take this one down.
Yele nereye comeback buladın?
Even if you get the circle shift, Alter Ego, they're going to still try and challenge you out. But R8,
APG topları geçip direkt APG.
Böyle yaptın. Zor mu? Piton mu? Böyle yapa.
It was a good shot back coming through from R8 there. Keeps them at bay for the time being after they rolled out on that south side.
Top 4'lük boyunca, top 5'lik.
Meowlag, Tony K,
20 var bir tanesi boyunca.
3 players from VPE still trying to make it work on this western side who done very similar things to Ulf with great resilience in the area. APG not finding the amount of success they might have liked here on this game from the high ground.
Kazeni toprağında
Still a springboard to have a solid result here versus overlooking R8 right now, gathering intel.
R8 degenlerde normal atып koyup, kaya bayı toplağında adı.
A a response to R8 who are flexing out. They saw this one coming from a mile off, and Amori and Ida7 have to back off. They can't go for the rollout straight over the top, but Vampire might be able to backfill this. Take a lot of pressure.
Артынан келді ғой мыналар.
Жас қалай өзің апашты көрмадым мен. Чөткеймін, апашым мен.
لا تريد مكان وقت غير خاصة.
Atamıyorlar yok. Kırk kaldı onu. Bastı. Хорош. Сил.
And get a bit of a better position to play. So it was a lovely decision from APG to make that move.
DXAV's in the circle, don't worry. We're totally fine. We thought maybe not, but
Bir haftamında
oldu.
They are going to have a good time on this one. Likely a third place, guaranteed here for DXAvia and for Alter Ego. I think this could be.
Böyle pizza hayatı var. Onu bırakmak
I
zorunda değil.
think the only thing for Alter Ego is they hold this position, but they are on the low ground. Technically, VPE or APG could hold them out from the hilltop on that northwest side. It depends how quickly they're forced
Top
to
at
go
otur bir
ground.
yaktan. Hayır. Hani?
Admin bağında nok veretmeyen.
Давай топ. Давай топ.
On this
Tamam.
north side.
Patkat atacağım o.
Oy bu.
Really gonna decide who's
Atlan
gonna be
atış.
at the back against Alter Ego, as you said, to try and shut them out here. All right, a little bit diminished after their
Kurt durumunu desek.
chaotic flex out. We'll put it that way after a good response from APG, and likely that they're going to be going down as well. APG really reluctant to take the fight on the northern side. It looks like they might be
5-10 tane vay
towards R8.
10 hayat kan çok başlı.
Bela endi 8 oyuna atır. Bela paket.
Jumbo koyar. Jumbo koyar.
Properly with Amori as well as Prestige. Amori's going to hit those shots. That's an undeniable fact. This guy's a very good player. If you've given him opportunity, he will cause problems for you. Prestige makes the rollout, and there's the shot, as I was talking about it.
Oh, okay, Reefus does.
Vay vay na hayatım kanka. Yeah boy.
Into the buggy. Reefus actually turning around, leaving all the work up to top. Amori dodges
Right,
behind the
kid.
tree trunk and top, not quite connecting, gets a little bit done.
Yeah,
and there's the
both
off angle. Okay, R8 will be
Evet,
going down as Yol.
Ziyol analıp etken ekan.
APG a little bit slow now, but they have
Болды
to march
minus.
forward, and they
Хорош.
will be able to do so.
Хорош. APG.
With
Ya
R8 goals,
APG
8 kill tutsadı.
APG var.
Oh my god,
Да,
the
да.
top babysitter, he is back. It's top.
Asa игры бупа бірақ атпаса бірақ яқы ылгы бар екен APG'larda.
Sonra var ya?
Great
APG'da.
start for them.
Var ekan.
Great fight.
Yema.
Alter Ego, APG, DXA,
Хорош.
Zaten Zopeni полный atsa болады. Зопека 3 kill болып берді примерно. Қара флопен тұр почти. Ешқайсымен зор атпайды. Ол үшін де бұл.
Көрді. Ау қаласы қайттам.
nasty south shift.
Ол инфосы бар атастан.
Roadside with the middle. DXAvia cut out by this one. Alter Ego
Zona ayılara bir.
inside, so we'll see if they can hold their spots there, if they're going to want to try and flex out, get rid of DXAvia, push out to that west edge. Vampire. I mean, they have a sliver of terrain to be working with, and they are angling straight towards APG.
Yeah, VPE, they've got to come out. Right, the Vampires will have to approach the sun here. On the north
Bir
side,
pik,
and
bir pik.
Alpha Gaming, they've got a
Dokka bir
great
pik.
line
Давай.
on this one.
Давай.
Reefus is definitely keeping eyes on over towards the east
12
side.
tane var hala hanlarda bile. 12
Oy
12
bu
sayı.
işi hayatta olsa ne? İyi хорош. Fafe bir nok aldı Fafe.
41 bullets roughly to get this done. A little bit hard.
Ha bolt ko'taruvga berib.
Ha, ko'tarolmaydi.
Zona bezir
On this
otib
circle flank. The fight with DXAvia and Alter Ego.
Топтың ататқан қараса атасы. Үш оқтап не? Қықты қыды дедік.
Endi nok bo'lyapti ekan qara. Tag'ir nok ketkazib oladi.
Басады сөйтіп ойласаң басады.
600 damage off the
Oui,
back
oui.
row, and the nades pouring on forwards.
Yeah,
It
bam.
was very, very low, and Alter Ego want to lay more down, want to layer this one through. As another knock comes through for top. Nades land. DXAvia.
So'qay, yeah, bam.
Дақыларам кетecek. Қара шекінші nok болды.
Ne bo'ldi?
Басыр керек. Ой nok берді дақылға.
Too much further.
Bo'ldi, javob.
Towards the top side of the building.
Дақы меніз. Ебать мынау шу қая ашып кетір ма?
APG, they've got the setup.
Рефус ана неге ойнап кеткен диyor? Рефус.
Which is a bit awkward for them. They're starting to pour these
APG
nades
men
in
neler atsa da endi.
towards Alter Ego. They're locked into the building.
Polni bo'ldi, APG aldı.
Has to be concrete.
Çıkarmaydı mı енді
Not
олар?
solid on that side of things. He can't peek unless the team is taking shots alongside with him. If he goes down, their win potential goes down by a heck of a lot.
Ебать, нахуй келон.
Ye mana 90 hayatdan jerim qara. Ye boy. Ой, хорош.
A little bit clumsy on
И
Rondo,
лосой.
but not
Все
so here. They
лосой.
still have one more player to handle, and it might get messy.
Да естественно, он там поет. Мана. Ресурс деген еспеді, бля.
Ой, жиле.
Болды. Топ-бір.
A brilliant bounce back from their Rondo.
Ай, хорош.
First error goal.
Хорош. Мужик, топ-бірге шыққан смело. Нахуя келіп салам мына.
Brilliant shutdown. Getting rid of R8, as you say, moving out to that east side, leveraging their ridgeline.
Ағана бір 10 болса, бір қазір 35 болса, не норда.
They will not be able to get past that high ground position. APG close it down. Nice flex out, nice responses, good calls, a cohesive unit, and that is what you need to see from APG.
With the Xavier as well towards the center zone. I mean, they got themselves some more points, but can they keep this up? Considering the circle's not always going to be on your side. And even there, they weren't able to get themselves a chicken dinner. It all comes down to the gun skill at the end of it. Alter Ego looking fantastic, but it's APG with the win.
Kevsen.
Yo, это как шо?
Зайбал, тепе жоқ па? Бағана бер көріп отырмын. Сәл веб-камера кроватта тұрғанда.
Клоны тұрардың көтіне кіратқан. Токо газ деген.
Көтіне кіратқан жоқ. Көтіне кіратқан жоқ. Жапшы өзің, менің поддержкім. Менің подписчикілер, маған поддержка беріп жатыр. Жапшы өзің. Сөйлеме оларға қарсы. Көтіңді айырамаса тілі.
Только хорошо, сильно хаят отыру, ема.
Но, только газ деген каяны дөрініп аппараттың арасына кетеді қазір.
15 кем алды, 15 кем апты топ-1. Айттай!
35 птес болсанда, бірінші кәптің десе де?
10 птес болсанда қойып.
Оны меседі? Беседі?
Ой, мен қарасам бір түрлі мәне саған, апаш.
30 птес қалды енді, общий бәйді.
31 птес дей бар бұл арада, 30
камера, төменнен қарауытын да, төменнен қарауытын бір түрлі көріп атыр.
Топ-1-де қараш, апаға.
Азиз, блядь, не қылатыр анау, отыруын. Сөйлесіп отырса, жораңмен, сағымадың ба? Шақтасы отырды.
And I like they don't commit to the fight with all three.
Ой, о, Молия? Молия? Тардан ялатсың ба, Молия?
Selam aleyküm kardeşim.
12 дейді.
Finish, right? How did Xavier get across that bridge so
I don't know, they just gave a free pass over to Xavier. DRX did not even take a single shot, if I'm not mistaken. They're like, just go. Welcome to the
Geldiler, kım olsa oturuyor bizi.
Yok, Kevsen'in streamine. Bayram geldi. Nerede aslında?
Yo-mayo.
Nerede? Orası geldi. Bilen var, bu üstünde pro. Bir sordu.
Soğuk, burada bağlı geldi, var mı?
Back to your point about working with neighbors. Let's eliminate Kara, and then we can fight each other as we go over the rotations here. You know what? Drop a military.
Опа.
Ultra Ego both able to make in first and second place respectively. The circle very
Бля,
close to these two
ya.
squads.
And for
Uyanmayı
Ultra Ego,
oyna
right
ola.
off the bat, they ended up getting one of the
Kameranın
Hadi
uçup
ya.
çalatalı kadar.
was none other than C2. Looking right now at what's happening there within that western bridge. All deciding to do that 2-2 split. At one point, you were thinking
Oyun
too
gibi.
aggressive.
It was a little bit too
Yorma ya abi.
have the four
Apa
players
geçip
to make it
yok
back to the
etsin diye.
southern edge. You know what? I was scared they were going to be completely thrown out of this match early on because it was weakening their position.
Yep.
But the timing actually of that
Oy,
was
bre, öyle mi
well
geldi?
executed. But here you go, looking at this position, the hilltop compound from APG,
Right
the
there.
3-1 split here, Seven, getting the information while getting involved with 3 players in those fights against VPE, Ulf and DRX.
I absolutely love that graphic. I love the
Ah,
2-2
oğlum,
split
diyor
that we
ama,
just saw
bravo,
and as well,
komando diyor.
making sure that they sent Seal to the other side. 25 points for APG
Oy,
after
öyle.
this match. I know APG fans out there are going to be very happy because the docketing was happening, but to their favor.
Oh, that was looking good. You know what? I was wondering, going into the finals, are we going to get Gauntlet Alpha Gaming? Are we going to get Group Green
This is
Alpha
Group.
Gaming? This is Group Green Alpha
is
Gaming, and I am loving it. Keep it up, boys.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of Gauntlet, right? Ulf in particular, right? How do you feel that they performed here compared to the Gauntlet?
I think that bridge camp on the southern edge should have been maybe a little bit tighter, you know, on the hold, not allowing too many teams to push on by. Like Xavier, they got 1. I was like, you should at least get 2, if not maybe 3 on that.
Aynen
side.
o spites oldu o şey.
At least they have been compared to their gauntlet, where they started very slow, very passive, stepped up their aggression in the games, and they maintained that going into the finals here, Hodge. So Ulf, they've learned from their mistakes, and now they're improving significantly, and are doing so well already on that first game.
And as we're looking at the match ranking here, one thing that I gotta call out in a way has to be Regnum. They were just so passive for the longest time.
Maalesef söylememeliysinde paralelde bulay.
Some of the other teams that I mean, I think we saw them eliminated the last player from Mad Bulls, which was
Bu var, anda o.
last one alive, not taking shots on
Çerez,
Plus,
paralel
but
gara. Andadan kırıyan o. Nasıl ses koyup kampırın koyup. Onu nasıl
on
da?
them, pushing it to the top, pushing them to against D plus. I think it was, but yeah, no surprise here. Max.
Это да.
Yeah.
Atraki var da.
Do you know what that means, though? If Doc is MVP of the grand finals,
Mikrofon, no işte sana den paydı.
Unless
we did not write them.
Unless
ama-
I've been saying
ama
that for the
tabii
longest time.
yok,
Unless
yok,
we see this type of APG, that was a completely different type of APG that we've seen from the past. Making sure that Doc, whenever he
Oo,
goes by
ayağına
himself,
atıyordur
he's
bir
not
de sonra.
passive.
Durardın ayağına atıyor. Oo.
Pushes
Oy.
himself, never fight anything, and with that win, guess what? APG is currently sitting in first place.
Woo, what a way to make up for that rondo. My question is really this, though. If Doc does become MVP, do you think he could actually...
Zaten şansı düşüyor değil de.
Impossible.
Impossible.
I remember when Barney gave the trophy for at the end of
Dostlar
like,
istemiyordum ha.
another day in the office for Doc, and he's looking really strong. But yeah, APG in first place,
oldu
30
değil.
points. You know what? I don't want to make them too confident. So APG, you're bad, okay? No, I don't want to get them too
Oldu
confident
değil.
going into
You
this.
don't talk about APG, I'll stick with APG. Any of this squads right here. I mean, Alter Ego, I was mentioning in regards to the fight that they had there against CT and the rest of the squad. But yeah, no surprise there. Doc, Top, Seal, and Crypt.
Ay tamam 30 safa kadar.
Outstanding
Хорош.
performance for Alter Ego, considering that usually we end up seeing Rosemary.
Normally, exactly. Normally it's Rosemary, aka Rose Carry, going into the
Dok
games.
birinci onda Dok MVP gazete.
Yeah, Krypton really.
Dört pazarkalar random bir şeyden var.
Heavily,
İslam
very
buradan
quickly
işte takım
during the
geldi.
league stage of this year's Pmgc. And also Snape, he's not on this graphic, but I'm telling you, Snape had some really good knocks instantly
Good
pivoting
no,
into a
but-
flush. He's very accurate with those mid to long range sprays. So the entire squad has been very impressive, but so has Alva, that maybe is not
Nerede
as
kodluyor ne?
İyi bile.
positions he secures
Yes.
for his
Bir
squad.
daha kaçtan kötü durma. Kaçtan kötü oldu.
Once more
Birinci
at
kötü falan.
Pmgc.
That's something that we saw, especially out of Alter Ego when we came down to last chance, was their positioning towards the center of the circle.
Oo,
Making
pasör
sure that
dursa
they're
otur.
pushing on that side.
Namı yok
Pasör
değil.
dursa otur.
And they're being aggressive.
Kravatı dursa
You see
otur.
Krypton collecting 3 eliminations. I want to see this team. If they do find themselves in good positioning, I want them to be even more proactive.
This is taking me back. Biggotron.
Oh! Talk about a throwback!
Hey, maybe, hey, right now, the way Ultra Ego plays,
Bana
the squad is
geçti.
putting up numbers. I'm loving it. Ultra, maybe looking to take the trophy. I know it's match 2, okay? I'm going to calm down a little bit. But I'm very excited for Ultra Ego.
Dude, I mean, this is so crazy, man. We see, you know, we saw DX here get some solid positions.
Kral davulsam sisteme yatırdılar.
Points on the board here.
Bizlerin dostum sisteme yatırdık.
Alpha Gaming, I think we have been waiting for. I love to see how these squads have
Fırat.
just been leveling up, right? Every single stage
Değer
that
daha.
we get. And we see some
Gel.
strategies, right? One
Değer
thing that
daha.
we did notice,
Kalaycan.
right? was
Assalomu alaykum.
Vaalaykum assalom.
Yaxshisiz? Biz ayol sel ketib qoldik. Qatilamay ko'rish o'ti.
Soa asosiyatchidan berdi.
Ne no? Üçüncü grup oy, kedi sava Turar'ın ayağına tiyip,
Sayırovka, Kevşin,
adam.
Mira.
They ended up sending, I think it was Lazarus, and then they realized, you know what, stage 2, let's just commit.
Oldu. Tamam, çok iyi.
Ended up going there towards the military, and it ended up working out for this squad. I mentioned, for Vampire Esports, I want to see what they could do here within the first
Oldu.
matches. Right now, to be honest, I'm quite impressed for a squad that didn't play any of League.
Yeah, historically, a good
Kırık
team.
koydu bizim
Honor
Pantheon'a da
Rams,
oturuyorlar.
blank over there. I think he was thinking when I was talking about PMWI and I was talking about PMSL SCA, which using the word historically, maybe shouldn't have done that, but anyways, looking at the rotating past Lazarus, as you already mentioned here.
Bizlere parlamentin kaldırıldı.
Yeah, very high
Ağzını
percentage.
yiyor. Ayrıldayız.
The next matches,
Dostum
even
otur.
if we do not have a military island, can I do it again?
That's the question.
Yeah, because they promote,
O,
they love it.
sizden karnına alta balda bulunsun.
Can we see the same result?
If they continue to do kind of those scouting reports with players too, making sure that they send him up and he doesn't end up getting eliminated, I can see them continuing to improve.
So wild. I mean, it was crazy watching that rotation. Ranked up Karya. The second they saw that from downtown, it was wild. But you know what? That's a little leaderboard 7, right? Which teams do you feel are like
Right now, the first team that I'm going to be looking at is that team in 16th place. None other than Flash. And it comes down, this is a squad. Remember, everybody currently watching at home, it is their first time at Pmgc. Meaning that now that we're in the grand finals, it's their first time in grand finals. They're nervous.
Bile pradam
I mean, a lot of stuff is going to be happening. A lot of the
Hep
squads that
switch'emengler bile bir ligin yema birden genelsiz yok ba. Ketip
was
bulacak.
able to do. Even though Regnum is currently not there towards the top, but we know that they're going to be able to bounce back too. For Team Flash, we want to continue to see what this squad was able to do towards last chance as well. And I'm not talking about top surviving. I just want to see them being able to
Ben
thrive
şey
out.
In the middle of the map to survive. But yeah, they're still the rookie team, so I feel like there's not many big expectations for them. So this is a team that I think might start slow and ramp things up just like it was during the gauntlet stage, right? So I think that they're going to start slow, and maybe as they feel more confident moving forward, and maybe circles are a little bit more favorable for them, and their drop location, which is not near where this game went, we could expect Flash to at least get towards the middle of the
그냥 써라 스트린다네.
Because again, first time at PMGC, that would be a great achievement.
I agree. I think these zones were so brutal to them. It definitely didn't help do them any favors. Hopefully they do get that one good game to really get things going. And one team though, right, I really want to talk about. I know, Seven, you were really impressed with that last one, was R8.
That's right, R8, the way that they were able to make that push on Kara was impressive. Alpha 7, at one point, they were doing it, it seemed like they were ended up surprising Kara. That was not the case. They ended up overcommitting. For R8, one thing that you really mentioned to me, Max, is they
저기는 못하는
They
나라는
really
위험해요.
played beautifully on the
운
East
죽은
Coast.
거 구성원이
Okay,
오더라.
we see that there's actually Kara in this 2-2 split, so they're in a weakened
Krem
state.
siktir, go!
You know what? We scouted it. Let's send it on that 2-2 split, eliminate some players of Kara, and that's going to be able to carve a little bit of position on the east for themselves. And they even go for Southern Compound after that. The scouting to be able to pull off a late rotation on the east like that was really well executed. Unlike Alpha 7, they went in fully blind into Kara, and as we saw there, unfortunately 7, it did not work out for the Brazilian team.
Give some props there to Alpha 7 Gisao. They had a angle that didn't end up working out for them, but it's good to see them trying to set up that play. It was just way too late of a push for this squad. They were already fighting, remember, earlier with the arena. They were trying to hunt down stuff. No scouting. This didn't end up working out there for Alpha 7. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing out of R8. That they're continuing to be aggressive and continuing to be smart in regards to some fights that we're seeing out of them.
Yeah, particularly Mori, right? Like, I know we set him up as like the guy from the league stage doing so well for R8, especially when you have storied players like Prestige and this player from Amori is so much heavy lifting for the squad. And you know what? I kind of want to see everyone level up with Amori at this point, which is it's surprising for me to say. But R8 from Mina, nobody expected them to win the gauntlet stage of Juice. Right now, already a hot start. Love it.
Making it happen off the rip here. We'd love to be able to see that. I mean, to be able to get a good game here. Going into the next Erangel, though, Max, right? Which team that you really feel you need to see a big push for in this game? I know it's still early, right? But
Well, DRX, bit indecisive in my opinion sometimes. You have a very clear fight and opportunity in front of you, especially on the Rondo, but even in this game you could somewhat say that about DRX. And they keep delaying, and the blue becomes their biggest issue in that match. I feel like Durango has been one of their best battleground previously. I want to see that era of glory of DRX back to Korea. Let's go!
I mean, for DRX, you saw that perfectly when it came down to what was that team that was just making a full push? Oh yeah, that's right, DX. We thought that they were going to be able to get some shots. We thought they were going to get knocks. They said no, thank you. We'll let you slide by.
عزيز بالله
Unreal.
Insan
Well,
oldu
we're
çok
getting into the next match of Aaron
Böyle oldu yani.
number 3. Well, DRX finally put up some big numbers here in this one. John Allen, Blake, what do you guys think?
I mean, what do we think? Well, I don't know what you think, but I think if you're going to put up points, better start now, really. You know, crack on. Days away. Already over the grassy pastures once again. Lovely look at the mark.
Siz qarab qo'ying.
It's probably not actually.
Ljubljanni
But it
bor.
certainly looks like it.
It does certainly look like it. Pretty heavy. It
was
level, might not fly.
Bize жақын келсем болмайды мына Discord-та отырған.
We can be real imaginers here.
Яндекс басып би Яндекс басып.
Pmgc, the real
Көтөрүлүп бірге группалык кездесіп жатсақ.
All right. Going back to the DRS then.
Кыз Яндекс шақырған. Bir ayda devam etmişler.
For some of these teams, it
Qaraqalpaqsha
really is. I love their lives on the line here. Or at least life-changing money. That is an incredible prize pool towards the top of the table, right? And it has changed multiple lives.
Birinci sözüm. Evet o. Onu hemen otağına kaçan kez.
Sole contenders down
Nerede hake? Aziz.
start things off.
Aziz.
All starting up towards
Nerede
break as
hake?
well. Did feel a little bit bad
Aziz.
on that last
Nerede
game
hake?
for reasons.
Kesin Zaybal söyleyebilir.
But I think that genuinely Ulf had to be proud of themselves there. I think they did fantastically well from that position. But we do get a northeastern circle.
Yeah, it's not going to be another military. I wasn't going to mention it. I promise you. If you'd have stopped talking, I definitely wasn't going to bring up that we could.
I waited for the circle to pop.
I know
I
you
wasn't
did.
going to give it to
I
you.
know you did. You were responsible. You were responsible, Mike. I'm not necessarily. But yeah, no, we're not going down to the military island. We've already had one, so we'll definitely not have any more again for the rest of the tournament. He said with full confidence. I was looking out towards Kara as well as Thunder Talk, who we saw have a little bit of a scrap in the last match. This time, a little bit more civil over towards Milter. There's nobody got to be slashing tyres on the buggies with the knife. Even if you do connect a little bit with Alva, no, won't lose sighting just this time. Oh, a sub coming on through for E-Arena. Mormon in, Sakura out.
Interesting. Now, I feel like Sakura is a very good player on the side of E-Arena, but sub him out, maybe not feeling great.
Yeah, well, today, I think the other one,
E-Arena, get back on the bike.
Yok var. Anlamı oturdu.
Certainly not shabby. And I think for the first 6 matches of any sprint here in the grand finals, it's always tough.
Commentator oturayım mı ya?
It is going to be those teams. It is going to be those big Elam games that are going to be
Yeah, Morman. Қазірде ротация қылып, не Сталбер тарапқа кетіп жатырды. Ол жерде кім мынау? Адамзат ат көрінбеді.
We do need to consider the fact that they started on Sosnovka though.
Top 5'te mi işte? VP bir jurnalda Lazarus деген. APG top 1'de қазірше 35'te top 2'de DH, top 3'te AE екен. Және senin aytın ақыр қонға Flash дегендер. Бұл жерде R8 менен R8 екен деген.
Әзір бұлаш сөйлеп отыр, біз әлем сөйлеп отыр.
Probably fairly soon. Although all the Westbridge should be fine. And they should be able to rotate in. The question is, do they go there? Because I don't think it's out of their warehouses to decide, you know what, we're going east.
Çat çıktı, söylep oturamız. They
could
could
go Eastbridge. I think if you studied the teams and you studied the circle, you studied the playing path at least. Well, I think you probably prefer to go Westbridge. Purely because most teams are already on the eastern side. You have Thunder Talk as well as Kara, who are controlling, maintaining Farmer Milta, which does make your life very difficult going towards the future there, John, getting through. It looks like completely open on the western edge. I think APG can play that edge fairly well too. DXavier haven't left Pachinki yet either.
Yeah, they are going to be a little bit slow. Ulf, very quick though. In the meantime, they're already past Potato Hill after starting on Ferry Pier. We're not even up to minute 5 now, and they have sent on very quickly. The plane path did start in that area. So let's hop back on. Oh, we're getting another one. We're getting another grudge match. It's Regnum Kaya and D+ Kia once more going in for a fight. Zedwolf steps out the door frame, immediately gets first blood. But now has to step back in the off angles there. Wild's kind of on his own. Regnum Kaya split blank. They are a 2-player hold on this, and in come the cavalry. Looking to try and hold. Wild steps up top to try and stay alive. Has to drop back, tries to play the cover, goes back on in, and Chips is under threat. And Wild stepping through. A 2-player hold against 3 from D+ Kia. This is brilliant for Regnum Kaya. They roll down Chips on the outside, and D+ Kia cannot find an entry. Now it's Nolbu, the last to stand, and Zedwolf battens down the hatches. They are able to keep themselves going. 4 players stand tall, and Alpha 7 are scrapping with Alter Ego.
Yeah, I mean, it's non-stop right now. Krypton on his lonesome inside. The flames blanketing the garage, but
Alter Ego.
no finish there for Alter Ego whatsoever. Down to just 1 player now. For D+ though, welcome to the Wild West indeed. What a play from the inside. Really good stuff. Regnum Kaya, that's gonna feel good. That's gonna feel really good.
Yeah, especially after that last match. Being trapped on the outside now. They had a 2-2 split on the inside position. Brilliant hold. Mostly, I think they were able to do that for 2 reasons. I think Zedwolf getting that first knock on the roll-up, and Chips not being there with the rest of D+ Kia on the roll-up as well. As soon as there was 2 players on the inside, that was when it started to get dicey. Obviously, there's a bit of a coin flip there. I think Chips have gone in with might be the better story.
But Chips is their CQC guy. That's undeniable, right? He is the one who does play forward with the team. He's the one with that firepower at close range. I think not having Chips there, you're absolutely bang on the money there, John. It's pretty unfortunate. Especially Alamo as well. You want the full team. You've got to gamble with the full team there. If you're going to crash it, which is what they do, maybe they assumed that it was free. That's a bold assumption, though.
They may have known that there were only 2 players on the inside, right? And thought, oh, we've got the numbers advantage, something like that. It just doesn't pan out. I mean, as I said before, another major contributing factor, Zedwolf getting that first knock, right, to make it a 2 versus 2. And Regnum Kaya regrouped very quickly, but now, I'm looking back at the map, they've split up again. They're going back to that 2-2 split. They're confident to go back towards that position, and nobody backfilled.
Well, D+ already down, right? That's the team that challenged for that position. So you're sort of certain at the moment that there is less teams in this area. So I think this should be absolutely okay for Regnum Kaya. If you go for this 2-2 split, one we see multiple times from them. They're very happy to regroup whenever necessary. They have 2 strong spots to play in as well. So they're trying to confirm over towards Yas Fields as well as the center of the I think it's a reasonable approach for this one, John.
Trying to hold a lot of ground. We'll see if they are successful. That north side against Flash, very likely to stay stagnant. I'm looking at Ulf and wondering they're a bit of a wild card. They may be the team to try and break that. On the east, we're on board with the last player from Alter Ego. Alpha 7. Rosemary definitely wanting to keep this one going. Spray down, does manage to land it. That is a big pickup for Rosemary and a nasty surprise for Alpha 7, along with the circle. A nasty surprise for everybody else in this one, going up towards the Asfield and even north of that beyond, touching Stalbert and the mountains there. Rosemary, okay, he's still going. Alpha 7, they lost one earlier, they've now lost another. They're 2 players.
Alpha 7 getting ruined there by Rosemary, final player left alive. Obscure still going on, side to Buggy, but yeah, up towards the north side, a little bit awkward. Raglan Kanye should be regrouping fairly shortly over towards the south side of Yasfield. I can't imagine this is heading over towards Stalwood, but if it does, what a circle that's going to be. Great game starting out there for DXAV as well. Maples, but they do have neighbours now, right? DXAV and Maples potentially clashing in the neighbourhood. Huge amount of space inside of Yasnaya though, so it's a matter of time when this is going to happen.
There's a team here right now, Blank, that has been immensely proactive and very, very fast on these rotates. That's Ulf. They started down towards very pier. They moved very quickly out of there, and they have now once again moved to a very central position on this circle to the east of Yasnaya. I think they're going to have a good time of it. And now they're able to take shots like this over towards this fight with DXAV.
DXAV already taking a knock there is pretty rough. And it's from no other than Aaron himself. Really, really skilled player. Has had an unbelievable come up over the years. So lovely to see. Zeus also spots over towards DXAV, sending shots now range towards them. And although they're in the zone, they have not always fared the best.
It's the age of the DXAV circle over. They've only got 3 players though. Lambor already down and flushed. Let's hop back over to Mansion. Because Rosemary is still alive and kicking, and maybe a very unknown quantity here to GOAT team, right? They may not suspect there is one on the inside, although he did take shots earlier, and you maybe expect that there is at least one. So perhaps being careful, but either way, not going to come into conflict just yet. I don't think Rosemary wants to over-compete, over-promise on his delivery. Alpha Gaming rotating very close to Joker, who is going to be real chill with it right now. He's just hanging out. They are going to divert. This is on the north side. R8 are also up here on that north edge. Oh, hang on a minute. Rosemary. He's popped a shot over towards Vic, and that is potentially going to land on the nade. A nice bounce, but doesn't quite get through towards the rest of it. Kraken tries to go across, and Rosemary, I mean, he's used to these solo situations. Doesn't quite get across the fence on that vault, but steps forward for the rest of it. Side angle. Rosemary making the man dash across into the open. And he's in the building. That is dangerous. The nade's there, put away, but he steps up the stairs. One flight too many. And will be put down. Rosemary.
Circle over towards the western side, fully on those fields. What a grim circle this is for DXAV as well as Mamples. Lovely start for them to work with this one. DRX also having this spot on the western side is not bad, honestly. They get to circumvent the majority of the players with sort of a hard shift over towards the western side. Most players moving in from that east. If they try and rotate, make these wide wraps down towards the south side, likely they're going to come into conflict with one another. So, although DRX, you know, they might have to struggle a little bit to get towards the western side of Yasnaya later on, they don't have to deal with too many teams.
I think it really does rely on this next circle. They should be safe as you're right for now. Pretty dastardly. I think Vampire on the south, pretty happy. Rectifier potentially as well on that south edge. Thunder Talk, much less smiley about things right now because they're all the way on the east side. There's a lot of rotation that seems to be moving clockwise around this circle. That's around down towards the south side of this one. Kara leading the charge on that and actually impacting on the south edge towards Vampire. Okay, they're just going to give ground. So they don't want to overstay on that peak, on that angle. Kara may have a little bit of a spot on that south edge. Middle of the circle, though, I think Team Flash currently in with a big opportunity to right their wrongs.
Yeah, they've got a pretty nice spot to work with, the Team Flash. And it is always going to be these clockwise rotations, purely because of where the circle is. We have half of it, which is just unplayable. And you don't want to be playing on the north side of Yasnaya anyway. That's not an ideal position to be in, around the lakes. So teams just aren't going to play there. R8 may be crashing over towards APG fairly soon, though, John, which will be an interesting fight. Because as we've seen, R8 can go toe-to-toe with APG. Sadly, in that last game, they really did not have the position to work with. And that was because of APG in the first place, with some really slick rotations, really good mind games going through over towards R8, towards the end of that Erangel.
Thunder Talk. I mean, this is the team behind Kara in the clockwise rotate queue. Kara able to pull up successfully. Vampire regrouped to a 2-2. And now Kara fending off Thundertalk, who are just trying to find their way on in, but really not having success anywhere. Goat team sit ahead of them on the north. And speaking of the north, let's hop on over, because Yol now with the challenge. This is R8 and APG clashing. R8 trying to rock up to the fight, looking to try and control the angle, and Yol goes down, but the off angles bite back. 2 for 2 right now. Prestige is flushed away, and Amori now seemingly alone out in the field here, looks for the flush to top, steps up, able to find it. And maybe on the inside too, but the angles are starting to multiply here as Reefus holds down the line. Doc moves into position, but does take a lot of damage. E-Arena coming in for the third party from the east side blank. They're moving up to the north to try and take these two teams down.
Super opportunistic there coming through from E-Arena, and a necessary moment to go for it too. If they can clear out both teams, oh my god, they have so much space to work with on this side of the map. But that requires E-Arena to make this play. So far, it's mainly R8 and APG who are taking the shots at one another. E-Arena seems to be just watching, observing, like this is a cage fight.
Amori goes down, now 2 players on the inside for R8. They need to try and hold strong. They just squeaked out the circle on the next shift here, and a lot of damage done. Leaves Amori out, but Doc is down as well. And that's Ulf chiming in from a really central position now. In the meantime, by the way, on our picture-in-picture, DXavier sent all the way out really fast from Yasnaya to crash into that location. We'll see if they're able to survive on it, because Team Flash are putting them under pressure. R8, though, they are still surviving here. And APG, very much not so.
Yeah, it's a weird play that E-Arena makes here. I think it is sort of a lack of confidence from them almost to not just fully invest onto this. R8 allowed to get 2 players in a buggy. Basically, at the start position, DRX chasing down 1 player from APG. But we do need to talk about the circle a little bit. Things start to pop off on the map. Quick barrel roll, but not enough. Basic maneuvers do not work. But yeah, moving over towards the eastern side now. Much more playable. Still a little bit awkward, but you'd much rather be here than in the fields of Yaz.
Absolutely. I think, to be honest, at the moment, though, Thundertalk will take what they can get, because they are getting lit up. The east side obscure for Alpha 7, the last player to survive after a tussle with Rosemary, and the rest as well. And Thundertalk and Goat team coming in. I don't think that Obscure is going to last too much longer. It depends if Goat team try and take shots up towards him or try and put pressure out that way, but Thundertalk, I don't think they're going to be able to escape this blue zone. May just succumb to it as AJ is flushed away. Obscure down as well. King now the last to stand for Thundertalk on the east side. Alpha 7 down in 13th place.
Yeah, not a amazing game from Alpha 7. You get 5 elims though, and that's fine for now, at least. With DXavier, the only other team towards the top of the lobby, still standing. It will keep them in contention. Thundertalk though, our PEL team, struggling.
Ooh, Lewis with a long drop there. Trying to get some backup sent on in. Regnum not really able to find the opening shot. Russell goes down. That is a brilliant drop coming through from Loxy. Now Wild and Loxy on the inside with Lewis bearing down. It's handled. Business as usual for Regnum. Not an offset their way. They're up to 7 elims now, Blank, and this is a much better game. Playing from the Heaven compound, it's worked out.
Yeah, real anticlimactic for Kara. Yeah. Lewis flying over the top, misses the roof by a mile, and Regnum shuts them down in 2 seconds. Go rocking up though, and because Regnum was forced to move off position, couldn't hold both these buildings at the same time. Twix has a nade. Zedwolf very close by with one of his own, but doesn't quite have the tag on just yet. Doesn't have the bead, the marker. Oh, okay.
I wonder if they can check that with that name. That could be dangerous. They were shooting at the temple here. Zedwolf knows that Twix is stepping down. There's a rock up. There's a third party coming through from Vampire. This is going to crash into the back of Goat team, so they cannot go for this engagement. This is only 2 of them, and Vampire are actually going to probably turn around off this shift Blank, because it's hard back towards Yasnaya.
At least you have information, because the circle moves north, and it's again now a pretty nasty circle. For DXavier, they're quite happy with the position they hold, but for the Flash, this is a very much winning position. Absolutely winning position. You have clear sight lines over towards that eastern side as teams start to approach towards you. They really only need to deal with Mad Bulls, and Mad Bulls have to leapfrog a lot of buildings to get here, which gives plenty of time for Flash to dig them out of those trenches as they try and wade through.
think Vampire's going to be pretty pivotal in how successful Mad Bull's going to be. Potentially the arena on this north side as well. From that shaft, they have a lot of sight lines, but they do need to take it first, and it's not going down without a fight. 2 players fall on the inside. Marth cleaning house, not quite. Mormon able to step on in when his team needs him the most. They're dropping the smokes now, and they need to try and live this one out. But the north side, again, for Arena, if they can clean this out, great news.
NC2.
Oh no, catches the heel there, not friendly, not nice. Catch for Ulf, did flex all the way out to the east side. Vampire still doing a lot of damage, but it's actually Silas who chimes in for another knock towards Goat Team. There is an answer though. Oh, he's flushed away. Okay, hang on a minute. Kaya losing players. They've actually, okay, they moved ahead. I was wondering why they taking shots from that back. They need to get a move on, but no, they already did. But they have moved in with 3. That should be fairly successful here.
Magnum Kaya, they are at 3 still, so they're not doing terribly. Wild is down again. That's a 2v4 versus Vampire, and you start to believe that it's gonna be rough now for Magnum Kaya. Already had a fairly decent game though with the 7 elims they were able to get. Zed Wolf just peppered at the moment. I think for Magnum Kaya likely they go down soon, but I think they'll be quite pleased with this match so far anyway. Wolf could go better. 1. Oh, tries to move in to save his teammate, but he's flushed away very, very quickly. The roll down not going to quite connect. Catches on a mission, on a wide angle. The off angles are there, and Vampire now trying to stop this one dead in its tracks. 2 players still for Kaya. Go up in smoke. Goat soon to follow. Divided and conquered by both Vampire and Ulf. The flex outs working wonders. Tony K, what a player this guy is. Has always had a huge amount of talent and is now looking to prove it here at Pmgc. Catch goes down to Mialag. And Ulf realizes maybe they bit off more than they could chew here versus Vampire.
Yeah, you don't want to get into a chewing contest with a Vampire. That's just a terrible idea. All things considered, there are far better things to be going for. Although Wolves, pretty good chewing themselves. An age-old rivalry. How that one's going to come on through.
They choked on their group stage.
Yeah, okay. Right, Vampire didn't even play a group stage. Shift into Flash's favour. How many points do they have though? 0. They've got no elims right now playing, and it is very much one of those late game, not gambles, but investments, right? It's a late game investment for Team Flash. They have put a lot of they have a lot of presence on this East Point, as you were highlighting earlier. We'll see if they can maintain against some incredibly strong teams here. Going to look to try and take it from them.
It's still a weird circle in the sense that wherever it goes next does change the way the game plays. Right? There's multiple circles in the past where no matter really what it does, there's still one team that has that really strong spot. For the Flash though, if it starts moving up towards the north side, they start to have decisions ahead of them. Low on Aaron though. On the moving vehicle, luckily Solus is there to find Teddy.
Yeah, that was 3 players in the same vehicle, just getting sprayed down. Scarface, a complete broadside on that rotate. So just Joker remaining for the arena. I thought maybe, but no. They weren't the ones to save me.
Well, they also have sightlines on him, right? They already took tags over towards this guy, so I'm pretty sure they know where he's playing. Vampire make their way up though towards Flash. Flash have to remove these players.
The window shots not quite landing on towards Vampire on their approach. Really found an opening. This is not good news for Team Flash. Not many placement points if they go down here and now. Not ideal. Joker trying to make his open dash. Zeus will be getting rest in the meantime. I think Mad Bulls need to think about moving now. Think about moving in towards position of Team Flash. Maybe move a little bit further south. Get across that road potentially. We'll have to wait and see what they go for. Ulf also marshalling their forces. After losing catch, they're playing as 3, but they've got this hillside.
You're concerned with the next circle though. I think for Mad Bulls, they don't want to cross this road because what happens if this moves north? What happens if this moves down towards the southwest? There's a lot of changes that can happen here where then suddenly Mad Bulls have a prime position. Sadly, that is just the case right now. So teams can't make these rash decisions too early. For Ulf, they're likely just going to hold on the eastern side as well, because you'd have to wait for stage 7, stage 8 to truly understand what kind of rotates you need to make.
Let's start getting some
Я сейв крала.
It's
Мело
about
политически удовым готова.
They really need to earn these points. Getting a chicken dinner here.
Метап кетеді.
Pretty solid stuff, if you can find it. Vampire, though, they have been
Бүгін
very
назы
effective
тактикасы
on that
ұқсаса
side.
бар ма?
Both going for the crash. Okay, they're rolling it from the east side, over towards DXavier. A lot of damage. No damage from the fire. Solus is next to fall, though, and DXavier with 2 hold out the first wave from the east side. Just Scarface now remains. A little bit of a lackluster roll up there coming on through. Over towards the DXavier corner. It's going to flash, though, with the circle. Blank. I mean, they have to get points on this. They have to get more.
You got to translate this game. And if you don't, then life gets real difficult. Especially being in 16th place right now, this has to be the game that Flash really gets things back under control. If you can't win this match, you are starting to look a little bit scared for the Flash, because this is very much a winnable game. And with Vampire, who, like we said before, didn't play any of the stages of PMGC. They are our invite team. To go down to this squad, that would be a little bit unfortunate, no?
I think so. I think so. Ground floor now, though. Under pressure, the Mad Bulls make the dash. Team Flash give ground. I don't think this is a terrible idea. You can't hold this with Vampire being in the wings, right? You cannot go for that fight with Vampire in such close quarters. They're already needing angle positions. They will third party you at a moment's notice. It's going to be a 3-way fight, I think, for this one. I think it's safe to say this fight is going to be our final 3.
Yeah, for DXavier getting in from this northeast side.
Oh,
Scarface will try and put those long-range antics to good use for himself. But more likely looking for the top 3 here. Try and live things through as long as possible. You can see what kind of open ground he's crawling into. It's likely one of these players will spot him at some point in the near future.
This 3-way standoff kind of helps Team Flash survive, but does slow them down. I saw an explosive bow. I just saw an explosive bow. I didn't realize we'd invited Sook. What's going on? He's not supposed to have qualified.
The legacy lives on.
Oh, it's there. In Team Flash's hands.
I mean, it's good. It's definitely good for clearing out these types of windows. So I don't mind it. I really don't mind it.
Outside, they find their first point. Blank. That is good news. All right, they're off the mark. Surely now they get the rest of them too. At the moment, there are 10 more eliminations that they could possibly find in this lobby. Getting 11 would be great. I think getting 6 and a chicken dinner for them at the moment would be a good result.
See how Vampire handle this late game. See how DXavier attempts to remove himself from his position, but I'm pretty sure Flash, Mad Bulls, they'll all be looking their way.
I think you deny here for DXavier. I think this is a deny situation. Maybe you send one in, trying to have a weird third party, but I think you just deny the points.
It's getting to the wall, right? But again, there's so many angles looking at them that it's very unlikely. They have to be so aware of when these angles change that they can make this move. But as time has progressed, as time has moved on, this is now what they know to be one of the only viable spots remaining.
You know
what? This is an explosive bow angle. Wait, DXavier are going for it. I thought they were going to hide in the shack and wait for the blue zone to envelop. Team Flash take some shots, but no.
If they get to the wall, it's fine.
Okay.
It's a question of getting to that wall, though.
The smokes are there, and there are 2 really difficult angles for them to deal with. They've blocked off that high ground from Adball so far. Paragon still has the cover. They haven't reached that one just yet. The back smoke's fading, though. And they will start to run out of util here. They are investing all the smokes they have. Levi's gets across, just about hitting the deck. Is he safe from the Mad Bulls? No, not quite. The Molotov's over as well. And Levi's is there. Lazarus steps out. And everybody wants a piece of the pie. Levi's goes down, and the point is earned. Oh, that's by Mad Bulls.
Remaining. Crawling against the wall. The tiny gap, and he gets shot through it.
Oh, dear. Oh, Vose finds the ankle. Pusher steps up very, very high there. Bit dangerous to step all the way up, because you do still have Vampire to worry about. I think if Pusher gets too bold here, could be disastrous. Paragin getting... Okay, yeah, surely it works. Surely not. Paragin across?
He stutter steps. There it is. He stutter steps it. That's actually very cool.
Oh!
And Nade does not make it far enough. The stutter step was crazy. Because he runs out, stops it early, and if you're tracking that via gyro, that really ruins your whole spray.
He's across, you said. If they get up to the wall, it's dangerous, but there's only one of him. Surely he can't do that much, but a knock over towards Team Flash. I mean, the blue zone's going to push everyone in. Blank, this is the final zone. Our last 3 teams. Tom can't connect on the spray. Paragin evading these bullets. Another nade is getting cooked up, and Tom's just looking to pop a stim. The res is coming through in the meantime. Vampire are going to have to close down on this one. Toms finally gets rid of the thought in their side. 4 players now on every remaining team. Another point added to the tally for Team Flash, but only 2 so far. They need more.
Vampire looking for this chicken dinner. It's an awkward position to play. They are lacking the high ground. We're in stage 9. We're about to close all the way dead center. And no one really has advantage here because no one wants to play in the courtyard. Great nade from Flip though to start things off.
That should be a flush, nice and easy, but another knock goes over towards Vampire. Now that goes down. That should be reasonable, but the blue zone's putting a lot of pressure on. Vampire trying to dash across. Zeus trying to track through the smoke, but a little, again, a stutter step coming through. Lemon moves out in the meantime. Now he's up close and personal. He's still in the pocket for Vampire, though, but a lovely lineup from Zeus to find another onto Vampire. Mad Bulls, the only team now with 4 players alive. 2 elims on side. The Mad Bulls will be denied entry. Nobody now healthy. Pusher moving forwards. Team Flash starting to lose players. Wind drops down in the off angle there, and is the last player to go. And he will go up in smoke. A low elim game, and Team Flash denied. God. Vampire now burning in the sunlight under pressure. But 4 players alive, just about dodging it. A bounce on the nade, and 2 Mad Bulls now. Look at a charge through the Vampire. On the off angle though, there is nothing to do. Oh no, it's self-made. Disaster strikes, and Lazarus with a bad bounce. Steps up, a challenge, 2v2. Viola needs to go up in. Goes for 1, goes for 2, no! Oh, and after they let that go, Vampire on their home ground fall to a self-nade. Lazarus, what are you gonna do? And a miraculous turnaround for the Mad Bulls.
Actually, diabolical moves towards the end there. That nade ruined everything. But I will say one thing. The Molotov sent through the window. It got sent through the back window, through the side window, onto the shack. That was really, really well played from Mad Bulls. Super good knowledge of everything in that area in terms of terrain, in terms of building geometry. Gorgeous. I mean, they were helped along slightly. And then I also really wish that Meowlag came out of the shack a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I feel like maybe that could have gone either way. The 2-player lineup with an auto shotty, you can't make that happen. It does exist, right? But they were on the snap, and they were able to find that shutdown. But yeah, a big misplay there for Vampire. Give that one away. Team Flash, they cannot make it either. We're going to be heading back to the desk. They're hopefully going to have some insight into how that matched out.
Are you kidding me? The biggest upset so far in the finals. Mad Bulls pull out the chicken dinner.
I'd go even further. Are you flipping kidding me right now? Flip with a roof angle right into hospital to the eastern side of Yasnaya Polyana, using the angle to the absolute limit. And that Molotov in particular disrupts the entire setup of Vampire, and they had to go back and try and heal up, which enables Mad Bulls to go down the building, over that little wall, and actually start to compete against Vampire for that win, and snatch it away at the very end of that match.
I mean, the timing that Mad Bulls was able to take over control from Police Station from Team Flash was just perfect, and here at the end, making sure that they win those fights. This squad ends up with 13 eliminations, and it's not even from the player that we're used to seeing, Max. It's not from everybody else starting to show up. Tulika right there with 3, you got Pusher with 5, Flip with 5 as well, but I gotta go back to this squad. Making sure that they assert their dominance in Police Station, making sure that Team Flash backs off, and it was the winning play for them.
Yeah, clearly. Also a good play from Team Flash, because like we have these two really strong buildings. We can't hold the two buildings as a full squad. We have to relinquish one over. And I think Mad Bulls understood. They're just going to say, hey, we want to take control, give it up. They kind of work together. A symbiotic relationship, right, between Team Flash and also Mad Bulls. And it works out beautifully for them. So Mad Bulls, again, keeping up that momentum they built up during the league stage.
And to be honest, I want to see Team Flash be a little bit more assertive or their dominance. They shouldn't have given up that one. And I got to go back. I'm going to have to rip this team apart this early on because they were able to allow Vampire Esports to crash without losing any players. And for the longest time, now you're having to worry about what's going to be happening, right? Which gave the opening to Mad Bulls to end up overtaking Police Station. You gotta be able to make sure you defend a building, Team Flash, early on in that match. You cannot just be conceding those buildings over and over again to these top teams, or you're gonna end up like this. If they would have stayed in Police Station, guess what? We would have been talking about Team Flash getting the win.
Yeah, it could have been Team Flash to take the win, but unfortunately that was not the case. We know what was the case. Regnum Karia fighting T+ once again. It keeps happening. They have a vendetta right now after they're like, no island finish can save you this time around in 2025. It's been looking good in the early stage, but man, late game, so many wide rotations. We saw RA go for it, trying to go for this fight, but APG, at one point, Doc was going to split.
Yes.
The fight breaks out 7, and he instantly regroups. They don't win the fight, but it's good to see that he's willing to fight with a team in close quarters.
Oh, hold on, Max. Repeat that for me. What did Doc do?
He regrouped with his team.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe those words are coming out of your mouth, considering how many times we have talked about Doc just being a solo player for the squad. I mean, APG, finally, here in the grand finals, at least after 3 matches, even though things don't end up going their way there in this last match, it's good to see that they're starting to adjust to those little mistakes. And one thing that even after ripping Team Flash apart, I gotta give him some props. This team, from what I saw in this game, is much better at pushing the action than defending the action. If you find them in a spot where they're able to defend it, they're gonna give away that round. But there at the end, when we saw them being a little bit more proactive, they were able to get some knocks.
Yeah, I do like how they're willing to give positions away if needed, so there's not going to be too big an issue. But here we go, looking at the wide rotations. We had Regnum going for their very clear rotation, and so will Vampire, that are renowned around the world as a very slow edge-focused team when it comes to their rotations. And here in particular, the circle going up north, they just go control Alamo, have an initial 2-2 split, and then you're going to see here this play is very good because you have Kara fighting Regnum, and then go into Heaven South, and they see that like, well, we can just leapfrog that and take that position. Vampire, they are so smart. They know how the lobby responds to certain situations and certain circles, and they are able to take the position to kind of bully the other teams into submission.
I mean, talking about Vampire, I wanted to see what they were going to be able to do here within the first 3 matches. If it was a team that was going to end up contesting for that championship, even though they didn't get anything done in regards to league stage, they weren't able to play because they were that special invite. For them, I'm super impressed with the way they've been able to work out. I mean, you see right there, Mad Bulls with 23 total points, Vampire with 7 eliminations. Props to them for deciding to back off with the fight. I think it was against GOAT, and GOAT ends up crashing on Regnum Karia, and just asserting, as soon as they noticed that, Vampire was like, you know what? Tony K, get a little bit closer, start sending some nades.
It's good to say also that normally as a Primorsk team, this is a circle that's very far away. We're like, okay, well, Military Island, the previous game, they're very close, easy rotation. Almost on the complete opposite side of Erangel this game, right near Yasnaya, and they have a very good rotation. The slow rotates on moves like that are very appreciated for Vampire, and I feel like Vampire, for a team that did not play the league stage right, we have to keep that in mind, are looking so damn ready. The amount of homework they should have done behind the scenes for these finals, the prep was done, Hodrix, and so far it's been performing exactly as planned.
Yeah, the work has been done for sure. I mean, the zone timing, the shifts, these teams are on point here. You know, and speaking of, we're talking about zone shift, what about utility usage this game, right? That molly was insane, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ulf should have sent the full squad on that position personally, but yeah, Dig Xavier, we know we're getting crashed maybe 5 to 10 seconds ahead of time. We Molotov the window and also the door frame on the east, meaning there's only one entry point, and if you come up, guess what? Instant shotgun to the face! And that worked out greatly, and Ulf, unfortunately, as we saw, could not deal with that Molotov. It was too well positioned.
Yeah, it was way too well positioned. And then, talking about more utility, one of the crashes that ended up happening with Vampire Esports getting closer to the squad, I mean, they started throwing those Molotovs towards Team Flash, making sure that they weren't going to be getting any of those angles towards the window. As well, we saw Nate. At one point, we even saw Vampire getting a knock on one of the players. They weren't going to overcommit, but that utility usage right now, very, very good.
Actually, when you were talking about Flash, you wanted them to eliminate Vampire upon entry point, which I understand.
Yes.
But I feel like Flash wanted to fight Vampire because those buildings have a little amount of windows. Like, we want to fight you. But we can't because of the building and how it's built up. It's just not quite possible. So like, okay, you know what? Both worlds, we're just going to coexist together for the time.
Параллель кыртырар дейді. Топш айтың дейді. Шуха.
I didn't want them to commit. I just
Топш
wanted them to make sure
апыгы гарантия болады.
one or two eliminations with Vampire coming in because they didn't have
қандай еді?
anybody else getting off angle. Sometimes we end up seeing those teams make that push, leaving one
Құлас
player
Топш
behind.
қазір предикт айту қиын
Vampire
маған.
full push
Қазір
with
4-ші
the
карта,
squad. They
5-ші
had one
карталарға
solo,
қарап
another
айту
solo,
алмайды.
and two in a vehicle, and it worked out for them. And I mean, that utility that I just mentioned is honestly what gave Vampire that second place finish.
Hey, crazy plays from teams, crazy
апыгы
ability
бірақ
usage,
анық
but
Топш
also
болады.
some insane plays
Топштың
from a
ішінде жүреді.
single
Гарантия.
player. Can we talk about Parajin right there towards the end? Parajin, making it happen, Max.
Parajin! Very happy about it. No, genuinely, how does he make it so fun?
Dude, that was wild. Who was he going up against?
He was going against, who was it? It was Flash,
Team
right?
Flash. Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Flash.
Once again, Flash. It's just letting teams get too close to you. Come on, Flash.
Ooh, flip MVP of the game, and we were expecting it. Actually, I'm really happy they used that roof angle on Hospital to the east of Yasnaya as long as they possibly could. He had to jump off eventually, because, well, Blue Zone will not let you stay in that position for too long. He's like, okay, at least even if I can't get the elims, I'm still going to get information of where the player is positioned, and I can kind of direct my team in the perfect entry point in that circle. They do win it off the back of that. That information gain from Flip and also the frags, like the 5 elims, were so impactful for them to make sure they got that chicken dinner.
I agree 100%. I think that was the reason why they won that match. Just be able to have a good idea of where Vampire is, where Flash is. They put in that work there towards the end. We take a look at the leaderboard 7, and we definitely got some shit.
I mean, we still got APG right there at the top. Look at the top 3 DX now. In fourth place. Something I want to keep an eye on though. I want to go all the way to the bottom. You're defending champions of Pmgc, 2024 champions. B+ Kia. So far, they've only been able to put up 5 points coming through eliminations, and guess who's stopping them? Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, from last year. I was like, wait, they're not.
No, from last year.
No, but is this a targeted attack? Right? Are they like, we now they rotate, we now they drop? We've done the research. Is this a vendetta for real? I don't know. It could be.
I just saw Silas. He winked at me. That's crazy. But you know what? We got a quick break, guys. We'll be right back.
tamam. Beğeneyim ya da. Infinix Hot Pro'ya mı? Sencuklarda stream ne болғанда
Ақыр ойнаған.
Одан кейін сөйлесіп тұрып ойнадық қой. Қалтайдан ойнадық. Төрт мәрте ме еді? Оларда кімдер бар еді? Командаларды противларда ма? Кім сенілер бар? Сосын кімдер бар? Бар ма негізі? Ойландырады састықтар да. Сол күннен басылып негізі PUBG қоя жағым. Екінші күн кірдім. Çıkmaya sanırsın. Havaydı. Havaydı. Sen ketkenliğe gider. Kötü. Сол Құласы Акон келді ғой енді. Акон мен Тұрар бой болдық. Екі ғана ойнадық.
Birinchi raundda kim o'ynadi men olmadim. Kim edi? Abla o'ynadi. Abla degan bola o'ynadi. Bolam bitirlikka boy tayyorlab netib yo'q odan keyin. Taqday. Keyin o'rtada biza qo'lsa ko'ra. Men National Cup o'ynayapti. Bitirlikni netib. Hayır, Kardin Ronaldo degan. Xabarim var bu. Bu kez erkek konkretni провал bo'lgan turnir bo'ldi. Ketib Ronaldo'nun o'rnuna Halaydan o'ynagan sazis bilan keyin akon chiqib ketdi. Ronaldo'ni berdi, keyin akon o'rnuna Hayırlıktan koyamam deb chiqdi boshqa. Men keyin hozir qaytdan Streamda ko'rmayapsan, men bunday yo'qlarda. Mikrofon chariqda da ganza. 1-2 dovus eslamik deydi. Kim dovus eslamay turardimi kim? Bayağı paralı ondan. Bad boy, good. Bad boy. Qo'shiqdan netken bo'lu kerak. Mas qo'shiqdan dosini eshitdim. Qaytarsa videoni dosini. Qaytardim bad boy. Ne dedi? Zadeš ko'rmanda da. Çıkması için zadeš ko'rsin. Ne zadeš ko'rsin? Alып çıksan onu. Qaytib oldu. Ya қазір ағамен пайдасы жоқ, мына енді сен басында нетіп қалған ғой, қойып тұр. Яқын сброс задеш болып кететін ғой. Стримнің өзінен болатын еді ғой, задеш шығып сайды. Бля. Ortada aşireyle yakayı da. Ечке. Өші жібереміз. Discord'dan çıkıp ketpeysin Turar. Telegram'dan çıkıp ketebereyim mi? Так, арена звучная екен, ja? Турнирдің өзінде мысалы мировой турнир. Білесің бе, кейінгі ПМСЛарда мындай өткеретін болды, жаңағы стойчик қоймайды деп өздерімен өздері ойнады. Баяғы Қазақстанда болды. Қазақстанда спорт залда өткерді ғой. Қазақстанда ПМСЛ болды. Ал спорт залда өткерді. Кәдімгі мектептің спорт залда. Табан жоқ па? Ақтауда спорт залда болды. Не толып бере алмады үлкен зал. Ең үлкен деген спорт залды берген бірінші. Ne hükümeti? Duyulmuş ya. Sana söyle oturup atmayın. Kuşu? Anam senin aydı olan. Neden? Hep. Bu? Üç var. İlk var mı koyayım? Anız refugee besigen mi? Bär bizlerin kadarını alalım. Türler aytpaydı ey.
Abi ülken bala olsaydı kolay yapırsak ya. Tamam. Hatta 2002'de 2000'de
Herhangi bele veremedin. Dostlar bizde Erangel Gardaysi başlandı. Qaraqalpaqsha kommentatorlik studiyasi
We're gonna wait and see. We're gonna wait and see what D Plus does here because they gotta get something done. Right now it's looking tough for D Plus Kia, considering they are the defending champions. At least in the top eight.
Hepsine gidelim ben.
Exciting from Thumbs as well in kind of a rough spot going down quite a few times for them early, which is not great considering he brings the massive amount of firepower. But in that sense, can't put all the blame on him. The sighting goes down, doesn't mean the team has to fall apart.
No, absolutely not.
Alpha,
it is a mutual responsibility for everybody in the team. Just for all the other Ds there. Trying to have a crack at things. But
Alter-Ego hazır gidelim mi ya? Alter-Ego demek.
Far stretch to go towards.
Burası oyunu.
Cause some conflict, but it seems like they are going to split it off. So Thunderhawks sticking to Milter, and APG are giving ground.
Yeah, you can squeeze between them. You can absolutely squeeze between them there. So they've got a nice rotational path here going down to on the south side and on the west bridge. It's going to be a bit of a quick loop for them though, in my opinion. You could potentially pick up Primorsk if you wanted to stretch out that way, but we'll wait and see what happens. Regdom Karya, obviously, do better. We covered, but 7th place is not bad. 7th place is not bad. Also, we have our Polar Party Mini 14 skin. Log in to PUBG Mobile now. Get a free permanent firearm finish.
Time limit on that one.
There is a time limit. Yeah, absolutely. Get on that fast. All right, it's the early game right now. You can pull up PUBG Mobile. You can get your free emotes as well, and all your extra goodies and prizes.
Yeah, those ones last a little bit longer until the 25th. Until, well,
let's focus on the Mini 14 for now.
Okay, all right, yeah. Well, to be fair, you can get both. You can get both. You can absolutely get both, and you can get that redemption code as well. Make sure you enter that one in game PUBG in Bangkok. Make sure you're getting all the goods on site. I was going to say it's until Christmas Day, but in Europe, in the majority of Europe, they celebrate Christmas on the 24th. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird of them to do that?
Yeah.
Don't like that. Then again, we probably are the minority in that case.
Yeah, no, well, no,
Солончиkin концертін көріп отырдым.
let's not dive too deep. Europeans weird, including us. We're also weird, but for other reasons. Goatee right now playing in the prison. Oh goodness me! If you didn't see the prison finish, last chance, then go and watch that one after today's shows because
Мындай
it was
спотларға түсінбеймін.
very weird.
Кристиан бір адам бір адам түсті дегенде.
I mean, Globan just threw themselves off the cliff there.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Dynamic play.
Didn't enjoy it very much. Flip here from Mamples.
Benim
Fantastic
sözüm
with
bir
last
adam
game.
mutlu.
Him and Lemon, two players that go hand in hand together. Really, really
garaj
good
çıkıyor,
stuff.
garaj
And always
çıkıyor.
nice to see Mamples succeeding. Honestly,
Ulan
Tulik have
Jackson
been
is
on
mesela
multiple
mesela.
teams throughout the years as
Bir
well.
yetecek adam çekmeli olsa.
I think that he's developed his performance a lot out of many players. Some players just born into this game and are insane from the get-go and remain that way. You can't really talk too much about it. But I think for Tulika, he's had a bit of a tumultuous journey throughout PUBG Mobile, starting off as a bit more of a aggressive player, maybe too aggressive at times. And he's brought that back and he's become a very good anchor player for the team who also has that capability of the firepower. And I think Mad Bulls are really succeeding off the back of that.
Yeah, I think potentially a little bit of a under-predicted team. I think it's safe to say coming into this one, a lot of teams were sort of dominating the headlines. Mad Bulls may have been down to sort of 7th seeds. I think if you were going to organise the tables, may have been putting them in there. But definitely at the moment, impressing. But given the fact that APG are in first place right now, almost entirely off the back of their single chicken dinner, with 7 points earned outside of their chicken dinner, it's still very much anyone's game at this point.
Circle over towards western side. Let's refocus on that a little bit at the moment. DRX do head out a little bit early. Ulf is going to be playing around. Ferry Pier holding the yellows as well, waiting for that approach from Kara. Likely Ketch is going to back off as soon as he sees that happen, but hopefully doesn't get caught out. It does happen occasionally. DX Xavier with a decent starting position for themselves. And they are out their post ready to sprint across the circle. But always a curious one. We do have a little bit of Sosnovka cut in here. There is a small chance it heads down towards that bridge, but probably not for long. Much more likely we head over towards Everest or even swamps around Quarry. Which I really wouldn't mind, considering so many teams have got a long way to go to get over there. It would be a massive mad dash for a lot of our squads. Really have to get the old sneakers on and moving.
Absolutely, gonna have to keep moving. I have the question of, are we getting Gauntlet or League Stage APG again? We've seen, as I said before, both of those two teams today playing under the same banner. Reckon Kaya is going to try and jet their way out towards the middle of this circle, get over towards the west side, get closer in. We'll see whether they're able to pull up. Right now, not too much contest ahead of them. Mad Bull's going to be potentially crashing into their western side, so could be trouble ahead, but I'm sure they'll find a way to navigate it. Alpha 7 splitting out, getting another vehicle on side. Playing from the west side, seems like they're going to have a good time setting up. We'll see where they choose to go.
I mean, regardless of Vampire not getting that win last game, they have dragged themselves to the table quite a bit, right? 4th place right now, 23 points. It looks quite good. DX Xavier riding off the back of their 2 matches. But we are still just getting into match 4. So there's still time for these things to even out. But I think for DX Xavier, out of all of these squads, this is a team that has had a few more freebies. Yes, they've played a good game towards their first match of the day. They're over there on Rondo. In the open area, I think that was actually a very nice match, but they had the zone for a long, long time. I want to see more out of DX Xavier outside of just those 2 games.
Yeah, I think that's the story for both of our top 2, as we highlighted earlier with APG. We do want to see more.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, for AP, to be fair, they displayed a huge amount of class in
They
their
played
win.
a crazy Erangel.
They did play it incredibly well.
You
What I
heard
mean
me.
is, I
Stop
want to
talking,
say,
didn't you? You heard me.
yeah, I was
gasp
like,
on
I
that.
heard what I said, and then I
Yeah.
thought, I know what he's going to say, and so I jumped back in because it is fair. Absolutely, their Erringer win was absolute class. Ooh, that is a sit down there, and Thunder seemingly not able to talk, a little bit muted on this tournament so far. That's going to be another flush sent their way. Nasty stuff, but brilliant pickup. Let's be able to find that point. Alter Ego, happy.
That's a ridiculous shot, though. No?
Wait, Alter Ego got that point. That wasn't go. Oh, okay.
I wonder if it was all Alter Ego shot, because like I said, that is a ridiculous shot. It was on target. But regardless, through the trees, you're like spotting a tiny amount of area.
Blank the circle.
Yeah, well, I might have jinxed it there a little bit. Just a little bit, but yeah, heading down towards the south side, towards the bridge. Super uncomfortable. Teams probably don't want to head over towards those lines because we're really limiting the play space so early in this game. I think this might be one of those matches that ends around about Zone 8 instead of Zone 9. So we might get a bit of a quick match here over on Erangel, our final one of the day.
Quarry opening, big feature into this circle on the west side, Blank. Everything around Ferry Pier, that ridge line of hill that stretches on that roadside as well, can contain multiple teams, a multitude, if you let them. A lot of teams are crunching in on this northern shore. It is really nasty. Maxman is making emote faces at me right now, and maybe it's going to be a chance for him to continue as Regnum Kaya lighting up the battleground against Ulf, who actually drop here. Regnum Kaya going to wade straight on into the fight, and Loxy not going to go for the reses, instead maintaining ground in the face of Ulf.
Yeah, taking a hell of a lot of damage here to Regnum Kaya. Smoke does work. There's the bounce. We'll try and run away from this one, but Regnum Kaya, I think they do succeed on this. They get the majority of the ground taken over inside the building, and likely the Ulf is not going to play off the back of this. The crunch is insane, by the way. The amount of teams all in this area around Ferry Pier and towards the lighthouse on the eastern side, that is a wild amount of teams. Regnum Kaya looking to pick themselves back up, though. They have one of the most central positions. They're one of the best teams at playing central as well. And they do get all 4 players back up against. This is a very promising start for the Turkish squad.
There are teams around the amount of Quarry, which I did expect, but there's really not that many teams still north of the road. Everybody's opted to get into, as you said, this crunch, right? Between, rather south of the road, and Ulf may be the team that feels the brunt of it the most. Finally, teams are starting to join the Mad Bulls on the ridgeline to the north of this. But right now, I feel like the Mad Bulls might have a pretty commanding spot here. Potentially difficult to transition away from. And there's still a lot of dangerous circles that sit in this future because a lot of it is still water, maybe up to 40% here.
Yeah, it's a super grim circle. We'll put it that way. Super grim circle. I think for most teams, they don't really enjoy it. But the reason you're seeing so many teams like group up around this area is you want that chance to cross the bridge if you absolutely have to, which is still a potential in this match. It really is still a potential. We could head over towards the north side, but players equally not fond of that as we'd be heading over towards the fields on that northern edge. E-Arena would control a fairly decent position, but it's Alpha 7 with that lovely compound that sits over towards the eastern side of Quarry. Not the one that's down in the ditch, but you can see right here on our screens as we get our next circle. It goes over towards Ferry Pier, which was sort of a given, considering the circle, unless we got some absolutely crazy scenes down towards the southeast side. Glad we're not seeing that for a lot of our teams on our screen at the moment.
A bit of a compound standoff right now as Team Flash 7 desperately wants to see them hold the compound. Hold it down. But I have to do it against Alter Ego right now. APG holding that south side as well. Krypton on the outside here, looking to vault around, get the off angle. Tops is off in the distance, actually on the hillside, so could prove to be an important third party. Third angle. Vampire having round sent their way one after the other. Ida connects, but he's backed off the angle. This should be resable for Vampire. I think they're going to be able to maintain, but both of these two teams going to have to move as everybody is still crunching south.
Yeah, Thundertalk is coming straight back in. Thundertalk, yeah, they made this ramp, right? It was a weird ramp that they made down towards the southeast side. E-Arena looking over towards Alpha Gaming, who were sent away from this position, playing a little bit split there. But if they can regroup, I'm not too angry about it. I'm honestly not too angry about it. They got themselves a little bit of early warning signs from teams starting to make their way in. They are very central as well, John. Very, very central indeed.
The arena went very quickly through the middle of all of that from the northern side, and APG back off. They don't want to keep that fight going. So another team joins Ferry Pier with DRX on that west side.
Red Bull.
He's really front to back on that. Little settlement there. And actually the fact that only Ulf has lost a player in Ferry Pier right now is pretty nuts. It is pretty nuts that only one team has lost a player in that spot. DRX also playing as 4. So we have 4 4-player teams, 1 3-player team. Playing in the same settlement right now.
Yeah, the old Regnum foresight there once again. Clairvoyant Silas, kind of understanding where this circle probably will go. Looks to claim a position nice and early, it absolutely does, and that's where that Ulf elimination came from. Sighting up over towards the island. Sits between Sosnovka and Ferry Pier. Playable, definitely playable. For how long is the true question of it all. Will give himself a loot crate, which is hilarious that that there. They'll take it, they'll take it. They'll pull the tops on this one.
Okay, alright, yeah. Well, they are already down a player, so they do need all the help they can get. D+ here, they are moving in from the north side and potentially looking to challenge Mad Balls, but they don't need to go that far just yet. DRX should be aware of Thundertalk maneuvering around on the south side. It's actually not too many teams that are going to be within render distance of Sighting's position. There are...
This is big news for Regnum Kaya. They're going to love this one.
Bakalım zona bar ya.
For a big win
Ekstra zona.
this game, but they've got to hold out. They've got to hold on. They have a fairly good compound to do it from as well. Great shots from these out. Again, you are going to see this regularly over here at the Pmgc. Players are getting so good these days. Players are getting insanely good when it comes to those long-range shots, especially just with the assault rifles as well. Very surprising to see, but they're happening more and more often now.
Ooh, Team Flash on the north side are winning their fight with Alter Ego, busting them down to 2. Haven't lost a player yet, but that could all change. And D+ Kia in the meantime, by the way, off in the distance. Nice little pickups coming on through. 14 Flash go moving out in dribs and drabs across the open grounds here. Vampire making their crash in the meantime. Again, looking to join in on Ferry Pier as another team getting into the mix. Oh, the needle threaded there.
Kibersportsmenler mağazası atıyor.
Smokes bloom, but Yala needs to be careful. Needs to be a little bit tentative.
Come on, guys. Oh, come on. That's a little bit of communication is all we're asking for. Not much more than that.
Looking towards the circle though. Black Thundertalk have made landfall on that south side.
Yeah. Thundertalk are probably the weirdest playstyle I've ever seen out of a single team. Their ability to go from tactical, aware, methodical to chaotic and just pushing teams like crazy. It doesn't make sense to me, but I love that they can just flip that switch on a dime during the game. It's really great to see. Not a lot of teams are able to shift gears like that quite as easily as Thundertalk are. Gives them a real advantage when it comes to those moments where they absolutely have to change that play style in the moment.
Absolutely. Plus, Kia, I mean, they've been able to patch themselves up, but will fully lose one now in their engagement. A standoff with Team Flash, Alter Ego, obviously losing half of their players, but getting down all the way to the south to one of the piers, one of the outcrops there. Alpha 7 on the western side right now. Looking to try and push on through. Oh, it looks like, yeah, Arena and Vampire are going back and forth, but it's not going to be a happy situation for Vampire. They may still be able to get that res. Back on, though, with Alpha 7. They have R8 to their south and 3 players from D+ to their northeast. We'll see who's going to go for that crash or if they're going to try and divert R8 and disengaging. They're going into the west side of Ferry Pier in the meantime. Everything's popping off on that northern side, or it certainly should be. As the south end actually finds Alter Ego coming a cropper.
Alter Ego down, yeah, very surprising. But again, we're getting to that stage of the game now, into stage 5, where this circle can't really hold that many teams anymore. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse. For the time being, there is still compounds available, but as we crunch in, teams are going to start falling like dominoes into the future. Chips here, CQC for D+, but it's looking bad. It's looking very bad for D+ and their prospects.
We get toasted here. Alpha 7 rolling in as well, just over the ridgeline. Revo looking to heal. Mad Bulls. I mean, we've seen what they can do in close quarters, and Pusher, Tulika handling their business, moving up, playing now 2 versus 1 on the angle. Alpha 7 not with a backup on the angle just yet. Carrillo maybe looking for it, and a good nade from Revo. It does bring things back into control a little bit more. These are the only 2 players for the Mad Bulls on the angle, and Carrillo has found another. Last player to stand for Alpha 7, but the Flash is flexed out for the side. They dealt with the majority of the damage towards Alter Ego, a lot towards the rest of them, and they want to sweep through the rest of this fight. There are not too many remnants left to sweep under the rug.
Flash gets a little bit out of this one, but they've already got 6 elims. Oh no. So they're kind of quite crazy with this one. Alpha 7 Carrillo steps out, but as he walks back in, takes a bit of a tag. Wounded now is Alpha 7. Carrillo, that nade should do the trick when it pops, but not even required, as Bose will finish the job with the DBS in hand. For the Flash, at this stage of the game, you know, it's still not too late. But playing in front of a crowd like this, it is nerve-wracking. Especially for a fresh team like this going through the Pmgc, it is so, so different. They had nerves cold as steel over in the gauntlet, over in the group stages. But here, it's a very different story.
They do still now have a 4v4. They've managed to win some of the fights, and Bose lands first knock. On the off angle as well, stepping up on the side of that tank there. And Ida's not really super resable right now. We'll crawl down and let Omori pick him back up. But in the meantime, Flash need to take initiative. They need to push forwards and use the time that's been allowed to them to look for the pressure on the back line. As soon as that res comes through, R8 start to re-establish. That will start to happen now, and Team Flash not really getting too much done. CS though moving into this angle, I think that might be the saving grace for them. Look at what he's been able to find. Prestige may be unaware.
His nades are coming through fast from the Flash. And the only way I can see this happening is because they've got so many to work with. Zeus finally finds a little bit of value off the back of that. He does spot Omori straight away. It's a great nade over towards Ida. Very low now. But Zeus has got a lot to deal with in front of him. Team not quite seeing these angles just yet, but Ida's low, Marth's low. Ida just gets the first aid kit off, so he's back into the fight.
DXavier with a third-party knockover towards Team Flash. Slow their roll a lot here, but the holdout going to try his best, but it's not going to happen. Omori now rampaging over and on through. Marth with the side angles, and Levi's really ruined their day. Team Flash, I mean, they had a really good go at it, but with 2 players now, facing down R8 is a fearful prospect.
DRX, in the meantime, getting some great nades, great damage over towards APG.
Refus top götürmeden etmiş. Götür puanını
side soon. The fact that DRX is able to make that push is a little bit surprising. I think that APG was quite split for a little while. So APG down to 2. Yeah, really ideal.
Team Flash still with 2 players. Hearing those nades go forwards. First knock over to Marth. Flushed, taken on for the rematch though. Will go for 1 and 1 again. They lose Marth. But blank, they do stay alive as 3. They win, get rid of Team Flash on that north side. A decent showing though from Team Flash. I don't think that you can say that that was a bad game from them. They held that compound on the northeast side. They got 8 points out of it. It's much better.
Yeah, I think it's nerves. I genuinely think it's nerves right now for the Flash. That's where they're struggling. But getting 8 limbs there, that's probably bearing a lot of confidence for them, in my opinion. So they'll probably play better going in towards our next couple matches, but we're on a whole different map. Maybe back to square one. We'll wait and see, though. Hopefully that's not the case. Thunder Talk staying alive towards the pier, I think is probably one of the more surprising things of the game. Interesting rotates from this squad. Not to be underestimated.
Alvarado.
I hope they get late to this game, so we get the rotation graphic that highlights what they did this match.
Төртөө болгондо эми
Cool.
ошодон
That was very cool.
төртөө
Very
макул
interesting.
болгондон соң төрт
Might
төрт
not
атышуу
though.
керек.
They're gonna get picked off like that. DRX taking shots out towards.
Берекс Кытлар суда ойнап.
Just Sighting and King. I think Sighting's under pressure from Regnum Kaya.
Chat, salam alaikum.
Move north. I don't think they're getting through this one. Bit of a blockade in the way. Kara coming up against their own blockade. It's DX Xavier in some buildings. They are very used to this today. They've been practiced. Old hands, but Kara seemingly finding that opener. Marso backing off the wall very, very quickly though. I bet he wish he hadn't. I bet he wish he'd stayed tucked on in.
That's
He
a
was running
parachute
away.
nade for you right there.
Running on out. Ooh, and there's Lewis chiming in as well. Lewis goes down to that off angle. DX Xavier not really too phased at all by Kara's runner.
Not at all. Lovely nade off the back of the stair window as well. Bounced out towards Marso, immediately took him down.
Oh.
CEO will nade Marso out. So, no points for you, Parachute.
That's one way to do it. That is one way to do it. All right, are still taking these shots on these off angles. CEO got a couple more nades. I think this will be the last one. Looking for the cook, and it's not on target. Mori spots him. CEO goes down. Nice lineup, brilliant on target spray there.
Yeah, that's a very impressive spray coming through from Amuri. Basically, no kick on it as well. Well done. Well done.
Now Disposer moving forwards, and he's down. It's Regnum Kaya to pick up the point. They've been on this east point of Perry Pier for a while. After some
Perry Pier.
Yeah, they picked a pack of pickled peppers too. But they do manage.
Wow.
Well, ignore that because Ziol's just landed a double. Oh, he's the last player to go, but he's still going to put up a hell of a fight. Does he have more in the tank though? QXZ now in on the ground floor. Ziol meeting downstairs, looking for the shots, hopping around the door frame, doesn't quite connect. And QXZ looking to try and wait for his team, but does he have the time? The Arena are going to bear down upon this in the meantime. The reses can come through, but Ziol wants to try and make the most of it. Now you're too late with that nade. Ziol does fall. An APG may be denied even the points on this one. It's another gauntlet APG game.
Good stuff there from DRX. And again, DRX is a strong squad. Initial fight over towards APG was great. It was a little bit split for my liking personally over towards APG. I think they needed to give some ground a little bit quicker there because DRX basically just flew in from the western side, picked up first knock, and that was it. Thunder Talk get King and Sighting into the mix here. Regnum Kaya still going strong on this east side, but it's their cross, right? It's their entry point to the circle that is a little bit hard to work with.
Get caught in the cross, losing one. DRX now up to 5 elims on the southwest side. Regnum Kaya moving in from that east point, going to have to condense a little bit more. I mean, it is all about R8 transitioning. It's all about DX Xavier transitioning down south. Who's going to be in the lead when it comes down to it, right? Because there's a lot of this circle outside Ferry Pier.
For Regnum Kaya, they make a good play here, though. They get up to the next edge, but if I'm Regnum Kaya, I have no idea Thunder Talk's here, by the way. I have no idea.
I don't think you do. I think you're completely right about that. R8 do go down and they try to make it up to the roadside. They just aren't going to find it. Yeah, they have absolutely no idea. They have absolutely no idea. For Regnum Kaya, there is no way that they could know. It is totally reasonable to not be aware of this spot. As soon as
the jump.
Okay, as soon as the pit waits, Wolf spots it. Okay, they know. He goes down, but they have got the info now. They know that there's threats in the sidelines, and this should be a bowl. Just pour those bullets on down, but the nade is there, the answer. King goes, Sighting now, steps up, goes for Loxy. Silas and Wild now need to hold their nerve. No third parties yet. DX Xavier have moved in the meantime, but I don't think they're looking at a third party. Not for the time being. They had a knock outside. Sighting goes low to another nade. Regnum Kaya now with 2 players. Will they go down to the wildest off angle we've ever seen here? Sighting looks for the push. The res is starting to come on through. He steps in. The smoke has blue. Silas with the challenge, and he holds his nerve. Regnum Kaya need to put themselves back together because they are cracking.
That's a gorgeous smoke from Silas. But more than that, Zed Wolf.
I love that guy. I love that guy.
Oh, what a
Who checks that? Who checks that? Other than Zedwolf. Oh my god. Like I said, they had no idea. They had no reason to have any idea. But the fact that he checks that really shows that he is playing at a PMGC level. Anywhere there could be a player, I'm checking it regardless of whether it seems so silly or it seems so insane. It actually is to check that angle, but he does it anyway. So very, very well done. Yes, he gets knocked off the back of it, but the information he provides is life-saving.
Brilliant stuff. For Regnum Kai to be able to check that now, up to 3 elims, those two to their tally. DXavian not quite able to push all the way across is brilliant for them. They can flex out to that east side, start to establish lines up towards the north. They're going to need in this next zone. We're into stage 8. You thought it might close down a little bit earlier, Blank. I think you might be wrong, given the Ferry Pier situation right now. Ulf very much on the ropes. The nades still finding their way into the ground floor of the Wizard Tower, but not quite getting the full job done. They're going to have to do the rest. Maybe a little bit more up close and personal. Clash over to Scarface. It's found, it's traded. DXavian, DRX rather, lose 1, lose 2 maybe.
Yeah, DRX getting up off his toe hard. Very, very difficult. Eventually, he was going to have to stop. Great 1-2 punch there coming through from Ketch. Instantly on target.
What a lovely little step up there from Ketch. Last player to survive. Our defense right now. And to be honest, if one of these two teams on the east side doesn't go down, Ketch has a fairly decent crack of getting in towards second place.
Yeah, it's a real question of how many balloons he can pop before he does go down. It's very difficult to play the center of this circle, John. Regnum Kai, I think their biggest task at the moment is DXavian. How much utility they have remaining, because they had to waste a lot over towards Thundertalk, which is quite frustrating for them. 2 players in a vehicle that is smoking. This is a dangerous maneuver. We're getting over towards the Wizard Tower. Okay.
The arena might try and challenge it. DXavian, remember, they still have angles. That smoke to Zedwolf's right-hand side right now is so important. It's on the clock, though. Evades the damage from the nade coming on in. And actually, DXavian take a knock from Turney K. Arena helping out this approach coming through from Regnum Kaya. DXavian now with a little bit of trouble. Wild spraying pretty wildly, but does connect a shot or 2. Ketch is still there on the ground floor as a nade finds its way on through. Everybody now looking to try keep the territory they've earned. This zone is going dead center. Ketch now on the ground floor, looking to just try and last this one out. Silas not connected with an 8. Zedwolf is though with a spray over towards DXavian, and they hop out. But immediately Ketch! No. Oh, Ketch, no! You can't do it to him, not like that! Zedwolf falls too, and a nightmare lineup. Ketch with the catch out.
The 2 turkeys take themselves out of action. Oh, it's a nightmare. It really is a nightmare. Natey takes a nasty nade to the back of the head. The arena looks to keep pushing right now, but it's looking too little too late as DXavian, they step it up once again. The heat is in the arena for the Spiders.
Hey, they didn't get the circle fully blessing them this time, but they are able to pull through. A second chicken dinner for DXavian today. A great result for them. Real tough times for Regnum Kaya though during that match. Thundertalk and Ketch both proving to be a little bit too much. The full force they can handle. It's those sneaky little solos, those duos, a little bit too hard of a hurdle.
Yeah, this Vietnamese team has been in a lot of very, very big tournaments, and they are great at controlling area. They always have been, always will be, but it feels like they're really thriving under the pressure here at PMGC. I think it's always great starting on that chicken dinner because it gives you a amount of momentum to just keep going. And look at how happy these guys are just about that win. Fantastic.
Brilliant, as they should be. A nicely controlled game there coming through from DXavian. For Regnum Kaya, I mean, they still got decently into that match. I think it was fairly low on the elims though, Blank. I don't think they were able to get too many. Not great from them. But DXavian, very happy to finally prove that they can go all the way when they don't get the blessing.
And here we go, the second chicken dinner for DXavian, man. These guys have just been so dang consistent, Max.
Well, the Dingoes, they're looking great here. Second chicken dinner. They get one on Rondo. They're doing it on the round on the last one. Very happy about it. But you know what, Seven? I feel like looking at these games, we look at the late game, we're like, how the hell is Xavier like one of the strongest positions? They do it every time.
I mean, the rotation from this squad has been so wonderful. Something that has been impressive for DX is the way that they are able to defend compounds whenever they actually get there. And this is something that you and I were kind of pulling our hairs at some point, Max, because what happened between DX and Kara?
Not good things, unfortunately. I have to be brutally honest. I love the play initially from Kara, which is you smoke out all of the windows of Xavier, which makes it easier for you to push up, but they send it and then they don't go into building 7? Why?
One thing that we got to call out for Kara, though, that we actually didn't notice is they waited a little bit longer because they knew that DX was going to be sending out those nades.
True.
First nades come through, and then they just don't fully send it. Kara, you got to make sure you end up sending it inside the building. You can't put yourself there in defense for the position to just get naded out.
Yeah, exactly. I think Xavier were like, you're going there? Like, yeah, weird position. Okay, 2 nades, bonk, squad wipe, easy. So like Kara, no matter what your game plan is, fully commit to it. I feel like you crash into buildings. You know what? Maybe this is a Kara win, but they fumble it.
Yeah, and if they would have made that push, right, it would have been a 4 versus 3 situation, right? But that little lack of commitment really cost them there, right? But you know what? It's so crazy to just watch some of these individual plays as well, right?
Yes.
We gotta talk about catch 7.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to end up seeing it on the highlights here. This man was able, I got to go back and see how many actual eliminations he was able to secure for his squad. Because not only was he able to eliminate some players there from DRX when DRX was having to go through everything, which we'll get a chance to talk about it in a minute, but on top of that, guess what? He ends up eliminating, I think it was maybe 2 more players from Regnum Karya whenever they were just jumping out of the building. He's like, oh, Silas, hi there. Thank you for the elimination point.
The 5-man Turkish team's like, it's kind of sus, this situation in this Harry Potter tower, and he does get himself the final word at the end. He does get out just slightly before Regnum Karya, so there's no extra placement point. But you know what? Playing silent in Harry Potter tower always works out great in advantage of these teams. Though, E-Arena, oh, there it is.
That's what it was.
Yeah. That was... Don't go on the walls on these little compounds because again they're so nadeable. Just get in the building. At least you're safe from those nades.
And another performance that we gotta point out is QXCZC. This man has also been a breakthrough performance, at least from in my eyes, for the whole of DRX. Usually we're just talking about Q is gonna clutch up. Yeah, guess what? Now it's another player that's able to get them points as well. And there you go. That's what I was able to talk about earlier in regards to Cage, just securing more eliminations for his squad, securing even more points. And for DX Xavier, I mean, well played, great timing for them. And right here, perfectly, we'll get a chance to see it, Max, how quickly they were actually able to rotate there and make sure that they found a good spot.
Yeah, look at phase 2. I want you all to pay attention. Pachinki, DX Xavier, drop in there since like 1996, it feels like. Circle 2 pops very soon. Look at the speed of their rotation. Right in there. And they stick it until pretty much circle 9, right? They're just holding down that position. Circle short is given to them, but you know that defense against Kara is super well done. So DX Xavier, those early rotations are so impactful for the entirety of their game.
And another one we got to talk about, Regnum Karya. I mean, at one point, it seemed like they were going to get 2 other players eliminated because it was 2 players. Was it Hot Jukes from Thunder Talk just surprising them?
Yeah. That's crazy. It was crazy. And what was also wild was seeing so many teams go out early in the top. But let's take a look at the match rankings. DX Xavier, another 17 points.
They love placement points. They love the placement points, DX Xavier. But you know what? I'm going to talk about another team that loves placement points. That's the Arena. No, I'm actually really happy with the way they entered to the circle. They were a team that was involved in Ferry Pit, but on the northern side, meaning you can third party, but because you're not in the deep center of the city itself, you're not fully directly involved, and you can just take a few shots here and there, so they can leave the city, but then you go into the DX Xavier meat grinder, and that meat grinder was quite deadly, 7 at the end of that match.
It really was. I was hoping that we would get a better performance out of some of the other squads that we were talking about earlier in regards to the bottom 5. D+, I mean, ends up with just 1 point. They end up in Longwood and just getting attacked from everybody. And we gotta give props to the mayhem that was happening in Longwood between a lot of the teams. And before I even go into that, Pmgc, congratulations on the MVP. Woo! But going back to Longwood, there was just so many teams going for that fight. We saw Alpha 7 being able to third party a fight there between D+ and some of the other squads. And then an aggressive team that I was happy to see, R8. R8 decides to push the action, and then they get put back on their heels because it was none other than Team Flash going after them. But we'll continue on because guess what? We have a new first place team, and it's none other than DX.
Holy Geek Xavier, let's go from Vietnam. Not only that, sure, they got 2 chicken dinners. 29 placement points over the course of 4 matches is ludicrous. These guys are on fire.
Unbelievable. More placement points than 6th place combined total points, right?
Okay.
That is unbelievable consistency. That is it for Erangel, though, right? We're gonna go into Miramar. Okay, guys? We talked about it at the start of the show. Right? A possible big hot drop situation. All right? Break it down. What do you guys feel about it?
You gotta tell me which teams. Oh, you're talking about Rangnum versus Vampire. There you go, Hot Jukes. Before we go into that one, top 4 players, no surprise, both from Team Flash, as I mentioned earlier, and then Amori once again.
New star from Mina?
Yeah.
Yes.
You had Ida, Marth, and now Amori added to the list, and Cage actually ended up with 4 items.
You know what? I want to say, as in retrospective, looking at the entirety of 2025, behind. It's been really the rise of so many good, strong individual players, right? This feels like the true new gen of PUBG Mobile Esport, which gets me very, very excited for things going on. But yeah, and also QXZ, right? Talking about Hyunbin, you already said,
yes.
Right, 7. Here, QXZ. Actually, I love that fight versus Yol.
Yes.
He fights Yol in that 1v1, but he doesn't commit so hard to the point where even if Yol gets that elimination, he's going to go confirm the rest of the team. He buys just enough time to get the full reset. I love when players are just knowing, I want to fight him, I need to play slow, so I give my team a better chance to survive and make it later on in the game.
The tactical play, not even if he was just waiting for his team to get the full reset, just the tactical awareness for him to know that Seoul more than likely was going to be waiting on the stairs and he was going to be put at a TTP, TPP disadvantage, and you don't want to end up going for that one. But going back to your point, Hajux, as we will be moving on towards Miramar, Regnum versus Vampire, especially with what we saw out of that game, Regnum now finally waking up, right, securing a good performance here.
야, сау. Тактика болсын, жаңағы нелер бар ғой. Деймақтыру. Осы секретлері уже мысалы. Любой адам істеп кете береді да. Тайын тактикалар. Соларды анық түсіре алсаң, түсірдің уже кіріп кетіп уже қазір мысалы. Алдын озат чемпионаттарында бір не еді ғой деп. Дефолт емес конкретно. Дейбистеп қойналар. Турнирлардан. Қазір дефолтта обычный болып. 5 кебес ойнайтын болса, конкретно сондай лақтырып білетін адам бар да ішінде. Әммесі біледі оңайды. Ойнап оңаймыз. Қазір уже дефолт емес та, дефолтта қойып. Бірақ PUBG-дан сырлары бар, мысалы 5 адам отырыпты ғой. PUBG-де тактиканың сырлары бар негізінде. Онан метеуге болады просто. Да, айтпаймыз ол. Хаммет чемпион. Тұрар неше рет көзімізді ашқан жер бар. Дота ойнауға да бар. Ойды түсіне алмадым. Мен шағын ойнамағаннан кейін. Сынауға әрекет етемін де сол ойынды. Ұқымып қалмаған, өліп қаласың, жақпай кетеді. Шырақ деп ойлайсың. Олай өлтіріп атып түсінбейсің. Үйреніп отыру керек. Әрекет. Free Fire ойнау керек. Әзір ойнап отқан PUBG мысалы шахмат болса, ол шашқы дейді. Wow. Drama show that passou por você. Aí, mano. Ó, tá que coisa. E outra coisa que eu diria, não. Жөртөдөн жігіттер танымайтын болсаңыз таныстырайын. Менің атым Бердам. Кеше жақын кішкене ойнап. Бұл жағы Азия деген. Танымайтындар болса деймін, шығып кеткен бірақ. Көбісі тұрардан аудиториясы көбісі білмейді. Қасында кім отыр?
айтыватырсың баяғы дарт дей ма соларды айтып кеттім дейді деп понятно қандай сен де қойып кеттің сол кездері қайсы турнирдан ойнадыңыз сол кездері қарақалпақтың әнді халық лига халық лигада да яғни ақыры төртінші категория Юлардың какой-то бір екі дуос жауап кетеді ғой бірінші тұрарның жеңіл біреуінің бедбой екінші баса жатқанбыз ана кім бедбой ма сен ба сырттан басасаң ішпектен басамын сосиска болса сосисканың ауыз бетінде тұрды да ортадан шығып деп көше жағына айланды мен бетіне қараттым ол саған қарай ашылды былай беттеді сол кезде енді артынан атуым керек қой мен ішпеттен ата алмай қаламын да сөйтіп ол не қылады менен қуып кетеді да 3-0 жауап соған ішіп кетесің Кренлер топырап кетеді Крен топырақ алады сол картада бірақ общий емес та бұл аскадан кімдер алып кетеді неге сағасақ мен телефон алып келдім саған янда я ойлайынша Pmgc янда Өзбекстаннан емес па бірінші National Garden Hayır, savunma yok. Nesin fırsat oynayıp çağırdı. Sadece birincisi çok. Twiz var ya da. Allah! Sol. Biraz sağ geldi. Abi ne oldu? Twiz'in son telefonu olmaya kalan adamlar çok kaldı. Üstünde de fırsat kaldı olsa geldi. Telefonun sınıf kalma kadar küçük gitme fırsat kaldı yani. Boku ülkede. Yeba! Jüri onda da oynadık. Мен жақтан как 13 Pro алып келдім как біреуден тауып как 2 күн ойнадық айтпа келгенше ойнадық еще как яғни күшті группаға түсіп қалдық сен актив болма Google Vision Google мен кеткеннен кейін ақын келмеді ме астында Өсейші бұлар. Vampire Exploits. Бұлар жаңа труп көтеретін зат шықты осылар. Труп көтеретін зат шығып кетті әлі. Мысалы, өліп қалады адам. Трупқа жатады, трупын оңа имеге салып көтеріп жүрсің. Мысалы, трупларды бір шеге мысалы. Трупын тақып қояды ғой. Трупын алғызың да өзің машина салсаң самашың білмеймен ол затты бірақ көтеріп көшірсең болады. Емесі бүйтсең болады, не? Мысалы, көшеде файт болады ғой. Труплар тазалайсың да, файт болмағандай ғой. Труплар шығып кеткен. Түрлі көрі ғой, атазының ішінде. Еще ертең таза алдыға да таза карта келдік және. Ондай қысқа карта ма?
bilmen ya. Olsun. Hey. Hey. Kazıktım ara göre. Öyle ya. Hani sana satmam ben. No. Olsun olsun ya. Birinci onda kim tuttu ana kuyruğundan gidelim. Baba. Birinci onda. Bu. İkinci iş. Kaç para kaytar yaptı? Voxy. Opçu en yakın gösterme ya. Tony емес пе мынау жаңағы түсіме терник пен екі орнық тонитын тониге де бес адам салам алейкум чат қоянлар DRX пенен ДП екеуі корейский бұлар корейский мысалы Корея Қытай Япония жоқ еді командада болу керек бар бұлардың Япония бар ана команда бар еді Сара дегені бар еді білсең бе игровой алдыңғы Кореяда ойнап берген Сара деген Карсо бала бар айта бересің солардың лигасы бір ма нет меніңше Қытайдікі отдельный өзінің лигасы Япониянікі да отдельный олар ешкіммен ойнамай ма сондай олардікі кайф ондай олардікі неге кайф демеді бірақ мына корейский турнирлар болатын ясың өздерінің жаңағы PUBG'дағы турниріне ойбо дегендер ойнайтын болса да ойбо деген Қытайда Қытайда сосын жаңағы кім еді номер один ол бойымен аты кім еді біреу бар еді парабой неге ана түріне ойнайды түсінбеймін мына жаққа шыға алмады ғой онда ана 13-ші орында кетіп бара Қытайдан бір команда шығады да Қытайдан осы күнге шейін мысалы парабой неше жылдан ойнап жүрді Қытайдың бір командасында ойнап жүрді Pmgc екен бар соны неше сол 3-4 жыл болса 3-4 жылдан бері Pmgc қоймайды шыға алмай жүрді өздерінің лигасынан шыға алмайды бірінші орында алса шығады да олардан қиын олар бірінші орында шығады 2-3 шыға алмайды сондай бірақ елеге ешкім ояқта уровень парабой екі мәрте отқан жоқ қой екі қой керек мынау Pmgc игровой ма пацан ару Pmgc игрок деп естідім естіп кетті осы бар оң жақта шығып барды өзін қысылады бәрі сол тек ТТП бәрі ревот сват жесе де болады аккуратный kaldım ben. Oo, bunlar var ya böyle. Bir adam sonra. Tam aslında bir doldu. Red Bull's ayağına. Daha ayağına. Bunun ortasına kırıp kötü gerek mi? Yani hiç kim yok. Olacak vallahi. Bir bakana. Birinci kez. Caption ayakta. Caption yoklamadır o kadar. Caption aslında nasıl o da. Zarar aşıklısı. Sana bildirimiz mi? Ne oluyor trafik bu? Özü oynamaktan lan bozun. Ay yok bu. Çok kafadaydım. Ya. Tabii koyu bir yerde oynamatır onlardı. O kısılıp kalan pozisyonlar. Taze gruplanmayın. Var mı? Yapılıyor. Oydu oynamadı. Anında mesela ambarda çıslak böyle mesela. Oturup kalktı. Oturup da ya. Bir şey kadar yedim. Bir dakikasında hakkım değil. Anstrengen bu. Legendarny. İyi. Topu. Sonrası. Tarık'tık. Ой, броня моя. И Profesör bayağı. Yıkılıyor, yıkılıyor, yıkılıyor. Alfa. Yaramadı. Oynayamadı. Orada kapar o. Yok. Birge dert oldu mu dert. Çıkmaya. Her karta Miramari. Transferi toprağı жетті да. Үш карта, уже екі картадан уже топыраса уже кубокқа кіретін режимде. Тез жетіп тұрды 1.25-ден бе, 1.28-ден бе жолға. Кубок өмет жетіспей отыр оны, өметтегі кубокқа кетсе, ойлап отпаған, топ, MVP екі жақлап отыр. Келді хороший мысалдар. Жоғарда өкімет болсаң смотрят. Олардың ұты бар жаққа. Меніңше жақсы. Бірақ сынап жоқ. Bir hafta. Test mi yapıldı? Светлый еще попал. Almamızın kaç reklam kare aldı. Bir test. Tamam. Ona da soğudu. Bir soğudu. Metal sap. Soda. Apa işe kırıyor valla. Metallara karasa Ulika oyuncakta ana şu oldu. Onların da aklı sevdim. Orada da kulaklar. Fakırda kendiniz onu. Emin bozuldu. İş aşkınsa basılmaydı. Fakırda basу үшін ана оң жақ беттен жолып беттен көру. Ал кет. Регнум тұрып жатыр. Топсы. Сен тұрдан атты ойлану керек. Аттан келу но деген. Төбе жақтан түсіне бермеймін. Еще көптен ойнамаған жоғарыдан көрсетіп жатқаннан кейін Лирикский да автомат атқан Миньон онда. Senin оружиең не? Bizim арада. Çatpен sıkılattı, ana sonra aytат, buna aytат. Жата береді кім біле біреу. Маған да осы жата береді. Любой жерде жата береді. Ой, прихус ног. Осал. Тоқтады. Қора болды пайдасы. Түсіне алмай қойдым. Бүйтіп ойнадым. Несен қараса ғой. Топс, бір нөк берді. Атқымын қысып, апығы қысып отыр. Әтөл бұл. Азым несен. Кеп жақ беттен көкеді. Әйәмен яқты. Мәселер өмеді. Мен бос қалмайды. Ағым ойын. Үшірді айтып. Такылар жауылдық, короче. Соник болды. X-тақ. Агрессивен. Не пускай. Al start al. Üşüğün görünecek bir şey değil. Tamam. Oradan alpa sevgili kana risk. O efendim ne yapıyor? Efendim doğru şey. Alter ego regulamışlar. Diyorum bravo. Sizga bo'lsani основной taktika hammayda tredje bo'lib qo'shilib bo'lib turadi. Fight bo'lsa bo'ldi, tredje qo'shiladi. Nimalar ham Ребро kaldı. Alfa sevgili bulsam. Refus senin opera. Bak. Tataceli. Kılavuzda şans var. Nasıl Christoph benim düşüncem Christoph. Крузда валя на церковь. Nasıl tövbesin diye обычный киім. Ажар ойлап. Кардан бір көрсетіп берген болып тұрды. 600 демек. Байер альфа еще bir жеті. Gold'dan bana şöyle. Refus'a 600 demiş ki. Hiç taşımadı mı? Dolika kill çaldı. O. Öteredin çağır mı usta nasıl? Böyle kapat. Bravo. Flip. Bu yavaşlanmış. Toplar sabahın bir jet var para. 6 gibi. Toplar iyi çıktı. Böyle güzel. Ne bir aldı. Os. Niye töbe tutup tümünden nok yapmadı nok koy. Düşünmedim. Beni nok gördüm. Zayıf. Жақында. Burada. Bundan pay vermedi. О, керегimiz ау. Нехтізі. Мен шығар. Haber шығар. Кетті өш, кетті. Зайыф ол, ұстай ала ма? Бұнға мартын келді. Kara. Karan sonra ne gördüm işte. Yap. Sonra ne var? Derek aldı. Aldı hocam. Yok, Derek. Ана қай ешкі бетіне келмеді ау. Жарайды сәжақ. Анау жан. Мөлесқа түсіп кетті қан. Ау, көрдім. Зай болды зона бар. То есть, не бар. Құданың инфасы бар шығар. Инфа берсе де болады, зай болды бұл жерде. Сен ұмытып бір жағынан керек. Давай. Кайып берді. Ебайт.
Оны басқа біреу ұрлап кетті.
Тұтылар келді артынан.
Дұрыс шығарып жатыр, дұрыс.
Зай ол машын ұспеген еді. Топ, басты. Қысылып қалған байдасы жоқ, бағына ол.
Екі машина артында.
Тұтыларда, артынан бастастық.
Арты қайттан келді, Pmgc келді.
Тығы келді, давай. Сен көрдің ау. Топ!
Топ еріп кетті. Даллар өкше барып қайт.
Елден ефілі алып жатырын олар, да? Зай ол, хорош. Инфасы бар. Тұтылар ұшық болды.
Атса берсін.
Тіпті қайтты көрдің бе? Жа суы не кеді ғой өзі? Зай ол дайып кетті. Новыға рефус елеп көтеріп алды. 9 кило бар. Зона бар жада. Тықыда зона жоқ. Пасерін сотырсы ба, я. Бұл скилл жауды және 10 кило жада. Жод.
Топ жоғын, ең ажықтан.
Инфасы бар. Рефус қақта жүр? Рефустан көтеремін. Топ жасыз шөпті жатып. Керек емес топ. Тайнанайын. Көрді. Топ 5 менен 3 бүтесі бар. 11 келмеді жаңа. 14 бүтесі орда болады. Маған 47 болды. Жарасты тақыларды бір бүтесі бар қойды.
Бұлар көр кило сауып.
Альбазы пидорас. Говно жерде тұр, әзір топ 4-пен жол болды.
Сатап кетеді мына жерде.
Тақада зона бар, бақыра жоқ. Ең позиция бар. Тауға кесіп, тауда да обзор бар. Мысалы тауға ойнаса. Кемп бар, уже орталыға жақын зона. Кемп қаз келді машинамен.
Жатыр алар. Жаталар келді.
Келді ала. Ана екеуі аз говнода мысалы.
Сол екеуі атса, сонда да.
Чатик жігіттер қызық ойын болып отыр. 5 адам көріп отыр. Қазой көреміз дальше. DRX задатты сосын ДХ. Тұтының толық несі қандай еді? ДХ не заттамай жүрді. Тиксавер. Зона бар. Маған камера ойнап отыр азын. Үшінші. Түсті ағы. Левис кнопка берді, DRX. Бұл ма қате болып кетті. Келеді енді үшінші аға театр. Көтербім келеді ме? Dereks aldı. Aldı. Dereks aldı. Dereks aldı. Yapıp da şey mi öyle ya? Takıp kötü çıklayın da gene. Nasıl baran çıkar lan takıp. Давай. Söyleyeceğim. Tabii ilk kişi saksı gidip duralım. Yeni değil. Olmanalar. Hatta törtü mü hem oluyor? Törtü baba. Törtü mü var ne hem? Bir nokta inşallah var tek. Dereks. Belki bu. Dereks. Ket. Ekta tağada. Tağada. Onlarda pozisyon var. Onlarda hayır yok. Futbollarda hayır yok. Molik onlarda hayır yok. Bir hayır kurdan kur seti gerek değil mi? Molik ahırında setse var. Evet ne gitti? Jurnalar beşi ama şuradan mesela bakıl. Yalkısında bulamıyor. Ya hayır kurdan kurat var. Öğretim var. Kep kıyım nasıl? Ermenski bir o kararım. Şık şey bir yana. Bir kamermen çıkmadı ya. Demarajis var ya burada. Kim demiş bu? Trargani. Böyle oturup koyayım. Zorlat koyuyoruz. Saçat petini sevdim. Bu viski var. Flash tutu karasın. Flash tutu gördüm o. Karos. Evet, çok güzel. Derek Sosa. Yetsin oğlum ben de. Derek Kersler. Kersler ağzına bir kütle atıp çıktı. Çekiyorlar var mı? Turar mı? Turar da göstereyim ben. Turar mı? Ne? Turar mı? Ne? Yakınlarda olalım. Oldu mu? Göstereyim ben. Turar mı? Turar. Ya. Evet, bildiğin mi? O gayrı o. Ne oldu şey dedi. Kimler otan Koremiz? Bas kartı aldı. Benim şey. Қалай алып кетті мен соны түсінбедім әлі соны жастап көрейік дем екі дем нақты дауа екі дем кетті мысалы орнына біреу жүгіріп келе жатыр еді соны ата жақ болды ма сухой деген ата жақ болды оң жақтағы біреу плащ береді біреуіне шеп жақтағы Смокпен шығып жатқан екен қарап Sıta asıkma ya. Sıtın zonası var mı?
Zona da kısıp yedir.
Şaşağın kod telegen. Terlet kovalar. Hemen. Tele de o. Bilem, ben de fiziği suktapın deydi. Sıtın zonası var et karada. Mümkün
емес.
O zonası var edi menimçe böyle.
Иә, сонасы болғанмен қазір ашық жерде қалып кетті да. Кеп жақтағылар, екеуі.
Може жатып келеді. Мынаның zonасы жоқ еді ғой.
Мына жақтағылардың ұлымаған еш жоқ еді, ЛГС жоқ еді, шеп жақтағылар. Yok бар екен. Кетті.
Мына зона уже күтем дегенде де бәрібір. Мына екеуі уже нөк болып болды ғой. Бәрібір.
Сонда шығу керек. Скилл шешіп кетті, мынау.
Мына екі наружен күші ғой.
Анау смоктан шығып, екі нок беріп кетті. Еще флешам түсті сол.
Әйізің 3 сағаттан бері аузы тынбайды дейді. Шейді дейді. Аш болдық енді біздер бірақ. Мен бұлсардың жауылған жер деген ол. Код бетіне басқан екен, қара. Ашынымен барады ғой. Пәстеді оны. Бұл жақта еді. Бет жоқ ады. Біреу түсірді. Кракен бір 2 нок беріп жіберетін ұсынмаған да сонда.
2 нок бар шығар меніңше.
Ұрдым ба? Не oldu деп айтты.
Ашып кетті ғой анда бір екеуі. Yok, klip kapacak değil mi?
Ана флиптан.
Артындағы экранға қарайды да, артындағы экранға. Клип отырды.
Клип па?
Мынау бала не тұрды,
мынау. Флип па?
Бұл екеуі зора. Тұрар қалсап көз ашып көрген.
Дұрыс сұрақ, ол пікірін қойды ғой. Ол тек қана бір сөге алатын адам әйізет болған бар ғой. Жасырмаймын ана. Біздерде тек сөге алатын тек әйіз тұрарды болған. Мен сөге алмаймын. Муланды қанша берді? 300 мың. Не болса да сау болыңызшы, браттарым дейді. Көріскендер өзім. Келеден сау жүріңіздер. Әңші. Ұрса? Мен бара алмайтын шығармын кішкенекке ұрса. Сабақ оқысына ақша керек.
Кішкенттен не бар?
Мыналар не сондай ма? Весін қалып кетсе барамын бірақ.
Олардікі ұят болды ғой. Екінші анлан келіп шығып өткен екен. Ne? Şansı ver. Birinci orunda alganlar. Banda var mı? Bıçak var mı? Screenshot vermeyin. Kimse başlık bir ikinci orunda alganlar. İkinci orunda algan yapmak. Bizler bulmalıyız. Bakıyorum.
47 DRX.
DRX көтеріліп кетті ана.
Тұрып бірден көтерілді.
Осылан жақлап көрейік жаңа.
Ulf oynamaya gelmiyor. Çok şey.
Yazatlar Ulf var.
Karak емес. Olur.
Іріп жүріпті.
İşte böyle. Akşama 7 kilo kadar. Profesör mü?
Sen oynап тұрды, келіп Асқар хамес почти бірдей, короче. Оныншы орынмен почти хамесі тең. Бір топ раз жетіп алады.
Bu нестабиль болып тұр мысалы. Алдын Эран келді, мысалы тіпті ойнамады, қазір ойнап кетті мысалы. Альфа-7 ойнамай бір ойнады мысалы қазір. Үшінші штаб. R8 мысалы бағана бір ойнап, алдын картада ойнамады ма? Топ бір ағалар кімдер? Бұл қасан алды қазір картада. Мен бұл жаңа неде? Эран келді алды ана. Неде алды? Ясная, да, машина.
Болды.
Сол бар. Бірінші карта. Тұқысында екі рет топ алды.
Бірінші картаны алды, ағаға бірінші картаны алды.
Сіздің қалықтан турнир болатын дедің, е?
Жаңа жеріңіз бар? Pmgc. Монапыста.
Гол ма?
Қалай болады?
Global Championship.
Адам емес пе шығар жоғарыда?
Анық болып жатты,
Анық шығар. Ең басында шығып жатыр екі. Короче, екі жақтың командаларын көрсетеді. Аренаны екіге бөліп қойыпты да.
Мынау емес пе, 20 минут бұрын болған.
Ең басын көр, соны ең басын.
Басын тоже болды. Ең басына.
Шығып жатқан жерін.
Ола?
Ойыншылар шығады ғой стадионға. Арена. Сол өзі. Мынаның ар жағында как мобайлар, мынаның не жағында. Шығып жатқандай. Мобайлды көрсетеді мына экранда. Осыланды ма не? Жаңа как 2 сағат
Ал санды.
Бәрін білеміз.
Кейінде сен кеткеннен спот серік бетке өзгерттім. Өзгерттім. 2 рет, 3 рет түстік. Шабылық жауамадық емес. Ойнап, сөйтіп. Кейін болмады, олмады. Әлемат кейін атты санып болды. Керек емес. Кейін не алдым? Кейін тек импала ойнайтын болдық. Құласы, мысалы, разлет деп ойнаса, мысалы, импаладан деп ойнаса. Импала жақын болмаса да, мына яқа жол, мына яқа, мына зонаға түсеміз, сонда мына яқа, мына жердегі. Амбар бар, не бар. Тек соған түсетін болды ғой. Вальдемар деген затты болдық. Аяқ сол. National Cup'та содан не болдық қой біздер. Мен ана турнирді ата алмай қалатын бар, далбай өп соған.
Сол стримлар көруге боларса кейін. Екінші жатыр.
Здесь көрініп тұр, ашықтың бәрінде.
Заңы ойнай алмайды. Бір келамыз деген.
Olsun mu yapalım? Tek games değil mi?
Six match format. I think any more than that does make the players go a little bit delirious.
It's very nicely divisible. Sevens are fine. Actually do that.
No.
Holiday. It's not alright. It's like volume on a TV.
Yeah, I do think 7 match plus is player delirium hours. We do often get like some funny plays on match 6 quite a lot because the players, these guys have got a long day. It's been a long day from so far. And especially on day 1 where you've really got to put all your work into it. If you're D+, you're hating life right now. And it's been a long day. And you're hating life right now. So it's a double whammy. They're getting double whammied at the moment.
They really are.
Просто
They really are. They're dropping in Platona right
Oyunu жоқ
now. That's how whammy they are. So whammy. They dropped in Platona, dude, in Miramar.
Holy, that's insane. That's bad. Yeah, I think D+.
That's so sad. Oh no, D+, it's okay. You can come back. Probably not, but you can.
Yeah, I think. If I'm being real,
yeah,
I think it's GG. I think it's very unlikely you get a Tara on an APG day in Pmgc. We're talking 90 plus points a day. If that was possible, then maybe, but the likelihood of that happening is so thin in Pmgc that I genuinely think D+ might be dead.
Well, the back-to-back might be undefendable at this point.
Oh, yeah. That's not. They could certainly work their way up the tables, but yeah, you're right. The back-to-back, it might have been zapped day 1, tasered.
Ooh, that is not a good feeling for anyone involved there. They are certainly not happy about it, but they could see their countrymen find that chicken
However,
at the top. Yeah, well, you know, if they don't win it, I'm sure they'd prefer it if someone from South Korea won it as well. The DRX right now, it's much more likely, especially after that chicken dinner.
So what you're saying is that D+ should just crash Red Tiger every game.
Yeah, you're right. I did actually say that.
Would that be collusion?
I'm not going to speculate about admin type
about
decisions.
Things that are happening now and again.
Yeah. I feel like we could get in a lot of trouble for that.
Yeah, probably.
Probably talking about something else. Anyway, well, okay, we're on board with that.
Speculation.
Oh yeah, Alpha 7 on screen. Okay, yeah, we can talk about them.
Speculation.
We can talk about them. They have yet to claim. I feel like they're probably one of the most notable teams in the world not to have claimed a PMGC title. And I think that's
I think they're happy with their PMWC win.
We just got that one. You know,
yeah,
we'll say the
that's
mid-season.
cool.
You guys have the end. You guys have the end of the year. But I still think that
Within keep switching players out all the time, maybe they would have a win. Okay, if I'm
Ama
being
kısmı
real.
da temiz.
Keep you guessing, don't they?
They really do. I feel like Creo and Rebel seem to be the only ones that
Kızın
can
işte.
God, they're just, not willing to pay a full day rate on the other players. They're like, no, you only played 5 matches today.
Aman şahap.
It is frustrating because
Kurda buldu topları.
I think
Abi
with Mafioso, Creo, great.
Mars'ın zarında.
He had McGrellin, and McGrellin was awesome. McGrellin really was a player that kind of knit that team together nicely. He got kicked. So what did he do? What did he do wrong? I'm so curious.
Because we are now on board with Rosemary. Rosemary first spray down, but steps up for the second. Knocks that one out of the park. The backup was coming through, but doesn't seem to be needed. The spray down is good. Find a point. Alter Ego. Take one of E-Arena. That is good, because Alter Ego are behind E-Arena, so they're happy.
Yeah. I think for Alter Ego at the moment, 26 points, it's not ideal. It's really not ideal for Alter Ego. And I personally think that Alter Ego can go way further than just that. I think Alter Ego is a fantastic team, and I was trying to cut Max off also on desk early when he was talking about Alter Ego being like the next Bigatron, which I have said in the past, but more in passing, more in a passing sense.
Not as a key point.
Not as a key point. Yeah, exactly. Like that wasn't my keynote in my PUBG mobile talk.
You went in your turtleneck.
Exactly. Yeah, walked on. No. Stop. But yeah, I think for Alter Ego, I would love this team to do so well. I think Indonesia deserves a bit of good. They've consistently been getting towards the finals multiple times, and they've produced several strong teams. That's like my main thing about it.
Regnum Kai are clashing right now, fairly
deep
just
plus?
west of the central. No, it's Team Flash coming off in the distance. They do look pretty resible though. Vampire though crashing in may be able to drive the stake home through the heart of Regnum Kaya, but Loxy is on the hunt, looks for that flush and immediately gets it. They're diverted away. Team Flash actually going to be crashing in, but seeing Vampire here as well, that's going to slow Team Flash down. Okay, going for a little bit of a side hop out there. Loxy is going to be rebuffed off of that angle at Zedwolf all the while. What's he doing? Where's he fending off towards?
Did that vehicle just fly over the top of his head?
Where did he come from? Win!
Oh, he's got him! Zedwolf's found it from the sidelines. Fantastic news. Yeah, that vehicle went over his head, grazed him, gave him a buzz cut.
Okay. There we go. Finally putting that fight to sleep.
Over
the trick jump. Over the ramp will be shut down. Regnum Kaya like to play that spot, but they have 2 teams rolling up on them simultaneously, and they end their day on 35 points blank. That's not a tournament winning performance right now. The Miramars have gone fairly poorly, all things considered. They definitely needed a little bit more, considering that they're going down first in this match.
Yeah, I think Regnum Kaya, they're not in a losable position. Right, there's still time to bring this back tomorrow, and we know that Regnum Kaya can put up big points. Obviously, 35 points is a little bit lackluster, considering that Xavier are in Impala. It's like slightly right? With Xavier consistently being in these central zones. Vietnam wants this win. They really do.
And their split, though, I think is going to start to get dangerous fairly soon.
Yeah, I hate that.
I
didn't see that. See that now? I hate that.
Okay, they do have the north side of Impala, but it's only native.
Greedy.
It's only native.
You're being real greedy right
and
now.
then Parachin's up the top of the mountain. And then they've got two players all the way up to that north. They're split over about 600 meters blank. They can't see each other.
Theoretically, great play.
Okay.
Because you're maintaining basically all of the really important parts of this zone.
Okay.
Everything off towards the western side. All of the important parts of the zone on the east side. But it is so greedy. Don't want to go for this one. It's teasing.
Sefer bağına Regun garen orada yani. Ben push'u
Is it
jür
possible? Even if it does, at this point, it's not going to be the same sort of mad scramble.
basman var o ya. Sabah bir şey
A lot
zaten.
of space over
Okay,
there.
it's not happening though. Don't worry, it never goes out to the East Islands
But
on Pmgc.
the thing is, this does like elevate DXAV's position a lot.
Sana pohey gidip para durma. Biri
Haber ona olmuşsun. İlginç sıra kadar çeviriyor. Ya ben mimeden sonunda sözde daha turban direktörü şimdi mi? O ne? İşte yediyor kadar.
He's got an umbrella of vehicles though.
Bastığın kadar. Yakta aynı bakara
You as
sabah
buggy, both littering above.
Adamların üzerine arası ilk maç. Düşman.
A nice little shot in response for Solus to be able to hop back.
Ne oluyor
It's
böyle?
going to give him a lot of breathing room. Okay, Solus might be able to survive for quite a while as a solo in this.
Doing well. I think that
Karanlık
for all, it's been some sloppy play, but that has been backed up by the fact that they're kind of killing it right now on the leaderboards, 4th place. What a nade from Pusher. Lemon is usually
PUBG comeback
the
buddy.
nader on the team, but that one,
They
look,
know
now
shot.
he's been taking some cooking
Tamam.
lessons. Obviously of the grenade.
PUBG hayır insan.
Chef Ramsey.
PUBG comeback olan bize anday var.
It's wrong.
Pır vermeyin niye PUBG oynayıp bize. Kimse hazır yerden.
Atılsana.
Mincemeat now though.
Pmgc'den kim bize göre. Slot rekorda Pmgo var cidden. Sonra en güzel aslında ballarını ayarlanıp kart yazacağım. Özbekistan çeker.
As a solo, quite a few solos.
Özüm sinekte Orslan'la canım. Oldu bize trainer.
Great, absolutely great news. I mean, Nate does fall though,
Sonra balların oyunu koruyor.
which is 100% deserved.
Onda iyiydi.
Yeah.
Yaksa
No, he
çıkıp
absolutely
gel.
is. He
Sağ olun.
absolutely
Selam.
they're not getting.
Quiz tanıdığımda
Okay. You
legendalarla
gotta trust me on that.
böyle bir jatıp da böyle oynayarak.
Please.
Bu ne no? Jatır no.
The few hours I've watched this game.
Hell.
You gotta trust me on that one. Though getting 3 players to the high ground here is a really big blessing, regardless. As long as they're heavily looted, could be a great game off the back of this.
Neyse 8 geldi oyun lazım.
Yeah, I mean 3 players on that high ground, as you say. It is
8. yıl.
a lot of potential.
Especially when it's so central.
Olsun da Euro
Vampire
Karasın.
with their last player up against Alter Ego, who have got 4, but not all in this spot. Rosemary does take on some damage. There is off angles.
Alter kısa da oldu sonra.
And it's going to be
Bugün yakta oyunu bakayım.
Vampire's day. Oh, not an East Island circle. That's so sad. Everyone hates that. Everyone would have wanted to go to East Island circle. But no, we have to go to Impala. We have to help out DXAvia one last time. Oh, Nick didn't take it either.
I told you.
Oh man, and I didn't believe you.
You didn't. You really did not believe me. That's okay.
Bu bilemin hani
You don't have to believe me on everything, but I usually am right.
Do I have to believe you or not have to believe you on everything?
Yeah.
Oh, Pmgc.
I like how Shane was saying. Just fall. Fall over. Stop. I had a really bad game.
Yeah.
I had a really, really bad game. Give me that flush.
Come on, please. Please give me the flush. Oh, come on. Give him a little bit more. I don't know if he has a vehicle up here to drop down with, but should be able to drop either way. To get rezzed is doable. Jay steps a little bit closer, R8. Not really having the pace into these finals that they would have liked right now. Their last match today, they're already cut down to size. No elims found either for the cost of their player. So not things off. Alter Ego chiming in on open season towards R8. For Rosemary. Oh, stays too long on the peak, stays a little bit too far forward. The GOAT team, they spot him. They're out in the blue zone as well, out on that west side. I don't think that's rezzable. I think Alter Ego have just fully lost a player there, and the rest of them might be falling soon.
Yeah, I think Alter Ego, again, we just have this weird split right now. We've got Snape over towards the north side. I don't think they're quite confident in what they want to achieve in these matches at the moment. And they play way too split. We fixed this actually in their group. They absolutely did fix this in their group. They were able to get an insanely high placing in that group too, with a lot of points. We're kind of returning to old habits again. These can be fixed though, but with 26 points, is that going to get you a podium finish? That's a question for tomorrow. But it's going to be a difficult question to answer.
Yeah, it's... I mean, if you keep doing 26 points, then no, of course it's not. It's not going to be enough. The question is, can you have that stand up from that position? Do you have enough room to be thinking about putting, close to 70, 80 points? Because that's what it needs to find a comeback, right? From that sort of level towards the top of the tables. You need to make it up over to that level. Breaking 100 puts you in the contest, right, over 2 days. Breaking 50 today, that puts you in the contest. Getting high 40s, okay. You're starting to get a little bit risky with it, but anything over 60, you're very happy in terms of your competition for the top spots.
Oh yeah, I mean the 60 points is actually phenomenally good. For DXA being on 54 here, that's very, very nice. I think a lot of teams underneath them, because they are down to 3, they'd love them to go out early, but with that spot they've got on the high ground, it's like they're going to live out for a while. And I quite like that maneuver from them. They saw how close they were to that 60, 70 pointer. If they just get themselves 10 points off the back of this game, they
Uluf деген баладан соң келе
and
жатыр.
that's what can happen once you start to build up a point.
Рерикс тұрса келеді ғой.
Is that towards the
Ата
end
тұр
of
ғой.
days, you can start to relax things rather than having to push out a
Битемейді
load of points. You can pull it all the way back, get as average as you can, and be very happy with the result at the end of the day. You don't have to pull what currently DRX have to do, which is where they're still pushing, because they need to hit another 20-point game to really set themselves up in good stead.
I mean, I've said this before, right? If you want to increase your scoring, you're playing an 18-match set. Sure, you can get more points in one game, and that will really bump your score up. Or exactly the same impact. One more point in 18 games. So finding those little extras, those little top-ups are really important. Alter Ego try and make their way in, but they do just get pulled apart there. They are now down very, very low. Mad Bulls probably losing Tulika here as well. We're going to an Impala Circle, Blank. We're going to an Impala Circle. It looks fairly likely that we're going to end up in the town, but it could go down to DXAV's Mountain.
It could do. I do think Impala Circles horrid. So unenjoyable to watch, and it really does feel like we're sort of with this big old grandfather clock just counting down until DEFCON 5 when we get through to the central area. Teams struggling to move their way in. You get across that road, you get blitzed. It is painful.
It's the end of the first day. We'll be a third of the way through our tournament after this game. The only team to get an elim so far on DXavia for this match. Looks for the
Жақсы шүкір Аллаға жора. Әлі нүкісте боласам ба? Нүкісте ме жора? Нүкісте полный осай, декабрьде полный болды. Қалесе оқуым бар, мен бар, курсым бар дегенге айтып. Тіршілік рефус.
Right now it's very, very tough. Go in a good position. I'd be quite happy to see Go do.
Ана, не бар ғой функция не?
One player.
Иінге келіп.
Towards Rufus.
Рефус.
I hear the desk oohing and erring over there as well.
Horror game.
Yeah, I mean it really it will be a oh, it peaked up there. So easy. I don't know if Rufus could really pop this one off, right?
Дұрыс қой, бірақ Сухарикке ифасы бар ғой? Ифасы болғаннан кейін шықпай жатыр. Негізінде.
We've seen a lot of overpeaks here.
Ашылып қалды оған себеп.
Yeah, this is
Кесек ойнаш керек еді жора. Болды жора. Білмейміз негізі. Болмамыз керек.
He's kind of playing 5
at
the moment.
Ойлан.
Keep eyes on everything.
Қараның сол неге келесі. Атрегінің сол неге келесі. Қоянның сол неге келесі. Үлфтің бағана жатқанын ол барып қадаға. Қара нұқ берді. Спа! Керек емес. Келі қимылдамай отырған. Сухарик нұқ. Böyle. Oldu stop jara. Serk hareketi. Dıkı шыға алмайды маған менің Ол бір контрол ма? Бірдеңе барды. Топ қарап жатыр ғой өзі. Kendime
It's
men
similar to how
Amşla
Rex,
koşarım.
how you able to spot out Thunder Talk on Arundel game.
Kayıttız.
You really do have to do
Biraz
your
oraya
due
bak.
diligence inside of these matches. And often it pays off with 2 elims
Tabii
there at
ya.
least for APG. And it does cut DRX short in terms of the chaser just behind them. Currently now in 3rd place with APG jumping into 2nd.
Karanı öldürdü.
CEO
Karadan
and
tutuldu.
their match. And, well,
Bakacağız sağdır eli.
they did lose that. They're not playing anymore, are they?
That's true.
No point.
Takılan bu.
Neil Bois.
You are correct.
Hmm.
Just the way you said it.
You know,
Üçüncü günden beri
it's the way they
istedim
played it,
onları.
actually.
There's no
Ya,
7th.
kalan bir tur yapar ya.
There's no 7th match. Looks like they didn't know that.
There is tomorrow. Just in case people
Oh no,
get
there
it
is a 7th
confused.
match. Yeah. No, it is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We aren't just finishing now.
No.
For vibes.
Alırım.
Yeah, we're just making sure that didn't come across as a
Lan hayır oğlum.
situation.
Oyda bak.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Team Flash as 2.
Just there isn't going to be a 7th match.
Try.
If,
Not right, but like,
Oui,
late,
oui.
but like,
Like
not
later.
right, but like later.
but like tomorrow.
Hopefully Thunder Talk will be there, because right now it's looking less and less likely they're going to be in the rest of this one. They do have King on the inside of Impala, well, inside just about in Impala, so they have managed to cross one, but that will be all they'll see. But later.
But later.
Yeah.
But later. But later.
But
Win.
we do forget.
Tomorrow.
So you know
Oyun
today.
pasından ağır oturlar. Birinci gün ya hem
Today,
korkmayın
For
var.
tomorrow.
Yeah, but like one, if you like wait for one more day,
Üçüncü gün hem
then it'll be
izleyebilir.
tomorrow,
Korkuyor
then
ya.
Yeah.
the match will be number
Ya
7.
hazretim o ne?
First, but only that for tomorrow, so yeah.
Buraya koşturuyor.
I felt like that's probably a nicer thing to say than for the just watching sighting getting peppered right now.
Yeah, I was trying to stay away from that. He's trying to stay away from
Control
words, but it's not working
Yeah.
too well.
Hani o Qaraqalpaqsha görünür bitti.
For the last 2 minutes, which is fair enough to the observers, because this is why I don't like Impala, because nothing ever happens.
Onun eski bakıntı böyle.
That will be the case. Probably moving it towards
Bitti son olsa
12
Qaraqalpaqsha
teams
görünür.
remaining. Blank. We are 24 minutes in.
Buranın hiç ağır.
Just boring.
Akıllarda da
Oh,
kolay
it
değil.
will be exciting for 30 seconds.
Var aslında.
It's like
Because right now
but
this lobby
there's
is
no reason for anyone to move. Like,
Actually-
we're filling time for the next 3 minutes.
blank. This lobby is already exciting because we don't have sighting anymore. It is X sighting.
Benim. Fayalım.
So true. Well done.
There you go.
That's some good wordplay from you.
Alfa'da şans bulup duracak.
Right.
Para o ne şans?
It was brilliant.
Buna
We all
oynansa
had a
ilk
time.
sonu.
Usually you're more of a word worker.
Tek tüsken paski.
Where you going with
Duran tatlı.
You're all word work and no
Ona bak.
wordplay.
Kim senin dakikada ona var?
Oh, it's been a long day for us too.
Kaç buggy
We're
var.
getting into Impala.
I'll tell you, nothing ever happens. It's finally we get a little bit of excitement.
Yakını Johar alayım mı da?
This circle is
Değil,
nicer. Doesn't mean Goat has to move.
Bakılmaları
I
bırakacağım.
think that's the only team. Oh no, Ulf.
The solo.
Oh yeah, Alter Ego as well as APG. Yeah, I'm just missing those.
Kind of DX Saver as well.
Zoomed in
Oyun
on them, I
bitti,
believe.
Impala'da 12 komanda var o arasında.
Yeah, not full move, not full move.
Anyway, listen, I'm analysing the circle a little more because it goes bare merit. Is that DX Saber lighting and everything's going to have to drop down either on the north side or down the west. The southern buildings here wouldn't be bad if you have to fight against
Biraz
D+.
olsun almaya.
Also for D+, this is a ginormous game. This is
Yıldız'da da.
ginormous game for D+. It's a really good chance to get quite a few eliminations, get yourself a chicken dinner. I think if they get themselves up towards the middle of the pack, there is hope for tomorrow.
Dur!
I don't know
Biraz
why
ona da
Rogers
gelip
went
kaldı.
down. He was trying to reverse a vehicle or something, maybe climb up in the vehicle to the top of the hill. But APG, that was a completely unforced knock and flush. Coming through for that one. And APG playing on this too. They're going to have to drop down. They do not have an option. Fortunately, D+ not really watching this angle. Solus might catch them though as they try and drop down.
Seriften nasıl nasıl yapamadık?
Teams will start to take shots. Blank. We're into minute 27 now. There's still 11 teams alive.
It's a good wrap from Goat as well, by the way. It's a nice wrap from Goat. That's on the southwest side. They were at the back of the queue here, but they're able to get
Bunlar
not
kim buldu lider?
too
Yıldız
much
Can
shots
Bayır.
taken back towards them because the team that would be
Biz
holding
Zelma.
out is King.
Pardon,
He's
oralar.
a solo there from Thunder Talk. And there's no team that is across the road either. So everyone was able to make a pretty smooth rotation into this one, which is what you would expect at Pmgc. So I'm happy to see that.
Point denial. Through Smolf. Yeah, he burns himself out there. Not going to be allowed, but the knock sent back over towards his APG. Reefer's actually getting flushed by Xavier, who will have to leave their high ground now for Shawsies on that east side. They're going to have to drop down. And finally, teams are going to start to take the tumble. And rightly so, because at stage 8, and nobody's told them, it seems that there's supposed to be single-digit team numbers at this stage. Come on!
10 teams remaining here.
What are you doing?
First team it's kind of silly. I don't mind it too much. It's quite exciting. We're going to see if DXA can make this cross down. I think it's very hard for them to make it happen. Whether they really go here, they'd have to crash into the flash. But the flash, you can see there, they're putting pins on grenades and putting pins back in grenades. They are very prepped and ready for this kind of play from DXavier. They will know that a team's playing on top of the mountain as well. But an interesting maneuver from Mad Bulls, trying to get further in here under the preamble that a lot of the teams on the eastern side are going to have to move. Alpha 7's got a tough approach ahead of them. They can't really make this crossover whilst DXavier's here on the eastern side, John.
I mean, is DXavier who probably are going to have to move first? Alpha 7 can hunker down. But I think DXavier just crash onto Alpha 7. I don't know if they have too many other options at this stage.
I mean, you could do the flash. You could do the flash.
Could potentially as well. Thunder Talk, last player standing. King has been alive for a while. Goat yet to breach the building. They haven't spotted him, but he certainly knows about them. Waiting for him to jump on in. Oh, I think they've spotted him now. Oh, they haven't. He doesn't know. The Vault King is holding his time, biding his time here, holding his nerve. Killer Joe, step in.
Get him.
Okay, there we go. King's like, nah, we're just going for it now. We're going for the fight. Steps in for more, but won't be able to find the second. Will fall. But at the cost of one, Goat can't march forwards as effectively. Now it's go time. Blank a big nade from the high ground.
No, it's not a big grenade.
Oh, wait, no, it's a terrible grenade. It's a tiny little grenade. Rio, what are you doing?
Oh my God.
What again?
Rio catches the nade like a seal on his nose. A nice trick, but not one you want to see here at PMGC. Oh dear me. Sending that one up as well. Unfortunate. But do you get through the players there? So it was nicely done. They redeemed themselves fairly quickly. King is dethroned from inside the building, but I'm glad at least he was able to find the one knock and a flush. Go can't really get cracking back up again, back into blue ocean for him.
Now the teams are really going to start to suffer because it's stage 9 with 7.
Oy, надоел мына балалар, о каргылсың. Және нол жеп жатыр. Бетар сен ба тандың. Жұлдыз, мен сен танып тұрмын ғой негізі. Кім сен эфел
This is what they needed so desperately. With more elims on the cards, they want more, they need more. It has to come through now. Amori doesn't want to let that happen.
Come on, Amori, get those shots in. Alpha 7 is bolting into the building. ZS pulls the pin on the grenade, has to put it away really quick as Revo, the shotgun maestro, is here. Won't even need it. Uses the side up against him, basically.
And that's Amori to purloin that point from Alpha 7. Alright, with another one. Pusher, now pushing in towards Joker. Spots him, launch the nade. Joker trying to play fancy on the feet. Will not find it, but Pusher goes down to the burn. That's Revo actually finding that Molotov and getting that elimination point. Now 3 teams remaining blank within the space of 30 seconds. We're down from 10 to 3. And R8 suffering. Plus wants to roll on through. They want more nades. They want more points. R8 fall. 1 goes down. And now it's all up to Amori. And then he goes down. Good on the bounce, but Amori still alive. Hits the deck, stands out for the spray. Trevor and Obscure for Alpha 7. The last challenge for D+ to find the final Elim. But can they do it?
Oh no! Oh my
goodness! Just at the final moments. It is D+ here to put on nerves and ease. That was so close. And what? To find the final chicken dinner today after what has been an abysmal performance, all things considered. They close down with success.
I'm looking at Alpha 7 over there. They're just as surprised as I am. So insane, so insane. What a play there. I think they got 3 of them total, and it was one player from D+ able to bring it back to action. But yeah, you can see Norbu actually looks sadder than usual.
That is saying something.
Stream
It
geliyor.
was a very low elim chicken dinner, is the thing. I
Yeah.
don't think they, I think they can't have got more than 3 or 4. Like,
It was 6.
Yeah,
6
yeah.
elims? Oh yeah,
No,
they
no,
had
no,
4 at the
7.
start.
7 elims because they're for the start.
Nişi
they've got
bites
2 on
sonları
there.
gelmiş.
I
Bitti.
don't think they
Alfa
had
7.
I think they can't have got more than 3 or 4. Like maybe
It was 6.
6
Alfa
elims?
7.
Oh yeah,
No,
they
no,
had
no,
4 at the
7.
start.
7 elims because they're for
4, like maybe
It was 6.
Ne oldu?
6 elims? Oh yeah,
No,
they
no,
had
no,
4 at the
7.
start.
7 elims because they're for the start. They got 2 on there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
7.
Still.
I did not say 6, 7.
6.
I did not
Dur
say
dur.
So about 6.
Nerede bir diyor?
Maybe 1 more or so.
Could have been
Azmerleri
We just
bastı
don't know.
7 on 8.
Aman boyozun ama.
Potentially.
6.5, something like that on average. And
Aman.
we are going to be closing
Adam
down the
azot
day
para bakan
with
böyle.
a
Doğru
chicken
kapta
dinner coming
kıvırsa.
through for the defending champions. When they needed it most, from the bottom of the tables, they find a little step up. But will it be enough? Let's head back to the desk.
Acaba Tayland'ın özünü alıp biraz gidecek. Aklında gidiyor.
Man, a sigh of relief indeed. Our 2024 champions have been in trouble all day long, but finally here in the last match, they put something on the board.
In the weirdest way possible. In a city finish, it was like...
4 kilo var dedi. Ben
And
şimdi
actually,
bir 2 yıl
it was
sitede
initially because of a setup they had in the mid game. They had
Yes.
the 50 split, they held church and put
Her
the
şeyin
center
bence
of the city
olmalı.
itself over to the east of Miramar.
Kurdu
And
kurdu
then
kurdu.
they know, okay, this is 100%
Nasıl
insane
ne oldu
finish,
absurd
finish.
mu?
They fully
Ne
regrouped
yeni
like
çömeli?
2 buildings max.
Biz
Meaning
gibi.
that whatever fight they
Ses
take,
gibi.
they're fully stacked together, ready for any fight coming their way.
And even then, it's sketchy
Altogether.
finish. Honestly,
Yeah.
the player that I've been talking about this whole time, not usually Nobu, Osao. Osao clutches it up for this squad. And I mean, a great bounce back for D+, a much needed to finish the day. If not, it would have been a completely different story for this squad. Good to see. Hopefully they can continue on tomorrow, and hopefully it's not when a crazy circle like this happens. I have to give props to one player though.
Who's that?
At the end. And it's not going to be Carrillo, because Carrillo ended up naming himself, even though he got picked up by a teammate. It's going to be Rebel. Rebel was absolutely popping off throughout the ban. You had the other player from Alpha 7, which I can't currently remember the name. He kept going after Carrillo, picking him up. Carrillo goes back down.
Ne yap? Burasına. Buna yekenim var da 14 tane. Fabian ben çiğ üstün törüne karasam mısın? Aslan işi gidiyor ya bu. O sınıfın onu ana yekeni gayet sastırat falan. Ne
Using
oldu
the
sonra?
wall really to its full potential,
Bana
waiting
gözün
for it to get
sandalye
overheated
bas.
by
Sen
D+,
var
which D+ got a little bit greedy at the end. It was like, wait, are you throwing this game? But I think that they just, okay, we'll just peek around the corner,
Nasıl ya?
look at
Nasıl?
full player stats.
Ne kadar kalitesi kadar
I'm
bu
waiting for
arada
Chip to
Brews'e
perform. I remember right.
Brews'e
Looking at the entire of the league stage,
Oldu,
Chip,
oldu.
top player,
Neyin
top
oraya
player,
gitti?
top player, left, right, and
Bakın ne
right.
gitti?
Looking
Karı
at
var
the
ne geldi?
entirety of the league stage,
Oturun o bir tanesi. Pops var necədir?
Chip, top
Yok
player.
жерден onu bunda pozitsiyada okumayın.
Audarıldım mı? Sodan ki toxtamayın ne alacağım böyle?
Top player, top
Ana o not,
İşte
büründüğüm
o
not.
canı çok anam.
center,
Sonra bir tane.
Bence de yıkanan bir
entirety of the league stage,
Loxi, altın yarışıp etkiniz ne?
top player, top player, top
Loxi'de ötkür bana. Bir tük
player,
bana.
left, right, and center. Red bar, kind of amazing center position. PG push, right on.
Kötürüge geliyor.
Aa kötü.
Niye gerek var full pencere kadar lan?
Sağ ol böyle bastı.
Every single time, but I love the APG push right on
Niye
top
gerek
of,
var uzattın diye.
correct?
Yes.
And Hyunbin, not Hyunbin, sorry, there was a push
Repost
right on
et.
top
Ondan neden
of,
oldu?
I believe it was
Yukarıda var hani.
correct?
Yes.
And Hyunbin, not Hyunbin, sorry, there was a, which player was hiding and he was not moving whatsoever?
It was somebody from DRX.
Yeah, a player from TRX. And actually, I think you pointed out something very interesting because they did not spot out that player from TRX.
Şundaydı maçta okup dursan barmağı görür. Ayrığa bağladı onu. Her adamda adam olur.
Elevation from 97, I think, is what alerted them
Bravo,
of his
Orhan.
player presence and get the easy game fight.
Doğru.
TVP advantage. You can see Osao there.
O an ne gelmiş ha kes.
Osao
Öyle oturmadı o be.
the team. And now we're going to be looking at the
Dikilin
rotations from all this
tezgin
one
görüyor
team.
mu?
I gotta
Karta
point
tezgin
out,
görüyor
once again, I've been talking about them all day.
Sonra bir de.
Continuing
Savucudur.
on their
Birinci sonra
aggressive
benim
Yok,
play.
oldu.
They
Çok
finished
oynuyor.
off this last match with
Evet,
6
aklıma
eliminations.
Yok
Even
şaka.
though Alpha
Niye
7
götürdü kaç?
didn't end
Valdemar
up getting
atıştı
a
mı
bunch
var?
of-
Niye bir yaptı götürdü? Valdemar atıştı neydi o? Buradan da aldık kartı var çıktı Valdemar.
Villains,
Neyse.
they're at least now able to,
Evet look çok mu masa?
even though Alpha 7 didn't end up getting a bunch of
Onlar
villains,
geldi.
they're at
Sonra niye birden şey yapma? Ортада бір зона болмайды бит, нағырақта.
He's now able to secure some of those placement points. What was I talking about?
Церковь сток мына жерде.
Alpha 7, I wanted to see some more of those placement points in the
Адам өнген жоқ
especially in Miramar.
And I think they played the city finish position really well. You're going to see as we move deeper and
Alpha 7 кім керек қане? Alpha 7 не қылды?
R8 continuing on their aggressiveness today. They finished off this last match with 6 eliminations, and even though
Ана жерде кішкенде болатын еді мысалы.
Getting a bunch of elims, they're at least now
төбеннен келмей жоғарылардан бір жерлерден барды.
Secure some of those placement points.
Med Bull'dan aldın ya.
What was I talking about? Alpha 7, I wanted to see some.
Мына жерде бір игра жоғалтатын білемін. Мына жерде ана судың бойында бір кітап бар ғой кішкентай. Сода ойнады.
More of those placement points, and they were able to showcase it here, especially in Miramar.
And I think they played the city finish
Мына жерде значит ойнаса болады.
Deeper and deeper into this game on their rotation recap. Here, play next to the water. It's not going to be an island finish, but here on this circle, they go next to the cliff, which keeps them safe away from the Xavier. And that's the best way to play these positions for Alpha 7, which is sweeping from the outskirts, moving inwards, and able to do that so many times here for Alpha 7. So, sure, it's not quite a win, but in a city finish, that is how you play a city finish down to a T for Alpha 7.
That central position.
Öyle. Medbus 42, Alpha 7 45. F8 8 niye öldü? Dur mu lan? Bana jaksı oynamadı. Ne? Peki какой сюда шор yok? Karağa özüm onu gösterip koydum. Значит, X'lerden bırak. Ona verelim. Alt karta oynadım. Bugün ya kısaltmamız bir şey olmazsa конкретно кто-то екеуі камбекке ойнайды қолын салып күшті беріп қоянларды білмедім бүгінгі ойны
Alter Ego'da oynamıyor.
Uf top жетіде білмеймін
Sağ ol. Қалай ойнаватырмын.
Это регулярят.
X'lerге қарасақ 21 kill. Ona бере бергенден несі көп. Көмек плейсмент несі. 21 kill деген мына 12-ші орындарда жүру керек деген.
Ойбай.
Ona шешті.
Paying off so much 30
I think we're making it over SK. You got Doc, you got Tom, you got Zio, and now Rufus is like, I'm going to join the club.
Let's go.
I'm going to be the global MVP club, and if he can make it happen and keep it up for the next 2 days, no way we get a new MVP on APG.
Rufus just said, I want the car.
Sonday шығар ama ya.
Global MVP club.
Birinci günde жазып тұр.
There was a lot of doubt, like Rufus put up in the.
Đã tập trung vào những điều gì? Vậy thì tập trung vào những điều gì để giúp các bạn có được màn biểu hiện như hôm nay có lịch?
Come in, they were like, you know what? I got to step up my level, and boy, let's go. See grand.
Şurada 45 6 7 8 9
Ана қатары жоқ адамның үшін мына жерде.
Алжинегіз пісіп жатыр білсең. Турнир бойынша да. Адамдар көп тұрса бір адам.
I feel about 50% happy with our performance today. We still have some individual mistakes that we need to improve on.
50% and you're at the top of the leaderboard. That's pretty good. Final question, I just want to ask about your confidence. Going into tomorrow, clearly you guys should be feeling supremely confident. However, a lot of teams will now be looking to you.
Qaraqalpaq turnirini kechagi Xalq Ligasi ko'rsatdi. Stream doldurib qo'yadi. Haligi подписчик uchun kiradi. Kimning turniri xullas Xalq Ligasi Qaraqalpaq jengdi. 4 marta top 1 olibmiz ko'rsingiz. Новый Xalq Ligasi. Men o'ynab tashladim bu. Hozir bo'lsa. Bir ay oldin. Hop, bir ay bo'lganda shunday PUBG o'ynaydi. Последний turnir.
Endi kapshini holatda. Era tarafini. David Reska. Kapshindan ayrilib qoldi. Давай, Era. Berdaqdan burun atadi bu. Grenyan. Hov. Can mengine ko'rinmay qoldi. Hov. Yo-mayo.
Majidi javob
ta'sir etmedi.
Biroq negizgi eskisini
Patcher. Kings Power komandasi a'zolari.
Aldım. National Cup Tour kişi akar bu. Fan code. Şimdi Mart'taydı mı? Ya ben Gomez. Kişi imza ettim. Oranı aldım. Men. Day. Sağ ol. Açıktım. Ben de başlık emmiş. Uzbekistan. National Cup'e de alacağız mesela. Bak bize kanalda koyup vereyim mi? Buna o. National Cup'e Özbekistan ikinci numarası. Yarın final birinci gün. Ne stream var? Tak. Насколько вот тоже. Men dostum spotum dedi.
Pastga Kiev Dox tarafga qarab bo'lib o'tyapti. Samolyot yo'nalishi aynan mana shu yo'nalish bo'ylab bordik yoki 3 ta bir o'zi bootcampni loot qiladigan bo'ldi. Ularga hech kim ham o'z qat'iy
ko'rtirmasa ham yig'ishlarni boshladi u tomonlama spreylar amalga oshirgan lollilar qabul qilib olishmoqda va ikki mahal ekanligini ko'rib turibmiz.
Menimcha to'g'ri bular. O'z hisobida mashg'ul esa uni kill pointni jamoasi hisobiga yozib qo'yadi.
Ondaylar bor edi.
Yozib qo'yibdi. Bu yerda Fotos Akademiya jamoasi o'yinchilari ortaldan
Deyiladi. FFX.
Yozib qo'yibdi. Bu yerda foto.
Bunday komanda bor edi.
Yod va
bizga fightni ko'rsatdi. Hozir ko'rsatdi.
Va uso jamoasi o'yinchilari hozircha fightlar olib borishmaydi. Tiqilishga harakat qilib ko'rishmasa kerak. Faqatgina lofgina bartaraf etish uchun borishlari mumkin. Hop, Crystal Gaming ham bitta kill point hisoblariga yozib qo'yishdi. PUBG Mahalla esa hozircha Tortuz Akademiya jamoasi o'yinchilarining so'nggi o'yinchisini hozircha qidirishmoqda.
Tominikida emas, oxir aytib o'tganingizdek, Kentusinikida u o'z sheriklari bilan bootcamp spotini obdon loot qilib tugatish maqsadida hali ham lootlarni davom ettirishyapti. Bu esa Falcon Force jamoasi o'yinchisi
Ular men
Ruinslar
против bo'ldi.
birgalikda hozircha pozitsiyani saqlab
Turnir
turibdi.
o'ynaymiz
Ularning
misol.
to'g'risida esa Deadly jamoasi
Bizlerden infrastruktur bizlerden bo'ladi infomiz bor edi.
Captions adashmasam.
Ruinsga shu tushganning xabarim bor mening.
Ronaldo qo'shnalar ham bor. Unaqa
Top necha sig'adi? Ronaldo. Senesin bor. Top 7 metr sondan. Top 6 metr.
Xuddi ham FFX'ni tanilish ham bo'lganchalik FFX
Top 7 ga chiqsang, как langga chiqasan. Alloh. Endi qarab, xulasi spot nanda edi o'sha. Men yoqda, turar yoqda, Ronaldo setnetda. Yoqdan tap na yerda Akon dedlisani
o'tib olishgan edi. Mana hozircha ozgina
turar egamiz ne yoqdan oldi. Yoqda Ronaldo o'ynaverdi. FX ni yugurib o'ldirib ketdi.
o'zgartirib olishgan.
Son spotni severdi, jannat so'zat bo'ldi.
Monster Neymar Legends. O'zi oxirgi marta APG olishgan edi. Hammasi
Caption ekamiz yoqda. Men turibman najda. Turarni qo'yib qo'yadi najda.
qiynalib ketadi. Qaysi biri Maladoy, qaysi biri boshqa bir Ramzes yoki Rozen, qaysi biri ekan. Ramzes hozir boshqa tarkib ketgan-ku, o'sha vaqtda Ramzes o'sha APG deydi.
O'sha dinozavrlar paytlarini aytmoqchiman-da. O'sha inson Neymarnikini stream borasida ham, o'yin borasida ham ancha tanilgan inson hisoblanadi. Odamga bir endi eslab
Bunda da tashkil chiqsa bo'ladi, просто raznistak bor degan qo'rqib turib qoldi.
Ekranlarimiz aytayotmiz. Hop. Fightlar ham boshlanmoqda. Alfa Gaming o'yinchilaridan biri yo'qotilganlik ko'ribmiz. Dedilar ham boshlanmoqda. Hali hamon davom ettirishmoqda bu fightlarni
turardan
va tezroq tugatish kerak. Transportlar farm qilib olishgan bo'lsa, jamoadoshlar tezroq tugatishlari kerak bu fightda, lekin Neymardan menimcha informatsiya bor, captionni va
birinchi kun
Neymarni
jamoalar, ya'ni tajriba borasida biroz yangi jamoalar darhol seziladi. Mana Roy biroz vaqt yo'qotish
umuman o'ynasa bo'ladi
keltirdi raqib o'yinchisini va o'zi sherigi bilan birgalikda o'zgartirildi.
Oshirishda Crystal Gaming jamoasi o'yinchilari tomonidan lekin
olib ketamizlar birinchi karta bo'ldi.
ortga chekinib olishdi. Deadly Squad jamoasi o'yinchisi Berdak hozircha modoshini qutqarishga o'taman deganda uni noholat uchatib qo'yishlari mumkin edi, lekin raqiblari hozircha topib olishmadi. Sunny Girl. Hozir sekin kelmoqda. Va mana Enjoy jamoasi o'yinchilari mana aynan shu tarkib Sila, yana ikki o'yinchisi Mir, Admin, Icon va Blazer. Qolgan esa Mir, Admin, Blazer esa 3 o'zbek o'yinchilari ham agressiv tarkib degan
xuddi shunaqa shu pozitsiyalarda turishda vaqt yo'qotishyapti, o'yin ham yo'qotiladi. Deadly jamoasi ham
chiqartasi qanday bo'ldi? Qatga ketdik. PUBG mahalla.
Buni albatta vaqt ko'rsatadi.
Yo'q, SPG va Game Point o'rtasida o'tadi, aynan transport uchun. Va SPG jamoasi o'yinchilaridan Kagami hozircha garajdan transport olib olish uchun tushdi va egallab olishadigan bo'lsa, raqiblar tomonlama tezroq qurollar topishadigan bo'lsa, raqiblar tomonlama spreylar
sosnovka qilishda
o'yinlar просто to'g'ri emas-da, azmas. Komanda nega endi misol basta tushuga qattiq qiynaldi.
O'yinlar juda murakkab bo'ladi. Va Uso yo'qotdim hozir o'yinchi?
Yo'q, SPG jamoasi o'yinchilari ikki o'yinchisi hozircha yo'qotildi. Uso 3 kishi bo'lib kirishgan. Enjoy jamoasi Enjoy yana o'sha agressiv o'yin, ularsiz
biz atstoplaymiz.
Masalan,
Mospitga kelib turibsam, bizda Katkada Sony gurta qazasmasa.
Raqib jamoasi o'yinchilari va ko'ramiz Snowini bir o'zi nima qila olar ekan o'yin oxirigacha.
Xo'p.
Qachq bor.
Tedriskon jamoatchilarga
Qayli vaqt borda bizga.
Nasari bilan munosablar Fotos Akademiya ham ortga chekin
Kimizga ko'p sona o'ynab ketgan kerak.
O'sha Kanada topib yuborib etmidamiz bu yerda birini Arvin
Game point o'sha suv bitdan aylab kelgan.
077 jamoasi o'yinchisi low HP da uni oldidan hozirgina mana bu o'yinchi Abbos orqa taraflarga ochiq ehtiyot bo'lish kerak agar raqib o'yinchilari mana shu orqa tarafdagi pozitsiyalarga kiradigan bo'lsa.
Arg'amosdan o'ynaymiz biz, qara. Qara. Naqdan o'ynaymiz-da biz, qo'yrochiga bor. O'ynaymiz, сөйтib men aytaman, jiktir most ustab turaylik. Mostdan adam keladi, qazi deymiz-da. Bir adam tushirib olamiz xullas, asos bo'lsa.
Mana bizga jamoasi bor. Bosh jamoasi o'yinchilari to'liq tarkib bilan kelishyapti. O'yinchilar mana sekin-asta kartada
kelamiz. Najidan alarmini ne qilamiz qara.
Shunday va Kristal jamoasi o'yinchilari esa anchagina
taymingni qarasin.
Xuddi shunday va Kristal Game
atib boshlagan kez qashib qoldi ana.
Jamoasi o'yinchilari.
O'q ketdi qara. Tiydi. Pizes ошибка bo'ldi o'zimda shu sezdim-da shu.
To'g'ri deydi, hozircha mini kartamizda ham namoyish
Уже skip berayotgan, уже qate, уже infosi bor, nesi bor.
Jamoasi o'yinchisi Berda.
Nalardan xabarim bor. So'dan skip forma aylanadi.
Ortidan spreylari bilan noqolatga uchrata olmadi. Mana bizga esa kirishdi. Endi o'yinchilar namoyish qilinmoqda.
Pozitsiya o'stirdim. Taverni
o'ynayapti. Yetib qolishdi. Endilikda PUBG mahallalar bilan to'qnashib
o'ynayapti.
Jamoasi o'yinchilari Dedlisko jamoasi o'yinchisi Ronaldo spreylar yo'naltira oldi, lekin hozircha raqibini noqolatga
uchirdi. Turarda biznes moment bo'ladi, qara.
Juda ham low HP'da qoldi. Raqib o'yinchisi aynan Delhi jamoasi.
Уже low ground o'ynayapti misol bizda to'bi.
Ronaldoning hisobida bitta kill point borligini ko'rishimiz mumkin. Bu esa ruin holatiga keltirilgan. Bagi ajoyib gonchi ko'rinishida va ko'ramiz. Deadly jamoasidan berdak nok holatini qabul qilib olib kun osida
menda nima deb bo'lchara. Analarning yo'li bor-ku, misol. To'bi asfalt tursa, buni asfalt mening najida. Tipa men bularning yoqda kezi, tipa oldina to'xtab birinchi nokta berib, men tushirib olaman degan o'y bo'ldi meni. Oldina to'xtaganman-da men qirsda. Ular betimga aydadi. Biri o'tib ketdi o'sha so'gazini yoqib ketdi, o'tib ketdi bir yugurib. Biri o'sha najiga tualetga men narsaga kelib, plus ikki o'rtada qisilib qoldi.
Ronaldoning hisobida bitta bagi ajoyib gonchi ko'rinishida.
Boshda adam bo'lganda birga stog'i
va ko'ramiz. Deadly jamoasidan berdak.
Durust qo'ying, Turarning o'zinamanda. Men najerlarda o'ldim-da g'idaydi. Ular da pastenga. Turar najerda bo'lganda plus 1 yoqda bo'lganda bo'lar edi o'zi.
Qabul qilib olib, yopilib ketdi. Mana bu granata esa Caption tomonidan ajoyib o'z manziliga aniq yetib bordi. 077 o'yinchi hozircha ko'tarishga shoshmayapti. Chunki hozirgina o'sha pozitsiyaga granata yetib keldi va Ronaldo bu granatasi orqali hech narsaga erishgani yo'q. Hali ham o'yinini davom ettiryapti. Hozir Ronaldo biroz o'z sheriklariga yordamlashish kerak. XZ Gaming jamoasi nihoyat aylanib 2 kishi bo'lgan holda Sosnovkani boshqa bir tarafiga kirib kelishga muvaffaq bo'lishyapti. Zonadan holatida uni Sanigol jamoasi hisobiga yozib qo'ydi.
Xo'p, Ronaldo hozircha Azgabandan informatsiyasi bor, tomonlama chiqib borishga harakat qilib ko'rsa kerak. Ronaldo lekin BTX jamoasi o'yinchisi biz besetga juda ham yaxshi tempo tayishgan o'yinchi berib yubordi PUBG mahalla jamoasi o'yinchisi.
077 hamda Deadly jamoasi o'rtasidagi fight hali ham davom etyapti. 077 jamoasida faqatgina Azgaban qoldi. Davom ettirishyapti. Buni o'z vaqtida pozitsiyasini o'zgartirganligini ko'rishimiz mumkin.
David ham
Черепашки deymiz.
o'z yakun mallab adashmasam adashmasam USO jamoasi o'yinchilari tomonidan o'qizilyapti va ularni bemalol harakat qilishga berishayotgani yo'q. Chadaqa o'yin bo'ldi, yopiq kartada top 12 da nuqta qo'yyapti, lekin PUBG mahalla o'yinchilari kill point ishlab olishga ulgurishdi.
davom ettirib ketishgan, lekin yopilgandan so'ng bilib olamiz. 1 soniya va bizda keyingi prok emas. Hozir
Eng zonada mayli.
O'yinga kirib borishga harakat qilib ko'radigan
Mana yoqda aptekda zona bor. Men aptekka boraman deyman bolalarga. Kirib olishdi.
Bundan tashqari Laser Razi qoldi.
Merlingda adashmasam zik o'yinchisi.
Endi mana
Majidud umid bor, davay clutch sepsam kerak.
Albatta, hayajon baribir o'z kuchini ko'rsatadi. Bunaqa vaziyatlarda aytaman, tajribasi biroz kamroq bo'lgan jamoa o'yinchilari o'zini yo'qotib qo'yishi bor gap. 077 jamoasi o'yinchisi bilan ham biz oxir oqibat xayrlashyapmiz. Squads 4 ochko, 13-o'rin PUBG mahalla.
Endilikda Crystal Gamingga qarshi fight olib
Nada javob kutgan bu qarab.
borishadi. Isaac tomonidan uloqtirilgan spray.
Falcon. Ashik nada bo'ldi jara. Fight ko'rsatadi. Nechalar demaydi, tirimiz qo'yadi. 4 kilo.
Albatta.
Endi shu imkoniyatga yo'l berib keling.
Lekin pastdagi jamoalar kutib o'tirmaydi, ayab o'tirmaydi.
Pozitsiyasi bularda ikki yoqda. Masalan, yaqin o'ng jahga chiqayotganda
yuqoriga ko'tarilib ketishi bu kartadan keyin ehtimoli ko'proq. Agar ular ham erta yopilib ketishmasa, Eraliyev 077 jamoasi o'yinchisi Deadly jamoasini o'yinchisi Sanigolni o'zi ham Berdak tomonidan yaxshigina damage'larni qabul qilib olyapti. Biroz noqulay pozitsiyada aslida 077 o'yinchilari. Agar hozir birgina nokni qabul qilib oladigan bo'lsa, Deadly jamoasi push qilib yuborishi mumkin. Eraliyev himoya qilish uchun shu pozitsiyani biroz ochiqroq pozitsiyaga o'tganligini ko'ryapmiz. Deadly o'yinchisi caption tushirib olindi. Bunaqa yo'nalishda rotatsiyani amalga oshirish xato edi.
Yana Bigfoot ekaniga va Deadly jamoasi o'yinchilarining qolganlariga ham spreylar yo'naltirilayotganligini ko'rib turibmiz. Game pointdan Kentoysi Westga qilib olindi. Saidov tomonidan David ham bo'lib ketmoqda. XTZ jamoasi o'yinchilari hozir pointda o'yinchilarni yaxshiroq vaziyatga solib qo'yishmoqda. Game pointda vaziyat uncha yaxshi emas. O'zi birinchi va ikkinchi karta unchalik ham yaxshi yakunlanmadi. To'g'ri, ular hozir 7-tepada turishlar jamoasida va zona yana bir bor qisqarganligini ko'ryapmiz. Hasen Del Patron yerda Falcon Force o'yinchilari hozir pozitsiya egallashga harakat qilishadi. Pozitsiyalar bor. Spotda Falcon jamoasi o'yinchilari bor. Hozir aynan shu yuqori qanotda juda ajoyib to'qnashuv yuzaga keladi. Xavfsiz aylanamizni chap yuqori qismida Gaming, Crystal Gaming jamoasi, pastroqda 400 jamoasi, Zero Max o'yinchilari kirib kelishyapti. Boshqa jamoalar esa hozircha biroz chetroqda mana bunday faytlarni davom ettirayotganligini ko'ryapmiz.
Ikki o'yin bo'ldi-da. Misal men o'sha ketib borayotganimni bildim. Ketijag'ini sezdim-da azmas. Misal asqba devam, misal qolaysiz, misal Eralik degan şey vatib beraman. Men yig'laman, akont ko'targan aytaman-da.
Biroz chetroqda faytlarni davom ettirayotganligini ko'ryapmiz. Deadly jamoasida Sanigol hali ham holat etayotganligini ko'ryapmiz. Eraliyev hamda sherigi Aym hozir vaziyatni o'zgartirib yuborishga harakat qilib ko'rish kerak. Eraliyev afsuski bu pozitsiyada bir o'zi, agar hech bo'lmaganda bir sherigi bo'lgan boshqacharoq harakat bo'lardi. Ronaldoning holatida Eraliyev low HP'da 4 tagina bint bor unda. Zona esa allaqachon harakatini boshlab yuborgan.
Anam lo'q qo'qqaniga men ham lo'q
Eraliyev bir raqibi bilan hozircha piklar amalga oshirishdi, lekin davom ettirish kerak mana shu piklarda. Kuchatib qo'yishi mumkin demoqchi edim. Zonda menimcha holat kuchatib qoldi.
Arqadan kelib qaylandi, shu
juda ham low HP holatda edi, o'shaning uchun ham zondan holat kuchatib qoldi.
Eng ulkan qilgan ошибкалаrimizning biri bo'ldi.
Deadly Squad'ning
har biri tiltga kirdik buning kesirni. Çıtıqın javob beramiz bir
fight bo'lib o'tadi aynan mana shu pozitsiyada.
Admin jutdi shunday. Sen qaralasa. To'pib istak
bo'lamiz.
Birga 4 javob olasiz bizdan qara. То есть tretashga bosh berib.
Ular ham boost bor ekan, hech bo'lmasa. Sonic lekin o solo holat.
Aydamen. Biroq Kritis Manday neti o'ynadim dedi u.
Olib boryapti.
Shoke bo'lasan, misol o'ynay olmayman. Ishtega bo'ladi unday.
Mana shu olovli kama orqali nok holatiga keltirib qo'ydi. Ko'tarib olishadi katta ehtimol bilan. Zvezda nok holatida Falcon Force o'yinchisi bu ishni amalga oshirdi.
Enjoy. Yana o'yinni boshidan yo'qotishlarga ega bo'lardim bu ketish bo'lsa. Ko'ramiz. Deadly Squad va JDH jamoasi o'yinchilari Impala lokatsiyamizda fightlar boshlab yuborishgan. Caption juda ham low HP holatida, lekin bu yerda yana bir Deadly Squad'ning yana bir o'yinchisi ko'tarib olayotganligini ko'rib turibmiz. Blazer perikalar qilib oldi, lekin yana HP'si low HP holatiga tushirilganligini ko'rib turibmiz. Admin ham xuddi shunday low HP holatida. Yumpeda spreylar, lekin yo'q. Caption qo'l ustroq keldi. Icon'ni ham holat kuchatib qo'yganligini ko'rib turibmiz. JDH jamoasi o'yinchilari ikki o'yinchisini hozircha yo'qotishmoqda, faqatgina bir o'yinchisini yo'qotishdi. Admin esa holatida Mir DBSda kutib oldi raqibini va Deadly Squad'ning so'nggi o'yinchisi Caption qolib ketmoqda hozir solo holatida.
Blazer biroz Mirdan uzoqroq pozitsiyada, Mir esa yuqoriga ko'tarilishga harakat qilib ko'rmoqchi. Hozir agar JDH jamoasi o'yinchilari mana shu raqib o'yinchilarni yopib yuborishni uddalay olmasa, Caption ajoyib Mirnok holatida Caption chiroyli kutib oldi o'z raqibini. Oldida yana bir o'yinchi bor va bo'ldi. Caption hozir klachni amalga oshiryapti 4-1. Bu esa navbatdagi mavsum boshlanganda boshlanadigan mavsum highlightlardan joy egallashi kerak.
Mana shu Captionning kutib olganligi birinchi Mir, ortidan Blazer. Juda ikki min.
Bir şeyga borib olamiz keyin.
Jamoa bundan oldingi kart Enjoy o'yinchi esa mana
qolib ketmasdi. Ham yakunlanmoqda.
O'z sherik
o'yinchilar bilan topib kim
ulardan mana shu fight kutilmagan endi davom etyapti. Masofadan bo'lsa ham davom etyapti.
namoyish qilmoqda. Yakunlash faqat
kimning to'plarni
qilib oldi, kutilmagan paytda qoplab ulgurdi.
Mahal
Ular ham Arxam bu o'ynagan ishlar boshlaydi.
Va bizga umumiy kartamiz namoyish etilyapti. Jamoalarni qaysi pozitsiyada ekanligini bir ko'rib olish imkoniyati bor. Kartani o'yin qismida ko'rinishdi. Xavfsiz zonaga rotatsiya amalga oshirishdi. 077 jamoasi qo'shib albatta yanti Dimlar yopti.
Burada.
Hozir bir
Qat'iy kiramiz.
Gaming biroz erta. U Kentus Samad Abdu holatiga keltirib
Zermax Gaming jamoasi o'yinchisi oldi. FFP
o'zi bu pozitsiyada nima qilib xayrlashdik. Afsuski, Kilchatda Game Point o'yinchilari ham fight olib borishyapti.
O'z raqibi Neymarni hisobiga osib qo'ya oladimi? Neymar hozircha davom etmoqda. Yaxshiroq pozitsiyani egallab olsa.
Undan keyin Falcon Frostda xayolimga birinchi kelgan jamoa bu Firefox bo'lgan. Plantega kirib ketdi. Mana bunday Falcon Force'da Falcon Neymarni labit qilib Plantega menga boshidan o'zi xayolimga birinchi kelgan jamoa bu Firefox bo'lgan edi.
Tog'da ustavotgan
va qiynalishadi. To'g'ri keladi. Biladi hozir xavfsizlikni ham
jamoalar jamoasi yaxshi pozitsiya gamingda qilishga qarama-qarshilik ko'rsatishi mumkin.
Kempda bor ekan bildim.
Jamoasi
o'yinchilardan bo'lgan info bor edi.
Tushunmayapman.
Keletinden info bor. Negiz Kempga o'ynayap dejagan men.
Zermax
tabiiy qo'zg'alajak kez anovat yatgan bo'ladi.
Ularga shu asosiysi to'p
Oldinda ertangi o'yinlar ham to'pda ikki kirib qo'yam vaznda yerda bitta uzoqroq
eng qizig'i 0.77
pastroqda mana chaproqda
qo'yaga eshkilib berishimizga
undan keyin Vortex jamoasining qolgan o'yinchilari zona chetida mana zona navbatdagi
kommentatorlarim turlab
jamoasidan ham 77 jamoasidan ham qochdi, Vortex o'yinchilaridan ham qochdi. Va sekin-asta hozir 0.77 va TX o'yinchisi Deflex, Deadly jamoalari mana shu tog'li hududdan biroz pastroqqa tushishga majbur bo'lishadi. Bunga esa Crystal Gaming, balki Game Point o'yinchilari bu qanotdan turib qarshilik ko'rsatishi mumkin.
Hozircha raqiblar tomonidan speylar ham birga-bir vaziyat ko'rishimiz mumkin.
Ko'p ko'rsatadigan bir.
Nafas olgani yo'q, o'zi haqida ma'lumot bermayapti. Juda ham qiyin holga tushib qolishi mumkin. Game Point o'yinchisi Kentusi esa jamoasidan bir o'yinchini holatiga keltirdi. Bir-biriga yaqin masofada harakat qilishayotgan edi ikki jamoa. Va ko'ramiz 0.77 to'pga tushadi. Erali va nihoyatda Marko tomon himoya qilish kerak.
O'z faoliyatini olib borayotgan jamoalar o'xshatib qo'yganligini ko'rib turibmiz. 0.77 jamoasi o'yinchilari negativ bo'ldi. Mana olib kelib beradi.
Yo'q ekansiga ham uni topib oldi. Deflex juda uzoq mana shu pozitsiya.
Ishi xalq yo'q, bir ay bo'lgan.
Bo'ldi, lekin hozircha Enjoy jamoasi o'yinchilari tomonidan va bizda esa 5 ta jamoa qolmoqda do'stlar. Ular Enjoy, Game Point, Crystal Gaming va 0.77 esa.
Bir mahalladan oldik.
Mumkin bo'ladi.
Kon betni boshlab qara.
Kon o'yinchilari XTZ ko'rinmay qoldi. Bo'ldi, ko'rdim. Prison tomonidan, Prison tomonlari jamoasi o'yinchisi tomonidan PUBG mahalla qolgan o'yinchilar ham kelishdi va shu yetib kelishganligini ko'rib turibmiz. Chunki holatga uchratilmadi. Yana bir ajoyib o'yin. Qayerga juda ham aniq bo'lishadi, lekin
Ronaldo qara. Suriyada Ronaldo
o'rinlar berilgani yo'q. Va Ronaldo o'z pozitsiyasini o'zgartirib boshladi. Yaxshi burchaga olib olganligini ko'rib turibmiz. Pozitsiyalari bor.
Shuni aytdi, ochib turibmiz. Full open asıp dursan sen bir safe'ga o'tsan o deb. Şu David yetecek mi? Yetilmaydir qara.
Pozitsiyalari bor lekin topib oldi, raqibini noqolat ko'rsatib qo'yganligini ko'rib turibmiz. Deadly
Men o'q bergan ekanman.
Ikkinchi o'rinda Akim ekan. Akimda ham chiqishga harakat qilib ko'rish kerak, lekin u ham noqolat ko'rsatilayotganligini ko'rib turibmiz va endilikda 2 fight. Ikki fight ko'ramiz. Deadly Squad jamoasi o'yinchilari hozir
qabidan kirib qolayotgan joyga.
Option ikki fight ko'ramiz. Deadly Squad jamoasi o'yinchilari
So'nggi o'g'it ildimi mana yerda.
Hech qanday yo'qotishlarsiz yo'qotishlari mumkin demoqchi edim raqiblarni. Caption qani? Jamoasini olib chiqib ketish kerak. Caption bu vaziyatda jamoasini qutqarmasa, qolgan o'yinchilar qutqara olmaydi deb fikrimni yakunlagunimcha, Daz bu fikrimga qarshi chiqdi. PUBG Mahalla 4-o'rin PUBG Mahalla 11 ochko, 5-o'rin.
Shu jibersam bo'ladi, короче, foton.
Ko'rsatishda, yaxshi A guruh o'yinlari.
Ikkinchi kun men normalniy o'yin bo'ldi bu guys. Onu aytayın. 2025 edi. Navg'ara birinchi kun. Endi semiz daxil yo'qsiz. Yarim final chiqib qolsa. Ular Telegram'dan izleydi. Bağladan ben bir adam oturup. Allah. Ana kartta reznanda yoktur. To'g'ri bir deymiz. Top 7'ye yurimiz kerak bu sonday. Nima? Bo'ladi.
Markazida bo'ladi. Shunday Pikado tomonlarida Qozon tomonlarida ham faytlar bo'lib o'tgan. Crystal Gaming jamoasi o'yinchilari ham Miramar kartamizning o'rtasida faytlar boshlashdi. Enjoyga qarama-qarshilik ko'rsatishdi. Bir o'yinchisini bartaraf etib ketishdi. Keyin
o'ldirib olishdi.
Yana bir jamoaga qarshi ortidan game point jamoasi o'yinchilari yetib kelishdi va oxir oqibat lekin fayt olib borishdi. Keyinroq bo'lsa ham. Albatta. Va do'stlar, samolyotimiz
ikkinchi kun o'yinlari. Beni dizat qo'zg'absiz deb shartda. Chaqlab ketdi-ya biroq. Tip turib. Sanatda şans var, evet. Aslında bo'ldi.
Borlik bilan aynan mana shu yo'lga yo'l olishimiz aniq. Biz esa kamchilikka yetib kelyapmiz. Zik jamoasi bu yerda SBG agressorlarga va yana bir nechtalar siz jamoalar ovozi. Jamoasi bilan ham biz xayrlashyapmiz. Juda erta jamoalar yopilib ketishni.
Nima moment qarasa jara. Imba moment bo'ldi endi.
Yo'q, lekin manziliga aniq yetib borgan.
Aglaratsiyadir. Biz eshitgan fayt
bo'lganda aniqroq ochishning imkoni bor. Yo'q, bunisi ham menimcha hech qanday foyda bermaydi. Neymar
Caption
endi jamoa amalga oshiryapti. Bu jamoasi Caption faytga qo'shildi. Judayam qiyin bo'ladi. Aynan pozitsiyadan chiqib ketish Abdullamning holatida Afg'oniston jamoasi o'yinchilari ham not qabul qilishni boshlashyapti. Berdak qanotdan qo'shilishi mumkin, lekin Deadly jamoasida Sannigo nok holatiga tushib qolyapti. Uni ham ko'tarishga hozir vaqt sarflashadi, e'tibor qaratishlari kerak. Berdak Komfort jamoasini ta'minlab qo'ydi. Jasur spreylar bilan hozir raqibni holatiga uchatib qo'yishi mumkin edi, lekin juda ham Ronaldo edi.
Aytmoq skip.
Sannigo
komanda beriladi, kerak emas. Ketu kerak bo'ladi. Rasistlar kerak deb aytamanda.
Taymingda
Top sonday bo'ladi. Tekstga
jamoasi kelyaptimi? Juda jamoachilar hozir qarab. Icon qilyapti.
haqida.
Bu joydan hozir bizda bunchalik ham yaxshi emas.
Va aynan mana shu jamoasidan bitta kill point va shu ishga muvaffaq bo'ldi. Qilib yuborishga bor. Ket qilayotgan pozitsiyada xavfsiz zona qolmadi.
Zona berilib ketish kerak.
O'zlari qo'yishni kutish. Mana shuning ichida yana XCZ jamoasi o'z
ortga chekinishdi. Endi
Mashina benzin yo'q aytmoqchi.
markazida joylashib turibdi ushbu o'yinchilar, lekin hozircha kill pointlar unchalik ham yaxshi, chiroyli ko'rinishda emas. Kentib o'yin ishlab olingan. Bu kill pointga yetishmadi. Yaxshi o'ynadi. Ba'zilari biroq o'yinchilar qo'yishni to'g'ri hozircha. Rufut Max jamoat uchta kill point ishlab olishdi.
Kandan kagashdi. Hali jamoa o'yinchilari ham o'z pozitsiyalari hozircha egallab bor ekan. Nima?
Qolishgan. Lekin aynan umuman boshqa o'yinchi, game point o'yinchisi barchani holatiga keltirdi. Bu killni Ramazan o'g'irlab ketishi mumkin.
Ziglar bizlardan oldin
lekin
eski kelgan bizlar birinchi poyin yayov ketdi.
Iloji yo'q.
Yili David olmaydi. Nima keldi bir bor.
Va uddalay olmadi. Ye, ana. Biz-ku mayli ko'rib o'rganib ham qoldik. Hozir mana yoqda yana bir rus kommentatorlarimiz ham qanday hayratda deya meni anchagina qiziqtiryapti. Hozir aynan va Zermax Gaming jamoasi o'yinchilari hozircha
shaxlov kerak, shaxlatib qo'y sonday bir.
Amalga oshirishayotgan edi, lekin qilib oldi.
Endi mana jamoalarning tajribasi bunaqa o'yinlarda albatta oshib boraveradi. Bu har doim plusga o'ynagan Ramazan 077 jamoasi o'yinchisini qanaqa qilib nok holatiga tushirishni xohlagan bo'lsa, uni xohishini 077 jamoasi o'ziga qarshi ishladi. Uni nok holatiga tushirgan paytida
o'ylab turadigan vaqt yo'qda. Sonda yo'q.
Aynan biz boshqa pozitsiyadagi faytga yo'l olyapmiz. O'yinchilar Zoromax Gamingga qarshi Sanigol damage'lar qabul qilib olyapti. Uni sherigi low HP dedi. Sanigol xavfsiz aylana tashqarisida
David bilmay qoldi. Bo'lmadi.
Zoromax Gaming jamoasi o'yinchilari ham qiyin vaziyatda qolmoqda. Mana bu Zoromax Gaming jamoasi
o'tib ketganda eshkab qo'y.
O'yinchilar juda ham qiyin vaziyatda qolmoqda. Mana bu Xayyashka Berkxanni holatga uchratib qo'ymoqda. Tilla bilan ekspertda duoligini kuzatib boramiz. Ronaldoni so'l holatga uchratmas o'yinchilar juda ham qiyin vaziyatda qolmoqda. Mana bu Xayyashka Berkxanni holatga uchratib qo'ymoqda. Tilla bilan ekspertda duoligini kuzatib boramiz. Ronaldoni so'l holatga qolib ketdi va Zoromax Gaming jamoasi o'yinchilari hozir tezlik bilan ko'tarilib olishlari kerak. Ronaldo o'z sherigini birinchi o'ringa ko'tarib olmoqchi edi, lekin yo'q, bu ishni amalga oshira olmadi. Game point jamoasi o'yinchisi AZ hozir
mana yozuvi maqan etilgan top 4 kill bilan amalga tashlab bu men baribir ketadi. Ikkinchi kartada qanday bo'ldi? O'sha aytib o'tdim. Top 8.
Joy game 111 ochko bilan ikkinchi o'rinda
boshqa jamoa va kun MVP O'zbek Sila bo'lib umumiy ligini sam sekunda turgan mahat farqi hamda
ikkinchi gruppa, birinchi gruppaning o'yinlarini ko'rsatmaydi, короче, ikkinchi gruppaning misol streamida. Sonday mana yerlar ham bor. Ikkinchi gruppa olmadi, Zvereda olacak. Sen қиналдық ол. Соның өзінде ала алмадық, сөйтіп тилт болып, не болып, сөйтіп каналды жазып қойғаларым сол. Общий рейс кездегі үйренесін көрейін әлі. Үшінші басқыш жарым финал емес. Тестларын общий рейс тестайды. Моtion. 5. Нормально, разница. Позицияский тесттің өзі жоқ. Фотоз дегенде қара, 19 очко. Какой-то жасап. Килл бар еді. Хотя бы 20 птес болғанда да, мысалы 45 птеспенен тұруға болатын. Ондай затлардан құра алмадым. Еш уақыт еді жетіспетті. Қарменен ақынның дауы қинады мен. Оның үстіне P4 болды болмады емес. Баяғыда да мысалы P4-тен қиналдық қой. Олар өтті де Роналдо ойнай алмады емес. Ойнады, бірақ біз тақалғанда адам таба алмадық, короче. Роналдоны алуға мәжбүр болдым. Өзім үйретемін, өзім шыдаймын дедім. Өзім саған команда беремін. Істе деген затты істе дедім. Ең программалық затларым бірақ қате ғой. Мысалы флоппен тұрып атқан. Пик қылып ату ғой, олай мысыл сөз. Шалады. Қоқты жоқ. Қыму ойнадық. Қымудың істелім бар. Бұл жасам ба? Неше карта болды? Бір күн болды. Бір күн болды аға. 5 карта ма? 5 карта болды. Бірақ соның өзінде бас деген алды. Сенсен ба жара? Ой деген секіліп қалды ғой. Кәдімгідей барып тұрып үйген деген тастадым ғой. Ой, қыму ректор Google A группа, B группа, тест стрим дейді. Stars тест стрим. Финал жоқ па сонда? Тұршы. Паран каналын көрейік. Қыму дейік әдір көрейік. Финал басқыш ойындар, бар екен. Закрытый ма бірден есім. Неге өйтті бірақ білмедім. Кірмейді. 80, таш 90. 90 бітесімен. Teamspeak'ler var бірақ, өз емшісі. Teamspeak бәрді. Қыму, калькулантықтар жоқ. Қатып, зорға ойнадыға. Соны сен басқардың ба? Ава, менеджер, несі, организатор мен болым. Да, тұрардың несінде бар бірақ Teamspeak. Мана Teamspeak. 30 бітес жинап шығатын, но. Көресің? Көрейік. 30. Сондай бірдеңе ғой олар. Сен жоқсың е, бірақ? Мен жоқ па? Мен қадайдан көрдім мен. Бұяқта кімдер болды? Әжел бар.
Хорош. Лучший. Лучший. Тоже. Лучший. Бля. Atkosan. Biraz.
Watch out.
Ана жерде мындай зат болды. Кеп көтеретін жақсы болды.
Давай, астырма.
Өзен атып кетті да уже. 5 адам бар, как тут.
Осы жерде сен бәрін солардың арасында
Bu niye de organize ama ben içinde şey
Выйдите, а я поищу транспорт.
Тихо. Мама.
Sonra var. Sen sonra bilgi nasıl? Nok Polat karıştı onda. Bir gözükmedi.
Ne oldu?
Анда албарағанда албарайсаң барады қаным. Бәрі сондай болды, бірінші карта алды. 1, 2, 3 помню жолда. Төртінші карта мынада, әйелді шешті.
Мама бір деймін болды.
Болды осы 50 бүтінсі болды.
Ал деймін да.
Kapım top 1'de geldi.
Найс! Сука!
Rolanlarмен bir жақын болды. Жиырма кил 10 птеслік мысалы. MVP болдық. Суда да MVP болды. Қымуда да MVP болды. Екеуінде де MVP болды. Құдай қолдасы қызық. Қымудық болмай қалды да, міне. Бар еді. Кешегі халық лига бар, көш салатын. Одан кейін. Мынау. Көремен десең көр. Неғамыз? Бірінші күн мен екінші күннің ойынларын салыстырсам бір аспанмен жетті. 2 күн болды. 2 күн болды. Бірінші күн менсіз ойнады, екінші күн мен кіріп ойнады. Ең бір қыз көрсетейін ба?
Бірінші күнде кім ойнады?
Менің орныма ма?
Состав қандай болды?
Кім ойнады еще? Біреу ойнады. Көрсетемін. Мынау сол турнир ма сонда? Просто көз беремін.
Файт бұл. Бірақ зонасыларда имканият бар дегені бұл.
Рейтім бе?
Ерко бір өзға қоя бер.
Негізі мынау шығар финал. Мен ойнаған финалны.
Ұстау керек.
Кубок берген емес па?
Кішкентай кубок.
Бұл чатқа жазайыншы.
Өзінде алмаймыз деп жеттік біз. Керек емес.
Vortex, Flames.
Расындайым да ол.
Көрсетіңді ойласам.
Берген ойынларын көреміз бе? Бірінші күн мен қатты қарамадым.
Бір адам қалды.
Картаны өте берді. Менің аккаунтымнан біреу ойнады. Кім деген бала? Бля, Макфин. Азарайлдың игрогы. Mesela keyingi шыққан балалар ғой.
Еубайт
Сол ойнадық қылас біздің аккаунтына, сол ойнап жатыр да.
Камба
Нелері.
бекерінен.
Қай жерлерде файт қылды я бұлар, я? Ешпайттегілер ойнады қылас. Кәдімгі дауғалар.
Да.
Insane
Жаңағы
дауғалар,
сұрауға
солар.
тоқталсақ.
Ешпайттегілер. Білмегеннен түсінсе болады ол зат себебі. Болады айтыр. Игроклар, ол игроклар. Ойнап береді. Бірінші карта ойнайды. Кейінне қарап па іреді, короче. Бұл мәріп кетті балалар. Ауайдың бір өзі қалды ана жерде.
Поинтларды шөне жинап алса
Несі
болады
керек қойдыр. Нәбір резді көріп. Сайт тұр ғой арнасын. Топ үш болған 10, 13. 13, 18. Ава азаммен өліп кеткен шығар. Айтыр.
Көп болды бұларда.
Типі, бұл әзір айырып сайт деген зат бар да біздерде уже. Бірақ екінші картадан бастап ірейді сол біздің балалар. Олы ма ешпайт дегілер айырып кететін яқта жүріппіз біздер.
Қозғалмақты. Соларды күтіп тұр.
Үш күннің фастер әзілер. Көрейм өтелі.
Жоқалатқа түсі мүмкін еді.
Халқы лигада жүрген ба?
Сывы фул жетіп келмекте бұл жерге.
Кейінгі шараларын тастамай ма екен? Алып шерез ғой. Жеріміздің ба? Ізлеп отырып жақпай жоқ.
Қандай ашық карта ма?
Ізі ғой. Не.
Меніңше стримді сәл қатырған. Дон.
Atış.
Ne деген
Не удобно. Не, соба ма?
Просто так десіп ал, бұл ден десіп алыңыз алынбайды болған.
Бірінші карта топыраған екен бізде. Бірінші карта олма. Не ойнадық қой ондай бір. Оны енді сағынан көрсетейін амамен. Көрпеден сола бір өзім топырап кетемен, короче.
Сен ойнап отырсың ғой?
Өзім ойнап. Короче, ситуацияны андай болып тұр.
Кіреді қазір.
Біртасы ойнап жатыр. Мен афук ойнап жатпан. Баста үлкенірек зонада келіп, содан бір өзіме дем ақтып қойып жатпан. Деймнің таймингін ләжі барынша қойып, неше дейм бар екен әже.
Кибер.
Сол маяқтан андай ситуация. Ана бір сөйлеп бар ана жерден ол.
Армия футарзда ойнап. Ішке кіреді қазір.
Құраманда төбемен лақтармай көрші. Төбемен лақтармай өзіме түседі аямасына. Төбеде шум болады, не болады, содан пайдаланып тұрып қоямын ғой. Маған как будто зат біліп тұрғандай ғой атаңаны. Қайы мынаған келіп атыр, оқты білмедім ғой атаңын. Бәлі.
Junior zonada oynadı.
Ана Каман Беби деген шақ береді, қасыма жақылап тұрып, не? Уже мен тайын тұрмын ғой, дөбеспен, ләжі барынша тұрым керек. Шақ бермем керек.
Каман Беби. Хорош. Каман Беби. Және бір кіл поинт өтті тартылы мүмкін, бірақ хорош. Дима ату керек.
Көтеріп жатырып па, сіз зонан бар менде. Последний дейім шығар, но. Аямасында.
Orada barmaydı.
Önüne?
Oynamatmaydı bu.
Ne?
Bir dakika. Kamerada.
Oynamatkan yok. Ne yapıyorsun? Ne yapıyorsun böyle?
Kaman Baby arttan gelmekte. Хорош, Санигел'на қалқасы бүкті. Давид. Энерджи командасы бұл тажды жауып кетпекте.
Или ойнады. Ношар последний.
Естіп жібер. Нені? Қазір.
Бұлардың тактикасы қызық еді. Тұрамыз. Ақырғы зонаға шығып, 2,5 минут уақыт береді. Мына зонаға жауылы 2,5 минут уақыт береді. 2 минут өтеді ғой солай уақыт, не?
Фул карта жабылады.
Мафия деген тұрды, ақырғы дейін. Өтсер істеп тұр анау.
Неге бұған баспай атырыпты мен түсінбеттім.
Барны жер. Бар ау. Анау, типа мысалы, жатқан кезде дауыс шығады деп. Сондай дауыс шықты да анау. Қимылдап жатыр ғой, ләйжі.
Командада ойлап тұрғанша.
1 минут уақыт бар әлі. 1 минут отырсымыз ә. Мауам жатыпты, аналарым жатыпты. Мынау шақ беріп анаған нетіп жатқан.
Топпыт.
Соны жүрген кезде қызық болады асқара. 20 секунд. Блядь, Иваныч, еле внимательный. Оружие көтім қышып алмастырдым да, на жерде.
5 грене бар.
Алмастырма да.
Хотя 1 грене аш.
Қара.
Мафия. Басқаша жолын тауда.
Қара. Көрді.
Көрді.
Мен көрдім да сен оны.
Ой.
Ордон айтып, кеңсін күте жатқан тимейті бар екен, сездім, сөйтіп төбеге шығып кеткен. Кел жатқан адамы жауды, бірге білмен.
Ирбей командасы және бір мәрте топпірлікті қолға кірді.
Тышқаншы бақырдың ғой, үйде бар ол.
Соло болып.
Тышқаншы бақырдың ғой, ебай.
Соло болып ойын көрсетпекте. Хорош.
Гол деген. Эмоция деген битон ғой. Атада топ бір алда қал жоқ, рондода да не. Бірақ шақырдан. Рондо 3-ші карта. Зонаның ортасын ұстап алды. Тек зонаға апардым ғой балаларды. Жан-жақылама внимательный, анау уже. Берен керек бұл жерге деп, не? Кілсетқада қарайсың, ана ешпайт деген кілсетіп отқан болады, басқа отқан болады. Олай шығайық ба дейді, балалар айтады. Мен неғық деп, не? Соң өзінде сөйт, сона еле де біздерге бәд болмаса.
Анық топпірлікті, менше.
Кейін білсем, балалар айтты, растанып шыққанымыз мақұл екен да, мына жерде тау бар еді. Мысалы кемп болса, кемптің ай жері тау да, не? Соған шығайық ертерек деді. Мен керек емес, арттан кеп болады деп. Аждатты бір айтаттым. Кіп жуниор дегенде шоуын тауылмайды, мысалы. Іздедік. Мысалы, күнімен спотта тұрды. Анау шақ бермеген ғой. Содан бері жатқан ғой біздердің ішімізде. Ауа. Іздеп жүріпсіз. Одан мен табаман аз көйтім қышып.
Іздеп атыр баса бар.
Мен қаме жер көріп шықтым ғой. Көрмеген бір жер бар еді, соның ішпетен көтім қышып, сол жер көрейш дедім да.
Бір оқ атып қала алды.
Өзі тышқан қорқып кетемен атанған енді. Бағыр. Килдің азығынан біле бересен, жасағанбыз. 3-ші топ бір енді бұл. 4-ші топ бір бар. Одада да бағырып, тұрармамен шешет бірақ бұда. Қазір көрсетемен, зона мұнайға ойнайды, біз қайықтамыз. Мейшін беттен келдік. Мостқа ойнайжақ біз мына жерде. Мосттан ситуация болады әзір. Қазір айтамын. Түсірмеген бәкен.
Райзен.
Балаларды үш байлар екен. Бұлардың бір игронын оқып бердік біз. Машина өтіп баратқан жерде ұстап алды. Давид ете алмай тұрамыз оларды біздер. Давид еткізбейді, камера бар. Атсағым өлмей ма, дым шашытсады ма, сен коридорны көтеріп алған ба? Осы әбені дейін етіп тұрған жерім жет. Ешпайт келетін бірақ білемем мен сен. Алдың неді көрдім, уже ротация сияқтан өтетін білемен. Бұл жерде өте амым қате, уже ар жақ бітті разный басқа стакларам бар, мәйтаған, яқтан әлінамыз. Қиынға зажимать етіп атып сен. Басқа вариант жоқ, бірақ соның өзінде өлтір алмадық. Яқты өздері кетті аналар. Сонан ондай болады бір. Көрсет. Bitti niyaktan geldik ko. Yak bitti kışkanti elbar var. Suyağa gelip turguzamız. Askıdan ahırında turar o men çeşedim. Split. Ayt bak. Men töbede asteyik. Havay niyakta. Zona bir king zonada bize gelip meytin boldu. Kötens kısın. Havay kel desem kimi nek bitti onday. Uzun ne barda? Büyüklük. So büyüklük kontrol ayman diye bir havay. Kayıt gerek emes деп atпан. Керек емес сен бір өзің есат қыла алмайсың. Кабер бере алмаймын. Менде патрон аз ба сондай. Айланып барып анаяқа бара береді мынау. Айланып барып бара береді. Керек емес деп атпан. Бар тұрады сояға барып бір зат қыла жаққа барып зажимать етемін. Менде обзор бар. Кейін қайтады бірақ ертең. Қайтарамын. Өздері атсын дей беремін да. Sonra barımızda koyduk sayıkta.
Come baby.
İngilizce'den da bize gelirdi o. Aldan alımız gerekti.
Senior tarafından. Sanigol junior'dan nokautga chiratmoqda.
Atpen gelin.
Skip berdi bular hozir.
Qoldi zona jo'q.
Hech paytga.
At etmaydi. Nag'arayin
tatib keldi komanda a'zolarini.
Dым қате тоқтайды. Яғлада жегесің. Олар біздат қылады екен. Тұрар мұны айылғыда, ана оны айылғыда.
Фрегенс бұл тәрізде ойын дауым етпекте еле бері. Сеньор айланбақта. Джедли. Сукуна айлану керек.
Сукунаға да нок берді. Бедбойз. Мен флейміз жоқ қойды. Мен мап көтеремін деп темен көріш. Қайыш келеді.
Джедлилар жүді қиын ақылға қап қоймақта. Грения және бір Грения баратқан болса қазір. Қате кетті Грения.
Сезіп тұрды ма, үшіншісі кеп қалады ау да.
Кепшін неуге қарап тұрмайды. Фламестен сұлу Грения.
Тұрады бір өзен.
Мен
нокпан ғой.
Фламес айланбақта.
Келдім, түсіндім. Бұлар басқан білеме, инфам бар. Нәжеден шынай. Қайыш қашып отқан сездім бе, қайыш беремен дедім. Нәжеген, мен турымдағы меткі қойып отқан типі.
Фламеске қарата. Фрегенс бұл тәрізде жол жүрмекте.
Көтер алмайды. Сөйтіп төбесінде бар ғой сен. Шығару қате сөйтіп.
Бердақты көтер алуға мүмкінет бар ма?
Ива беріп тұрма. Жүріп атыр.
Рубидің бір өзі қалған ба?
Аспа. Шықты. Ат. Сони еген білемін. Сони қал ба. Смоғы жоқ қалды бір қайы.
Руби қаттасықты.
Сол барам шар ма
ағартатын.
Моликпен пайдаланады соны.
Кепшінға көмеклесуге болады, мүмкәниет бар бұл жерде.
Негізі ертелік пайдаланғанса да болады екен шөгі.
Ақмады. Кепшіннан Молик.
Жақсы жер қара. Соны жүретін кез.
Кімде? Дидлиде зона бар екен. Дидли топ бір менімше.
Көтерекке бару білет та. Бұзат берет топ.
Дидлидан топ бір. 4-ші картада Дидлидан топ бір жеге.
Және топ бір. Ақыр карда бірақ сәл похисла ойнады. Мына мәліметлер ғой. Ақына болады екен. Елі көп ұйқылайды. Видеолар бар, записілерім бар. Көрмеген жерсен сен, бір аладың несін. Нутасы бар. Ой, жаңа.
Олар зажмет ете тұрады.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Çıkar Zoe.
Victory belongs to...
Oy vay. Sol var. Odan artık no жаңа бірде екісінде видеолар. жаңа
Хоть тут один чуть-чуть.
Duşumu öpmedim. Daretçi.
Бағана National Cup'та солар сондай шығар білмедім сондай болып тұр неге экран қосайық қосып қоя берейік
Стрим чого керек
Kelep, koy tut.
Yığılak yine yıkalatma elinde geliyor.
Ne olsa tanıyorum. Burada ilgili.
Daretçi var. Lazım yok.
Her şey. Nece diye var da. Mesela bir ilk yakta üçüncü grup başka ilk kaldı.
Kalancan senedik. Nasıl?
Turar.
Buradan çıkardı. Efendim biraz.
Oyun var mı? Hop.
Düşündük mü? Şimdi kaldı. Düşündük mü? Bak.
Наперед.
Так, да, выйди. Закрыл.
Lan айтса біргәрді 9-ға сепсен көріш. Ол қыздырмай кірдің да?
Хорош. Дачың бар ма?
Апас, көрмей тұр.
Қысылап атыр ойнап атқан ғой бұны. Ол қыздырмадым саған.
Филис.
Мынау. İşte.
Görü doğru oynamadыр.
Шотта.
Береме гай.
Ne yapacağım da?
Хорош. Вперед.
Open düştü tamam.
Şimdi ne?
Ана böyle var.
O çiğcanı şuna koy.
O kadar oyun var. O kalgandan ya oyun çıkıp etken. Nasıl ne koya? Burada şimdi. Rejim yapmışsın kışım benim.
Open de tamam.
Open.
Hasta no. Geldi şey.
Yok.
Pogo'nun kişi konu oyunda. Pogo'nun türü ayıp durma. Ondaki yıllarda bayana sizlerin zapisilerinizi böyle mutlu. Sonday болып тұрғым мынау. Нызай şimdi abi. Tek Telo ғой еще. Telo деп мақтанады. Bir.
Ezim bir.
Хорош. Агр бұрасың.
Айтып тұрмын. Не? Қымудың ал. Қымуда қарайсыз, алдаспасам.
42.
Қыму емес та.
Қандай керек керек те?
Все, жаңа инсейндан ставим.
Tamam. Anladım.
Қайтамын.
Ermedi. Dokunuyorum.
Şu agri. Oh nice. Aa canlı CD al.
Sensiz болғанда назар жеңді көтер. Телефон алған кезде клиенттің ойын шыққан кезде. Тастапты ма? Тастапты. Егер сен қайтсаң, сен боласың сірә. Тұрардың қазіргі формасы болады негізі. Себебі мысалы кеше жақында басқасына ойнап нетті да нормально жатты, былай сырттан көрді. Түсініп басылады уже мысалы қазір мысалы нормальный команда керек затты айтады. Сырттан айтса да керек затты айтады. Мен ол затты түсініп отырамын. Сөйтіп ортаға айтып түсінікті болып пікір тастаймын мысалы. Айтып болады негізі жаңағы. Соны алады. Басқа балалардан қазір біраз үміт жоқ. Себебі мәселен Абай деген балада да мысалы бар. Пивислікке алады Абайды. Себебі талпын ойнайды да ол. Ойында жақсы. Осы бір-екі жерінде сәл арқайшылық бар. Өзіне деген бір нәрсе бар. Одан кейін меніңше сол. Егер сен қайтпайтын болса, мен қайтатындай жағдай болса, сол Абай мен түйізлері мысалы қайтатындай жағдай болса, түйізлер анық мысалы баяғы прайм уақытында қайтатын болса егер, онда аламын. Себебі оның праймы бөлек та. Анық қамтыны ойнайтын еді. Мысалы артықша мысалы сұлуланы ойнамайды. Мысалы яқ сұлу емес. Анық қамтынық та. Мысалы бір қосу бір мысалы тең екіге тең болса, мысалы ол анық зат. Оның ойыны анық та мәселен. Анық затты анық істеген. Қысқа білмедім. Қайсы балаларым бар екен. Қазір Poco F8 Ultra деген шығып кетті. Ендігіде телефон алсам сондай аламын. Мынаны алдым ғой. iPhone керек емес дедім. iPhone-ның несін беріп ойнайды ал. 512 несі памяті бар. Оператив жетеді. Басқа сол Аконның ойыны ма? Аконның ойыны көбінен көп мынандай стильге апарады команда. Поддержкасы ойында мысалы момент бар ғой. Зат жақсы береді. Мысалы 4-тік мәселені алдық қой уақытын састап. Сол менен ойнап, мысалы 4-ші игроктың орнын басылады да ол. Енді білмеймін, тұрар мен шықса алмайды, тұрар. Шықса алмаған жерде бір қате зат деп ойлаймын. Шықса енді конкретно мысалы бір-бірін түсінетін дәрежеге барса, онда сен прайм кезіне келсек, қайтсын сыра да полный ойнайтын жүрмін. Сен баяғы қайышкалерің, зажимлерің, стабилен. Матчты оқып ойнайтын мысалы. Баста матчты оқып ойнап басқа сен едің ғой, мысалы. Мен кейін жасырмаймын, мысалы матчты оқу, моментті оқимын да мен. Бірақ виз мысалы қалай дейік, карточкада мысалы киятырпыз. Карточкада мысалы адам бар. Карточканың мысалы карточкамен арамыздағы мысалы файт ситуация болажақ болса, оны білемін, мысалы игрокандай позицияда. Бірақ мені үшінші стак келеді-ау деген затлар білмейтін. Ол затларды ойлап отыруға да уақыт жоқ. Кейін әзір мысалы ол затлардан есеп қаламын да. Уже мысалы бір карточкадан где-то бір әпшекке ешкім зоналар, неқпеттегі магазинге ешкім зоналар, әммесін әлі барынша ойлап, мысалы картаны бір ашамын, мысалы разлет әммесіне қарап тұр, уже келеді-ау, мысалы уақытқа қараймын, уақытқа қарап тұр, адам санына қарап тұр, уже келеді-ау. Қазіргі таймингде, мысалы, мына сағатта қате-ау, қазір, уже мына таймингде файт қылатын болса, үшінші стек по-любому қосылады біздегі. Уже Mine ана крик деген заттар уже менде болады. Сол заттар, конечно, андай зат кім көргісі келмейді. Басқа жаққа келетін болсақ, сол жора. Басқа неге тоқталсақ, бір қыз көштей ме? Шектешкен зонаға деп отырасың да. Фурия мало емес па? Танып қой, Нави Славия. Бұрынғы Славия. Она мен отту, бөлшкі. Кетті. Dostlar, balıkbaslar, deveş. Şimdi rahmet. Stream'e gelirler, Turar'dan stream'i bu. Özü havadır ama öldürürüz sevgili yapıttı. Yalıyımız. Ondan gelen şu imam bu bölük hareket kıldı. Bizler bu ayetinde joralarımız. Avuklarımız kança vakitten beri oynayıp ketmiş. Son için taza auditoriya olama, baskısı olama. Басқаша ойламаңдар. Танытадым қаяқтан болып стримге сөйлеп отыр дедім. Демім хайран болмаңдар, сол айтып қойып отырмыз. Сол бәрсеге рахмет. Стримдеген үшін. Сол сіздермен болған мен берді. Ейзен сөздер болса. Сол жігітлер. Тұрарға қайырлы түн деп. Görüşürüz.